Pure, good to see how you doing. Evening. How you been? Joe, good to see you. How you doing? Evening. How you been? Okay, let's do a breakdown of what we're going to go from tonight's live. Good. Hope you're good too. I'm doing great. Pure. Hey, Miles. Let's go Trump. Let's go Trump. Comatose. What's up, Miles? What's up, CMF? Good to see you as well. Kerry, how you doing, brother? How you been? Evening, Miles and CMF. Joe, good to see you as well. How you doing, Joe? How you been? Good evening, brother Miles and CMF family. Funky brother, good to see you as well. How you doing? How you been? Sup, bro? Newman, good to see you as well. How you doing? How you doing, Miles? I'm doing great. Theos, how you been? How's things? So, let's go through a breakdown. By the time everyone tunes in for the live, we'll go through what we're going to talk about on tonight's live, episode 197 of the CMF Live, which is absolutely amazing. Miles, where is the champagne bottle? We don't know who's won yet for the champagne bottle, but hoping obviously the candidate that we do want to win wins. Hi, Miles of CMF. Dennis, good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Good evening, Miles of CMF. Orphan, good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Watching election night on Sky News. Let's go Trump. Let's go Joe. Let's go Trump, definitely. Now, on tonight's episode of the CMF Live, we're going to be going through a lot of election news, essentially data news, prospective news on the market space. A lot more CEOs have essentially came out on the market space talking about it, which way they essentially assume the market's going to go, depending on which candidate. And I hope Elon Musk will be the president. Hopefully the next 4 years, Elon Musk is next after Elon Musk. Hopefully Elon Musk is after Trump for the next president of the United States. Morning, Miles and CMF. Shelly, good to see you as well. How you doing? Morning, Shelly. How you been? Are we ready to celebrate? Hopefully soon, maybe. Hi, Miles. I sure hope there's no cheating today. Same. I genuinely do hope that. Mexican connection. I don't know who that is. I'll be honest with you. Manny, good to see you. How you doing? Evening. How you been? How's things? So, on tonight's episode of the CMF Live, on episode 197, we're going to be talking about crypto in terms of crypto industry actually surpassing in terms of donations when it comes to candidates. It turns out that cryptocurrency donations have overpassed the donations from oil companies and essentially major institutions. So in other words, crypto is the #1 donated currency right now. Then we're going to be talking about on tonight's live regarding Bitwise. Bitwise's CIO essentially has done a sit down with a reporter on how they think the market's going to move on essentially each candidate, or is each candidate even going to have any sort of difference on the crypto markets and so on. Then we're going to go through the news on Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor, as we all know, is going to be doing the 2121 plan, which is he's going to be investing $42 billion into Bitcoin. But he's also revealed some other things that he's going to be doing. He's advocating for cryptocurrencies and Bitcoins right now in the election season. Then we're going to go through on tonight's live regarding, will the US election change crypto? Maybe or not, but essentially TradeFi giants are likely to plow ahead regardless of who wins, is what's being discussed as well. And that's also a perspective from a lot of CEOs and executives. A lot of CEOs and a lot of executives from different major blockchain companies or major institutions and banks have all decided to give their opinions in today. And then we're going to go through the news topic on tonight's live regarding MetaPlanet. MetaPlanet was the company that followed the exact footsteps of MicroStrategy by essentially adapting Bitcoin into their portfolios. And MetaPlanet has just joined something quite impressive. So when we get to that news, I'll reveal it next. And it's also the first Asian company, so a company based out of Japan, to do this in the US market space. We're also then going to be talking about Standard Chartered Bank, the multinational, essentially British bank, has just done something amazing, achieving something amazing in the blockchain essentially atmosphere. Then we're going to be talking about SBI on tonight's live as well. SBI Digital Markets and UBS have partnered with a new essentially crypto project to do some revolutionizing things. I'll reveal which crypto project that is once we get to the news. And then we're going to talk about Van Eck on tonight's live as well. Van Eck has endorsed one particular crypto asset. Once we get to that news, I'll reveal which one it is. We're also going to talk about on tonight's live regarding central banks, because a lot of central banks are also preparing to go for rate cuts. It's not just the US that we're waiting on for the next rate cut. Every single central bank pretty much around the world is getting ready for their next rate cut. So we're going to go through those reports, and we're going to go through some other basis reports on essentially each candidate, what they bring to the table in terms of the market space, the oil space, the gold space, the silver space, the crypto space, the stock markets in general. Reports and feedbacks and data essentially is what we're going to be going through on tonight's live, and the international monetary essentially perspective on the matter as well. We're also going to go through on tonight's live regarding the matters of Switzerland. The Swiss city of Laguna has just launched the third digital bond, which is actually quite revolutionary. Once we get to the news, I'll reveal what I mean. So those are the news topics we're going to go through on tonight's live. We're going to go through perspectives, data reports, and rate cuts from major central banks around the world, perspectives from institutions, banks, CEOs, executives, all about the market space, all about the elections, and then Switzerland news to go through as well, Japan news to go through as well, Van Eck news to go through, partnership news to go through, and banking partnership as well to go through. So before we go through any of those news topics, I just want to say to everyone, welcome to the CMF Live. If you're watching this for the first time ever, welcome to the CMF Live. The CMF Live stands for Crypto Miles Family, and on this live show, every single night, I talk about the most recent news that's happening around the world in terms of cryptocurrency, CBDCs, AI, politics, regulations, vital information for you to know about regarding the world, completely transforming into a digital era. We also talk about the elections as well, because it's a very important fact. It's a very important topic right now, and politics applies quite a lot to every single market space. And we also do Q&As on this live as well, which means if you have any questions, don't be shy, put them down inside the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. The disclaimer of this live, as always, is not financial advice, not political advice, and whatever I say is only for entertainment purposes. So welcome to CMF Live Room. The live show has officially started, but before we go through the first news, which is regarding Wall Street and crypto investments, let's go inside the comment section first. Let's see what's going on in there, and then we go straight into the first news. Let's see where we were at. Elon cannot be president. He was born in South Africa, which is true. Elon was born in South Africa, which means essentially he can't run for president. However, laws can change. Always keep that perspective as well, especially if you have a president in place that can make that law happen. Good evening, Miles and CMF. Ring forever, good to see you as well. How you doing? But JB, good to see you as well. How you doing? T, hi, Miles and family. Good to see you as well. How you doing? Hi, brother Camel. Good to see you as well. How you doing? What up, man? What up, Miles and family? Hope all is well, though. Ray, good to see you as well, brother. How you been? How's things? Stormy, good to see you as well. How you doing? Hi, Miles and CMF. Let's go, Stormy. So, first topic on tonight's live is an interesting one. Good evening, Miles and CMF. Mike, good to see you as well. How you doing, Mike? How you been, brother? First topic on tonight's live is the crypto industry essentially surpassing Wall Street in terms of donations. So the big oil companies, which typically donate quite a lot to each presidential candidate, are not donating enough, because the crypto industry has surpassed Wall Street and big oil with $238 million in US 2024 election contributions. Crypto is the #1 contributor to presidential elections right now, not the oil companies or even Wall Street. The crypto industry has emerged as a dominant force in 2024 US presidential elections. The numbers have came in significantly outpacing other sectors and political donations. As the race for the White House essentially intensifies, Republican candidate Donald Trump and Democratic candidate Kamala Harris have attracted substantial contributions from diverse industries. Yet it's the crypto sector that has turned the heads. According to data from the Federal Election Commission, analyzed by essentially Fox Business and blockchain analyst platform Breadcrumbs, cryptocurrency donations have reached an unprecedented level of $238 million this essentially election cycle. This milestone underscores the sector's growing influence in American politics as it seeks a more favorable regulatory conditions. Additionally, this essentially election has seen a crypto sector surpass traditional heavyweights like the oil and gas industries and pharmaceutical companies as well, and even financial giants like Seattle in terms of political donations. Crypto donations have essentially surpassed oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, gas companies This is crazy. Moreover, of the $238 million in total, three major players, Coinbase, Ripple, and venture capital firm Anderson, are the ones that are essentially feeding into this donation. They're the heads right now, have collectively contributed $160 million, demonstrating the industry's commitment to securing a voice in Washington. This development signals an assault and a push from crypto leaders to shape US policies on digital assets and blockchain technology. Notably, $181 million of overall contributions come from crypto firms, supporters to the super PAC, with individual industry leaders like Ripple's co-founder Chris Larsen and Gemini Exchange founders Cameron contributing an additional $57 million to this super PAC. And furthermore, the crypto sector has surged and political donations indicates a clear message. The current regulatory framework does not align with the industry's needs. This substantial financial backing for pro-crypto candidates reflects an effort to drive policy changes that could benefit digital ecosystems. James Delamore, a research analyst from Breadcrumbs, emphasized that crypto essentially increasing influence reflects a strict push for regulatory environments and more cohesive to innovation movements. As the crypto industry grows, it appears poised to leverage its resources to advocate for clarity in laws governing digital assets. In addition, support from prominent figures from the finance world further highlights crypto's expanding reach in American politics. Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard, known for his essentially substantial Bitcoin investments, has also shown support for digital asset spaces, aligning for the broader crypto push for regulatory reforms. And similarly, such high-profile endorsements are leading credibility to the sector and drawing attention to the unique challenges and opportunities it presents. Crypto firms and industry advocates aim to create an environment that fosters innovation while maintaining consumer protection. That is incredible to hear, that crypto companies are essentially feeding into the super PAC. They have essentially outpaced it, the oil companies. The oil companies and the gas companies and the pharmaceutical companies are pretty much the number one donators when it comes to any sort of presidential candidates. Yes, we do also have Google and Facebook and so on the side, but the oil companies and pharmaceutical companies are pretty much running the show when it comes to a lot of donations. And crypto donations from the company of Ripple, Coinbase, and Howard's, all three of them have made so much donations that they've passed the donation level for oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, and gas companies. It really does show that they not only want to make a change when it comes to a presidential candidate, when it comes to crypto policies, but also they want to make a change in Congress, which is a vital part of this regulation policy. Yes, having a pro-president for cryptocurrencies is absolutely amazing. Having Donald Trump as the president of the United States will be the best thing ever, because he will make life so much more simpler for the crypto space, and the simplest way to say it. But Congress, in other words, needs to change as well. The politicians in Washington need to change their mindset as well. So it's great to see that crypto's donations are outpacing in every angle. Now, what we're going to talk about next is Bitwise. Bitwise's CIO talks about the impact of the US elections. Now, Bitwise's CIO did an interview, essentially a sit down, where he was asked multiple questions on how he thinks the market's going to be playing out. Now, what he said is very similar to what Bernstein said. Bernstein, as I reviewed yesterday, said that essentially Bitcoin will reach $200,000 by the end of 2025 is what they're estimating. No matter which presidential candidate is chosen, cryptocurrencies are still poised to make a move. They said, yes, with a Trump presidency, crypto will move a lot more faster. They said with essentially a Kamala Harris presidency, crypto will move slower, but it will still move, is what they're trying to say. Obviously, faster move will be so much better, but it will still move. So Bitwise's CIO has had similar views on that matter. The Bitwise CIO talks about the impacts of the US elections on cryptocurrencies, regardless of the results of essentially on cryptocurrencies. Bitwise's chief investment officer, Matt, remains optimistic about the long-term growth of cryptocurrencies, arguing essentially that crypto adoption will continue its upward trend and trajectory regardless of the outcome of the US presidential elections. Speaking about the impact of candidates, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris essentially said that Matt basically said, in the short term, a Trump win is better than a Harris win, which is facts. In the long term, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, stable coins will still thrive regardless of who wins, which is very similar to what Bernstein said. And a few other executives said the exact same thing. They said, yes, a Trump president will will make policies, regulations, and so on for cryptocurrencies move a lot more quicker. But they said, if we are stuck with essentially Kamala Harris, things will still move, just a little bit slower. Matthew Hugan also remarks contrast with more bearish sentiments expressed by some, essentially in the industry, who fear a Kamala Harris presidency could spell trouble for digital assets. Critics point to the enforcement records of Biden's appointee, Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) Chairman Gary Gensler, as evidence of Democrats' hostility towards crypto. Yes, it is true. The one man that is actually stopping cryptocurrency is not really Sleepy Joe, because Sleepy Joe's not all there. It is actually Gary Gensler, and he does still need to be removed, no matter how we go through it. Because yes, I see the perspective from Bernstein. I see the perspective from Matt, the CIO essentially of Bitwise, and a few other executives have had the exact same speech. It doesn't matter who wins, crypto will still thrive. It's all true. It is up to a certain extent. However, if Gary Gensler is still the SEC of the chair, essentially they're still chairman of the SEC, it's not only going to move slow, but it's going to move with difficulty. So yes, crypto will move. If we are stuck with Kamala Harris, crypto will move. But it's going to move with a lot more difficulty, because if Gary Gensler is still going to be the chairman of the SEC, then that's just another 4 years of hell. But yes, crypto will move, but 4 years of hell, of just major difficulties, random lawsuits, and so on. But with a Trump presidency, no more lawsuits, policies, regulations, move forward. So I see the perspectives, because there's a lot of executives coming out giving perspectives on the matter. On, it doesn't matter who wins, crypto will still move. Yes, it will still move. But please, detail on how it's going to move. Trump, it will move so much more faster. Kamala will move slow, but with major difficulties of random lawsuits that will probably still continue. Nick Carter, co-founder of Castle Island Ventures, voiced his concerns on social media, saying that if he wins, US crypto is finished. The crypto industry has essentially provided unprecedented financial support to both candidates to the lead up to the November 5th elections, but many crypto advocates are hoping for a Trump victory. Matt Hugan highlighted historical data since 2020 elections, noting that the price of Bitcoin has increased by 408% in the past 4 years. During this time, crypto trading volumes on decentralized exchanges and the Chicago exchanges have increased by 1,000%, while the supply of stablecoins has increased by approximately 4,400%. Again, true. A lot of people are bringing charts out and saying, look, Bitcoin essentially, in every presidency, even with the struggles of regulations and policies, Bitcoin still moved higher and higher and higher. True. What about the altcoins? Because in this particular run that we had, there's been 100 lawsuits from the SEC. Yes, it is true. The essentially Chicago exchange, the 2020 elections, and so on, 408% of Bitcoin going up, yes. Essentially 1,000% for Bitcoin in terms of exchanges, in terms of getting listed as an ETF, yes. What about the altcoins? Because as far as we know, there is 2 Solana ETFs that the SEC hasn't even looked at. There are 3 XRP ETFs SEC hasn't even looked at. And there are more ETFs and ETPs SEC hasn't even looked at. The only one they did look at so far right now is the Grayscale one. Why? Because they know Grayscale will sue them straight away. So everybody brings out the charts of no matter who wins, essentially crypto will still move. But the chart they normally use is just a Bitcoin chart and go, look, crypto still moves. Bitcoin moves. What about the rest? The rest are being sued by the SEC. Solana is still being considered a security by the SEC. So is XRP, even though it isn't. And so is many other cryptocurrencies. There is 100 lawsuits. I don't understand why people overlook the facts and just display some facts. Display all the facts. So yes, things will move, whoever wins, but with one of them, it's going to move with lawsuits and major difficulty. The question you have to ask yourself when you look at the essentially statistics above is whether they will continue, Matt said. From where I sit, the answer is very clearly yes. In October, Matt retreated his 2023 predictions that Bitcoin would trade above $80,000 in 2024. He added that this outlook is a contingent of three conditions. Democrats do not capture the House, Senate, and presidency. The Fed must make two more essential rate cuts by the end of the year, and the industry must avoid significant black swan events. Matt Hugan also warned that the full Democratic surge could embed essentially factions within the party that particularly critical of the crypto sectors. However, he maintained a positive outlook, saying even that essentially in that scenario, I would buy the dip. While Hugan essentially refrained from making a clear election prediction, Bitwise has been prepared with regulatory filings, filing for an ETF application for both Solana and XRP with the SEC. It's interesting because Matt, CIO, Chief Investment Officer of essentially Bitwise, is saying no matter who wins, we're still good. But under the current administration that we're in right now, which is the Biden administration, which is Kamala Harris, how's the filing going for Bitwise? Because as far as I'm aware, the SEC hasn't even looked at the Bitwise filings for both Solana and XRP ETFs. I've seen so many tweets, so many people making videos. The markets will move either way. It doesn't matter. The markets will move. Whoever wins, Bitcoin will still, the markets will move no matter who, essentially which candidate, if Trump wins or Kamala wins, crypto markets will still move. And then they always, essentially, every single video that I've seen so far, they all display the Bitcoin chart and go, look, Bitcoin's still moving higher and higher. What about the altcoins? When it comes to crypto, you can't just say, well, crypto is moving when you only look at Bitcoin. It's like me saying, well, the automotive industry is moving because Mercedes is doing well. What about BMW? What about Audi? What about Aston Martin? What about Bentley? What about Rolls-Royce? Do you see where I'm going with this? When people say, oh, well, look, crypto is moving, and they all show the Bitcoin chart and go, look, every election, crypto is moving. What about the rest? Because we can't just assume when we say the crypto market space and only see Bitcoin. There's a vast asset base there that everybody just overlooks and just displays the Bitcoin chart and goes, it doesn't matter who wins, we still go up. What about the 100 lawsuits that the SEC still has ongoing with altcoins? What about the ETFs they still haven't looked into? These are facts that people keep on leaving behind out of their videos. So yes, if Trump wins, great, amazing, absolutely amazing. If Kamala wins, we still will move, but with extreme difficulty and with lawsuits. Hopefully Trump wins. Otherwise, the lawsuits are going to increase. Now, before we go for the next news, which is regarding Michael Saylor, let's go inside the comment section first. Let's see what's going on in here. By the way, as I said, this is a live show, which means if you have any questions, put it down inside the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Let's see what's going on inside the comment section first. Austrian as a governor in the US. Go, Ernie. Long. Okay, let's see where we were at. We were here. Yeah. They have in greetings, Miles and CMF. Lena, good to see you. How you doing, Lena? How you been? As quiet as it kept Obama was not born in the US either, but he became a president. Researcher. It is true, yes. Austrians as a governor in the US, go Ernie. Skamala, get the hell out, is what TV said. Fiery said, do you think XRP will pump if Trump wins? The crypto market in general will pump if Trump wins. Not saying we were pumping to the moon, but the market will react in a positive way if Trump wins. However, if Kamala Harris wins, the market will react in a negative way and then do a 360 and slowly start moving on the upside. So the market's not going to crash if, unfortunately, Kamala Harris wins, but it will go on the downside for a bit before there's a 360 and comes back up. But if Trump wins, the markets will react in a positive way. And if we get rate cuts on top of that, cherry on top. Ahola Mouse, Mr. Mouse, and our family have been praying Trump, 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 Trump. Let's go Golden Dragon. Hi. And what's the stats looking right now? the CMF members from the US, what are we looking at right now in terms of the stats? What's the news saying over there? Who's in the victory lane right now? Is it still a essentially a 50-50 ratio type of situation, or is somebody in the lead? Hi, Miles and CMF family. It's time to turn on my CMF TV. Good to see you guys. Carl, good to see you. How are you doing? So, CMF members from the US, how's it looking over there? In terms of the elections, is it looking more on the Trump side or more on the Kamala side? Put down inside the comment section. Even the Miles and family, let's go America. Let's go Ian. Trump 2024, let's go Kels. Trump Save America 2024, let's go Stormy. Let's go Trump and a home. Go Dragon, let's go. Good evening, Miles. How is it going? Cal, it's going great. How's it going for you? I checked Kamala's Instagram page. 80% of her followers were supporting Trump. I'm talking about her followers. So if Trump loses the election, it's going to be the biggest fraud in history. Yeah, I agree with that. If he does lose the election, it's going to be the biggest, essentially, fraud, the biggest fraud in history, definitely. Roscoe says Trump as well. Ian says, and the beat goes on. Let's go, Ian. When is the final results, Miles? It's going to be around 10th or 11th. So in terms of, getting a final results in, it's not going to be tomorrow or the day after. It's going to be around the 10th or 11th in terms of, it's what's been estimated. Hi, Miles and CMF. George, good to see you. How you doing? So 10th or 11th of this month is when we're going to get an actual result. Is what's been estimated. Trump is in the victory lane. Let's go, Kerry. New Hampshire is the only state that is 50-50. Okay. Trump is leading 60% to Kamala's 30% popular vote. Amazing news. Thank you so much, Kerry, for that. Absolutely amazing news. Now, Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor advocates for Washington as the next Bitcoin capital. Now, we know for a fact Trump wants to make the United States the capital of the cryptocurrency world, the capital of Bitcoin, the capital of Bitcoin mining, and so on. Michael Saylor is behind this idea. So this is what he's advocating for. Michael Saylor, essentially the co-founder and former CEO of MicroStrategy, once again made waves on social media with his recent tweets envisioning Washington, D.C. as the Bitcoin capital. Posting essentially on the X platform just as the US election days commend. Michael Saylor shared an AI-generated image of himself sitting at the Capitol building steps, accompanied by the captions, "Make Washington the Bitcoin capital." The statement was bold and ambitious. It was made essentially as millions of Americans and crypto enthusiasts worldwide kept their focus on the elections, impact on the future regulations. Michael Saylor's essentially tweet is not an isolated instance. The tech entrepreneur has consistently voiced his supports for Bitcoin, often sharing Bitcoin-themed messages and daily essentially posts, and typically reaching to a vast audience to seek essentially and advocate for the potential of Bitcoin to reshape financial policies. By publishing this message on the election day, Michael Saylor timing underscores his beliefs that the US leaderships could essentially be a pivotal in Bitcoin's future and the broader adoptions. Michael Saylor's statements has intensified discussions on how cryptocurrency policies might shape the U.S. economy landscapes as the U.S. elections essentially proceed forward. In his tweets, he generated significant interest, especially among those who view Bitcoin as a vehicle of essentially financial instruments. By placing his message on the critical day, Michael Saylor affirms that Bitcoin could play the central role in the U.S. governance and policy formations. Michael Saylor's tweets arrives at a strategic moment, as these eyes of crypto holders worldwide remain fixed on the potential outcomes of the US elections. For Bitcoin supporters, this post essentially serves as a call to see Washington align itself with essentially the cryptocurrency innovation space. Whether his vision gains traction or not, Michael Saylor's advocacy remains a focal point for those who are hoping to see a stronger alignment between cryptocurrencies and US policies in the years ahead to come. Bitcoin's price movements over the 24 hours shows an overall uptrend starting around $67,000, $67,650. Bitcoin experienced a brief dip, but gradually climbed throughout the day, reaching a peak of $70,000 before settling around $69,460. This essentially steady rise is reflected in the 2.66 increase from the day, with a significant trading volume of $46.9 billion, by up essentially 22.16%, and the current market cap of Bitcoin still stands around $1.37 trillion. So Michael Saylor essentially is advocating for a Washington, essentially Bitcoin capital. It's possible, not with Kamala, but it's possible with Trump. Trump does want to make essentially Bitcoin the capital of the United States, Bitcoin mining capital of the United States, cryptocurrency capital of the United States. And I do believe he will achieve that. It is Trump. He does whatever he wants, which is why everybody likes him. Unlike other politicians that, essentially say one thing and do the other thing, Trump says it, does it. That's why everybody likes him. And here's the thing. Michael Saylor's tweet was one of the indicators and one of the reasons why the market started to pick up slightly after essentially Michael Saylor's tweets. So the market started reacting positively because of Michael Saylor's tweeting that Washington, D.C. essentially should be the capital of Bitcoin. Now, the guy does move the market space, to be fairly honest, only on Bitcoin, but it does move the market space. Trump 0, Harris 0 from CNBC. Trump, fight, is what Stormy says. Polls close in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Polls have closed. Thank you, let me know, Ian. Now, will the US elections change crypto? Maybe, but TradeFi giants are likely to plow ahead regardless, which is also true, again, up to a certain extent. Global markets are jittery as traders watch the US elections. For crypto, a big, essentially unanswered question is whether the results might persuade the giants of finance to curtail or ramp up their ambitions for the industry. Several experts CoinDesk spoke with agreed that regardless of the outcomes, TradeFi is unlikely to back away from crypto, which is true 100%. So the companies that are right now inside the crypto space, in terms of essentially BlackRock, or essentially Franklin Templeton, or Goldman Sachs, or Standard Chartered Bank, or HSBC, and the list just goes on of major establishments, the companies that are already inside the crypto space, they're not going to be going away. It is facts, without a doubt. No matter which one is chosen, they're not going to be going away. Again, one of them will be causing speed bumps alongside, while the other candidate, Trump, will just be smooth sailing for cryptocurrencies. But yes, the big, ginormous financial institutions are not going to be backing away. So CoinDesk essentially did an interview with several CEOs to get their matters in, to see what their responses are, how they think the market's going to be playing out. And this is essentially what the CEOs have been saying, the vice presidents of these scenarios have been saying. Crypto traders are betting that Donald Trump winning a second term as president would be positive for the digital price, at least in the short term, and victory by Vice President Kamala Harris would be negative. Large financial institutions, however, seem to be looking past that action in markets and viewing the elections as a temporary catalyst that won't derail the adoption of crypto and blockchain technology over the long haul, which is true. Adoption of digital assets at the institutional level will very much continue globally, no matter essentially who wins the elections, said Philip, the executive director of Identity.com, a non-profit organization providing decentralized identity verifications. Aimed at essentially leading up to Tuesday's elections, it's been easy to overlook several positive developments on that front. This week, SWIFT, the TradeFi interbanking messaging system, partnered with UBS and Chainlink to test and allow digital asset transactions to settle with fiat payment systems across more than 11,500 financial institutions in over 2 countries and territories. Meanwhile, Citigroup and Fidelity's International developed a proof of concept and on-chain money market fund that includes a digital foreign exchange swap. So they're setting out examples of things that have happened so far inside the crypto space that are all major events for the essentially crypto space and the corporate space. That's just essentially this week, building on many other similar stories this year. The point is, firms such as SWIFT and Citigroup would be unlikely to announce such things if they feared this week's elections were likely to kill these innovations. It's not going to kill them in any sort of a way. As I said, it will continue forward. Crypto will continue forward no matter who wins. One with speed bumps, the other one smooth sailing. That said, there is a catch. The question isn't whether the election will essentially result will stop the adoption, it's whether it will affect the timing, which is the key factor here. The key word here being affecting the timings. It's pretty clear to me that the outcome of the elections will have a significant impact on the pace of such adoption, said essentially the director of this company, Identity.com. If Trump were to win, I think we'd see a flurry of new ETFs inside the United States for a wider variety of digital assets. True. If Trump wins, Gary Gensler is fired, we're going to finally get XRP ETFs, Solana ETFs, Chainlink ETFs, AVAX ETFs is what we're going to be getting if we have a Trump presidency. We'd also see an acceleration in the use of stablecoins for payments. Very true. Along with more and more corporations incorporating digital assets in a way or another into their movements. Also true. Echoing his sentiments, Marcus, the co-founder of XYO Network, the world's first blockchain essentially or coral network, said if pro-crypto candidates win out in these elections, then we would essentially see not only a broader institutional adoption in the United States, but also in international organizations like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank really warming up to crypto in a way that we just haven't seen yet. On the other hand, a Harris win may slow down the pace of adoption due to a more restrictive regulatory regime. The Biden administration that she served in essentially since 2021 has intended to be highly restrictive on crypto. If Kamala Harris were to win, I still think institutional adoption would happen, but it would happen more gradually, said essentially Levin, the CEO and director of this company. Coming around to crypto, including Harris herself, which means it will just take more time for growing this democratic support for the industry to have material impact on a broader crypto market space. Stephen went on to say, however, has a essentially slightly different take on the potential Harris win. He thinks that the price of Bitcoin and Ethereum would be fine under her presidency, given that both assets have already been allowed to back up their assets with ETFs inside the United States. Where it might be troublesome and potentially harm the pace of institutional adoption is how the Democrats will treat other digital assets, which is facts. Because Bitcoin and Ethereum are in the clear. They have their ETFs. The rest is where the issue lies in right now, the rest of the crypto assets. He said, I worry that altcoins could tank if Kamala Harris is chosen. He said, I say this because there is a decent chance that those like Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Gary Gensler would be empowered under Kamala Harris's administration. And essentially, in turn, a number of digital assets might continue to face intensive regulatory scrutiny. In such a scenario, adoption at an institutional level inside the United States would likely be slowed and restricted, which is exactly what I said, and every single person making a video has not said, because they all show you the Bitcoin charts and says Bitcoin goes up no matter who's chosen. Look at the presidential races so far. What about the altcoins, the 100 lawsuits, the ETFs that are not being looked into by the SEC? Both points resonate. It wasn't long ago that crypto industries was drowning in not only essentially unrelated crypto winter, but also an intense regulatory crackdowns. In the wake of the FTX spectacular explosion, many wondered whether something dubbed the Operation Choke Point 2.0, an alleged coordinated effort by Biden administration to cut the crypto industry off from the United States banking sector, was in action. Many industry players took their businesses outside of the US and set up shop overseas. It wasn't until essentially recently that after Trump's endorsements of the industry this year, that this sentiment started to shift slowly among the Democrats, leading to a softer stance on the sector because of Trump. However, Gary Gensler will continue to remain a question mark for the Democrats. Giving his tough stance on crypto despite the call for his replacement, even if the Democrats win essentially the votes. Hoping, I mean, look, the only thing that I mainly care about is Gary Gensler becoming jobless. And there is only one person that can make this happen, it's Trump. Trump is the only person that can make Gary Gensler jobless. But yes, in this scenario, Gary Gensler is the question mark. If Trump wins, he's fired. But what happens if the worst case scenario is Kamala Harris wins? Question mark is Gary Gensler still going to have a job? Also, large institutions crave regulatory clarity, which is true. A lot of large institutions don't like to operate in gray areas. Operating in gray areas, the end result is a massive fine. which a lot of corporations, it's the reasonings why they don't like to operate in gray areas. So if Harris wins, the uncertainty around how she really feels about crypto might make them a bit cautious about their exposure to the industry. The current market data suggests that institutional investors are particularly sensitive to the regulatory clarities, and that the Harris administration will need to change their historical stance to provide the predictability they seek, said Brian, the CEO of the Off-Chain Capital. Institutional adoption under Kamala Harris would follow a more conventional path, with an emphasis on compliance and integration with existing financial infrastructures, he added. Noting that a Trump win, on the other hand, will catalyze the more dramatic market news going forward. With election results coming in the hours or days ahead, it's easy to get bogged down in the short-term debates around how the outcomes will change the crypto landscapes. However, zooming out, it's worth noting that despite market turbulence and market conditions and regulatory roller coasters, the digital asset industry has continued to advance and gain not just more crypto supporters, but the attention of giant traditional institutions. Also true. The value of crypto to the bank or the unbanked continues to drive innovation in providing better financial services to those who are otherwise wouldn't have any sort of access to them. As put by Michael Casey, CoinDesk former chief content officer, who is now the chairman of the Decentralized AI Society. He said, these shorter-term fluctuations on the market miss the bigger picture of what's at stake in terms of the place that blockchain technology should occupy in the evolution of technology that's impacting our lives. So, I think that was the best perspective I've seen so far from a CEO by a mile. Because the other CEOs and executives, or even Bernstein, that have came out essentially and said, the market could go this way or that way. It doesn't matter who wins. We're still going to go and do well for ourselves and so on. Every single one of them has only shown the Bitcoin charts, as I said. But this one is a bit more comprehensive. He went into a bit more detail on that. Unfortunately, if we do get stuck with Kamala Harris, there's going to be a lot of speed bumps, a lot of lawsuits, and time is going to be moving very slow for the crypto space, but it will still move. Whereas Trump presidency, it's just the crypto space is just going to fly forward in terms of policies, regulations, and so on. And it is because the man has endorsed crypto a lot. And he did say he's coming out with the regulations in terms of cryptocurrencies. He's firing Gary Gensler and so on. He's doing all the things that we need in the crypto space. But definitely the best perspective I've seen so far from any executive or CEO. A very honest and very comprehensive perspective. Now, moving away from that interview that was done by CoinDesk. There's so many interviews right now being done. Every CEO or executive board member from a blockchain company is doing an interview right now. With CoinDesk, with Bloomberg, with CNBC, with Fox Business, with so many news channels right now. There's a lot of CEOs and executive board members from blockchain companies doing interviews right now. And every single one of them has similar perspectives, or there's one or two that have very different perspectives. Now, moving away from that to Metaplanet. Metaplanet was essentially a Japanese company. Actually, before I go into Metaplanet, let's go inside the comment section first. Let's see what's going on there, and then we talk about Metaplanet, because Metaplanet has just joined the American market space. But before we go through that news, let's go inside the comment section first. And by the way, I just want to say, because I didn't say at the beginning of the live, and I'm sorry I didn't say at the beginning of the live, I keep on getting notifications on X that people are liking and retweeting the live. So thank you so much to everyone right now who's watching on X and who's liking and retweeting the live and putting a comment outside on X. Thanks so much to everyone on YouTube who's watching right now and putting a like on the video as well. I forgot to say that at the beginning, sorry everyone, but I'm getting notifications on X as well. Thank you for everyone that's putting a retweet and a like and a comment outside on the X video right now. Now, going inside the comment section. Kamala won essentially Vermont, Trump 8, Kamala 3 up to now. Okay. Mav, good to see you as well. How you doing? How you been? Trump 8 so far, Kamala 3. Okay. Georgia is a very important swing state. Key state to watch. Trump has 19 electoral votes. Kamala has 3 electoral votes. Hi, Miles and family. Got my voting today. Let's pray for the good outcome. Let's go, Chief. And by the way, this is a live, which means if anybody has any questions, go through inside the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Mr. Miles, oh, okay, I forgot to read this one. One journalist interviewed Trump, and the interview got 5.5 million views within 5 days. And the same journalist interviewed Kamala and only got 700,000 views after 2 weeks. Not many interested in Kamala. That's also good to hear as well. Let's go, Miles. Happy election day, Parker. Let's go. Mr. Miles, how about this Trump coin? Is it a good one? As much as I respect Trump as a businessman and even as a next president of the United States, crypto projects by candidates or celebrities is not really what I'd be aiming for. As I've said previously, when it comes to a crypto project, for me, it's not about who's endorsing the crypto project. It's about the contracts and the essentially licensings they have to operate within whatever field they're operating in. And this particular crypto project doesn't have any licensings or any sort of major contracts in play and developments in play. So because of those reasons, it's not a project for me to enter in. But if anybody else wants to look into the, essentially the World Liberty Financial Project, by all means, take a look at it. But the project so far is not for me. Mainly because, as I said, for me, the most important factors when it comes to a crypto project is it going to be here in 5 years' time? Who's it working with in terms of contracts, banks or institutions? And does it have the correct licensings to operate? That's all that matters to me. It doesn't really matter to me who's endorsing this crypto project. It could be a politician, a president, or a celebrity. I couldn't care less. Is it going to be here in 5 years' time, this crypto project? Does it have the correct licensings? And who's it working with? That's all that matters with me in terms of contracts. So it's not really a project for me, I would have to say. But I respect the man as a president, as a businessman, everything else. Happy Pisces, good to see you as well. How you doing? How you been? So that's what I would say to that, Ruth. It seems as Kamala is winning in Georgia at this time. Let's go carry for the updates. Trump needs to win Georgia. Okay, Trump is up 19-3. Let's go, JP. We need Georgia to win. We need Georgia to win. Is repost the same as retweet on X? Yes. Repost is the same as retweet on X. I was able to vote today too, where was debating to vote at all, but we ended just doing it. I know might even matter. It will definitely matter. Everyone's vote essentially counts. As long as they don't manipulate the results. But everyone's vote counts. Just genuinely hoping they don't manipulate the results. Because there is no way in hell, genuinely, there is no way in hell that Kamala has more supporters than Trump. Genuinely no way in hell. So it's not possible for him to lose. If he does, I don't buy it. And I'm not even American. I'm not even an American. I'm a British person. I'm Persian. I'm from the UK. And I won't buy it either because he has a lot more support, not just inside the United States, but even worldwide support in terms of people, retail section. I just won't be able to buy it. So it's definitely going to be some sort of manipulation scenario if he loses. Now, major win for Metaplanet is what we're talking about next. I loved your post on X. Well said. Let's go, JP. I think Elon Musk was live on X for the first time. Let's go. Chosen for letting me know as well. Now, Metaplanet. Metaplanet is an important company right now because MSTR, MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor started a trend a very long time ago by buying Bitcoin and adding it to his company's essentially portfolio. And he did this for a very long time. And since then, a lot of companies worldwide have copied the exact blueprint MicroStrategy has left behind. Buy Bitcoin, no matter what the price is, and put it in your portfolio. A lot of companies in Canada, and some companies in South Korea, and some companies in Asian countries, and essentially a lot of companies follow these footsteps. And one of those companies was Metaplanet, a Japanese company, who was also on the Japanese stock exchange. And Metaplanet started buying Bitcoin no matter what the price was. They would just throw a couple of $1 million into it whenever they could, within a weekly basis or a monthly basis, how much ever they could. Why I'm sharing you this is because when the Metaplanet essentially news was announced a while ago, I revealed that Metaplanet is doing this. But this is actually good for exposure for the Asian market space and the Western market space, because a major win for Metaplanet as it joins CoinShares index. What this means for investors: Metaplanet, the Tokyo-based early-stage investment firm, has been adding to its CoinShares blockchain global equity index. This big news for the company as it joins the ranks of the biggest players in the blockchain space, and it reaffirms its disciplined Bitcoin accumulation strategy to increase shareholder value. This is in line with Metaplanet's mission to lead in the digital finance and opens up more investor interest and broad visibility across Asia and beyond. The Block Index is a top-tier benchmark essentially managed by CoinShares, Europe's largest digital asset investment firm. It tracks the performance of 45 public companies involved in the development and deployment of blockchain and crypto solutions. With this addition, Metaplanet is now joining the ranks of MicroStrategy. The same market space that MicroStrategy is operating in is now where Metaplanet is operating in. Galaxy Digital Holdings, Meta, and Coinbase. For Metaplanet, this is a validation of its position in the digital asset structure and reputation in the blockchain space. Why is this important? Why does this have any sort of relevance? Well, Metaplanet was a company in Japan that wasn't doing too well at all. Their stocks weren't doing any sort of decent prices. And if the company continued that way, it could have went bankrupt somewhere down the road. One day, Metaplanet decides to get involved inside the crypto space, starting with Bitcoin. And then they saw a company by the name of MicroStrategy doing these movements. So they started following their footsteps. And Metaplanet's stocks went through the roof. Week by week, month by month, it was just doing higher numbers. From a company that wasn't doing too well to a company that's now standing alongside MicroStrategy. Why is this important? Because more companies inside the corporate sector are going to look at these companies. Look at a company like MicroStrategy. Essentially, they're going to be looking at Metaplanet and going, well, if they're doing it, why can't we? This is just going to bring more eyes on the blockchain space. It's going to bring eyes on Bitcoin, but bringing eyes on Bitcoin brings also eyes on the blockchain space. So that's why it's actually important in a way. And corporates do tend to follow each other. So if there are companies out there right now that are basically struggling to get inside the market space, or even medium-sized companies or large corporations, they would look at these types of companies coming out of the woodworks, out of nowhere, and ranking next to MicroStrategy, a company that wasn't doing too well, which makes those companies go, maybe we should get involved in blockchain. Based in Tokyo, Metaplanet has been growing as one of Japan's top blockchain and early-stage investment players. By joining Block Index, Metaplanet is expanding its presence in the Asian market space and aims to attract international investors. Looking to get exposure to Asia's digital finance, Simon, the CEO of Metaplanet, said, "This is a big step for Metaplanet as we move into the digital finance era. We're happy to be a part of CoinShares Block Index and to be alongside the world's top companies innovating blockchain." Metaplanet's strategy essentially fits perfectly with Asia's digital asset and blockchain adoptions. Governments and financial institutions across the region are getting more interested in blockchain. And that creates a great environment for companies like Metaplanet to innovate and scale themselves. Within essentially the index block, and all credibility that comes with it, Metaplanet attracts investors looking to get into the Asian market space and growing their market cap. One of Metaplanet's key strategies has been to accumulate Bitcoin as a part of its treasury. This has been essentially growing over the last year, and recently Metaplanet revealed 1,108 Bitcoins in its treasury, valued at around $69 million. This includes a big purchase the last few months, 600 BTC last month alone. In September, Metaplanet brought 156 Bitcoins for around $10 million, showing it's building a Bitcoin-focused portfolio that matches its vision of digital assets. Absolutely amazing. Because more companies are now going to be looking at Metaplanet and going, if Metaplanet can do it, why can't we? Even the larger companies, we're going to start looking at companies like Metaplanet and go, Metaplanet went from a company that wasn't doing too well in the Japanese market space to a company right now listed and ranked alongside MicroStrategy because they did one crucial step: get involved in blockchain. Now, Standard Chartered Bank is what we're going to be talking about next. But before we go through Standard Chartered Bank news, let's go inside the comment section first. As I said, this is a live, which means if you do have any questions, don't be shy. Put them down inside the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. So let's go inside the comment section first, and then move straight into the next news. We've already won it. Let's go, JP. Apparently, there's been massive cheating in Philadelphia. Ian, thank you so much for letting me know about that. The cheating part and the corrupt part is what the issue is. Every single online poll has Trump winning. He doesn't win, it's rigged. Yeah, honestly, if he doesn't win, it is rigged. Let's go, baby. Make America great again. Make the world great again. Trump 2024. Trump takes the lead in Georgia, 51% to 48%. This election is certainly going to be one to remember for many reasons. Let's go. Shelly, thank you so much for coming. Yep. Definitely. It's definitely going to be one to remember. It's definitely going to be one to remember. Now, Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank International essentially complete blockchain-based SGD settlements. The British multinational bank, Standard Chartered Bank, in a collaboration essentially with Ant International, successfully conducted liquidity transfers denominated in Singaporean dollars. Banks right now are doing a lot of test payments. A lot, because 2025 is when there's going to be a launch of CBDCs. With Brazil CBDC, Russian Ruble CBDC, India expanding on their CBDCs, the Japanese, there's a lot of CBDC movements going to be happening essentially. And the Middle Eastern countries in terms of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, they're also going heavy on that matter as well. And this is one of the examples of what banks are doing right now. And this example is Standard Chartered Bank. So Standard Chartered Bank, in collaboration with Ant International, successfully conducted liquidity transfers denominated in the Singaporean dollars through Ant International blockchain's based whale platform, according to Asian bankers. The report, which essentially was published today, detailed that Standard Chartered Bank integrated Ant International's whale platform to improve the efficiencies and transparencies of fund transfers between bank accounts. This Ultra Group liquidity management aimed to optimize Ant's international treasuries, operations for cross-border transactions, enhancing overall financial processes. Commenting on the developments, Masakin, global head of cash management at Standard Chartered Bank, highlighted the transformative impact of blockchain, stating that the technology is revolutionary in terms of treasury management. He expressed satisfaction essentially with the bank's early adoptions, emphasizing his commitments to enabling clients to harness the extensive benefits and essentially what blockchain offers, and went on to say, our collaboration with Ant International brings us closer to our goal of providing real-time 24/7 transparent and secure liquidity flows for our clients. Just from perspective, Singapore, in terms of regulations and policies, is pretty much ranked #1. Kevin Lee, essentially the head of platforms tech and Ant International, noted after the successful blockchain test settlements in Hong Kong and in Singapore, he expressed optimism about building a past achievement, stating that we hope to build a momentum of previous collaborations and continue developing new solutions to make global liquidity management even more seamless and secure for businesses around the world. This announcement comes after Standard Chartered's recent test settlements of Hong Kong's denominated transactions with Ant International. The two companies actively participate in Hong Kong's monetary authorities and Examples sandbox. Since May 2024, both firms have contributed as part of their Project Examples, architecture and commodities and communities, collaborating on industry standards and design of implementation of a sandbox which explores tokenization use cases. Ant International has also engaged in the sandbox on developing of two specific use cases through its blockchain-based whale platform. Ant International does not have a token in any sort of a way. If anybody's thinking of going for Ant International, because Ant International is working with quite a lot of banks behind the scenes, and but you can wait for them if they want to go IPO. So keep that on. Especially if you are someone that trades on the crypto market and the stock market, you can keep Ant International on your books just in case whenever they do decide to go IPO. It is a blockchain firm that's working with quite a lot of banks to get essentially the terms of transparency and liquidity levels. Now, and that one particular source that I just shared you, they're working with Standard Chartered Bank, which is massive for them. Now, what we're going to be talking about next is SBI. SBI, UBS, and Chainlink is what we're going to talk about next. But before we go through that, let's go to the comment section first. Once again, this is a live, which means if you do have any questions, put them down to the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Hello, Miles. How are you doing today? Scott, good to see you as well. How you doing? How you been? Hello to my CMF. I hope that you had a good day. Sorry I'm sorry for being late. Just awake from a nap. No problem, Scott. Good to see you, brother. How you doing? Trump 23, Kamala 3. Let's go. Shelly, thank you so much for the updates. Share the live. Let's go, Scott, as well. What's up, brother CMF? Let's go, Billo. How you doing, brother? Good night, Miles and Crypto Family. How you doing, William? Good to see you as well, William. Who is winning so far? Trump. Shelly, thank you so much for the updates. Trump is winning so far. Hello to my CMF on YouTube, Scott. Let's go. Today on X. Now, SBI. SBI Markets and UBS partner to revolutionize tokenized funds with Chainlink. Chainlink's cross-chain interoperability protocol, CCIP, has been used to pilot successfully a new venture between SBI Digital Markets and UBS Management. Simplifying tokenized fund operations across many blockchain networks and financial systems is the goal of this creative trial. At the US, essentially $63 trillion, the mutual fund sector is positioned to improve transparency and operational efficiencies with this advancement. SBI Digital Markets has renewed its participation in the Monetary Authority of Singapore in terms of Project Guardian for their pilot testings. This initiative includes the fixed income and asset and wealth management pilots. Through these efforts, SBI, essentially UBS, aims to foster commercial adoption of tokenized securities. The company is actively constructing a comprehensive framework for essentially distribution of these securities. These frameworks connect regulated and digital asset exchanges across multiple jurisdictions. Winston, the CEO of SBIDM, emphasizes the importance of regulated frameworks. He states that the focus is on creating a seamless flow for tokenized securities. From tokenization to distribution, SBID has implemented workflows for essentially effective cross-border networks. They enable both traditional and tokenized issuance, ensuring all investors' needs are met. The pilot also showcases SBIDM's collaboration with UBS Asset Management. This partnership leverages smart contracts for automating fund subscriptions and redemption workflows by adapting essentially interoperability architecture. SBDIM enhances transparencies and reduces operational cost. This streamlines essential interaction and benefits distributors, fund issuers, and administrators alike. Chainlink is being used for test purposes right now between these two companies in a digital sandbox manner. Additionally, SBIDM also developed a digital transfer agent smart contract. This essentially tokenization enables cross-chain communication with tokenized funds and contracts. Leveraging Chainlink's essentially CCIP, the pilot successfully demonstrated the efficiency of smart contracts. This unlocks a fundamental shift in the operation landscape of mutual fund industries. SBIDM plans to launch its regulated end-to-end framework in the next 2 months. This first product is followed by offerings of intellectual properties and commodities. This also, in terms of luxury items, is what they're going to be doing for their tokenized funds to start off with as a tiptoeing into the market space. This initiative marks a significant step towards a broadening adoption of tokenized financial instruments. If you are somebody right now who's holding onto Chainlink, that is amazing news for Chainlink. If you are holding onto Chainlink right now, SBI essentially and UBS coming together for Chainlink testings in the CCIP. So far, testings were successful in that digital sandbox. So if you're someone who's holding Chainlink, that's amazing news. Now, $23-3. JP, Shelly said the same thing. But thank you for letting me know as well, JP. So far, Trump is basically, he's in the win. Trump is basically in the win. Because it can't be possible. There's no way in hell it's possible that Kamala Harris wins. It's just not possible. It's good to see Trump's winning. Now, Van Eck. Van Eck has just launched the first ever Python network ETN in the European market space. Now, Python is also one crypto project that I shared a very long time ago, alongside TIA and Ondo, when they first launched. Van Eck has launched its latest exchange-traded nodes. The Van Eck essentially Python ETN. European investors can use this to essentially track the Python network's token without purchasing or custody of any sort of digital assets. The PYTH ETN will be listed on the Euronext Amsterdam and Euronext Paris and available in 15 European countries, including Germany, France, Italy, and Sweden. It is quite odd, very, very odd, that Van Eck decided to launch a PYTH ETN, but hasn't launched essentially a Chainlink version, or hasn't essentially launched a AVAX ETN, or there's so many crypto projects out there that have a lot of contracts, a lot of partnerships, a lot of deals happening for them. But Van Eck chose Python network essentially to launch as an ETN from all these crypto projects. The Python network essentially is a decentralized Oracle system that enables smart contracts to securely conduct on off-chain essentially calculations, linked to other blockchain networks and revive their data from the real world. The PYTH token, essentially an internal coin, serves as the foundation for the network's transactions. Investors have indirect exposure to PYTH from the European market spaces very soon. Market movements through the Van Eck, essentially PYTH ETN, created to mirror the market vector PYTH network VWAM, WAP, close index, which is relatively close to the price of PYTH's token itself. The Van Eck PYTH ETN is fully categorized by the nature. Underlying assets essentially get acquired and securely store them in cold storage, supported by the Bank Frick, a regulated custodian based in Liechtenstein. The ETN will also bear a base of a fee of 1.5% and is expected to trade alongside other more traditional assets and become available to a broad audience interested in regulated digital asset products. The Python network ETN follows Van Eck's successful launchings of similar products, including Bitcoin and Ethereum ETNs. It is so random that Van Eck has chosen Python, but if you are holding Python network from a very long time ago, you're pretty much good to go. These products have consistently prioritized investor securities while providing exposure to the evolving crypto market space. Van Eck has continued expanding its digital asset offerings in Europe, launching a staking feature on Solana's ETN on the Deutsches Börse in October. The ETN incorporates staking rewards directly into the net asset values, allowing investors to earn passive income without technical staking requirements. In addition, the firm has also launched a Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs and recently submitted proposals to the SEC for Solana ETN and Solana ETF, further expanding its commitment to improving investors' access to blockchain-based assets. So, if you are someone that is holding Python network right now, their tokens, Van Eck has just launched Python network's tokens basically on the European Stock Exchange. 15 European countries are going to have access to Python's token. Not saying they're going to buy it, but still great exposure. But again, if you're holding it, good for you. I was holding it a very long time ago. Not anymore. I was holding it a very long time ago, but not anymore. I was holding it when it first launched, and I bought it for a bit, and But virtual trading, so no one owns any crypto. Basically, yes. When it's on the stock market, it's pretty much virtual trading. So if you have 700,000 Chainlink, you're in good shape. On the Chainlink news, probably, yeah. I got PYTH. Let's go JB Blaze. Then you're good to go. Vanek is endorsing that coin right now on the European Stock Exchange. 15 European countries are going to have access to that project. Now, central banks. There's going to be a lot of rate cuts happening worldwide. The UK rate cuts are on the way. Canada rate cuts are on the way. The US, most important rate cuts are on the way. Brazilian rate cuts, Italian rate cuts, French rate cuts, German rate cuts, Japanese rate cuts. I mean, you name it. Every country is about to go through rate cuts. And we're about to essentially go through the data of that. And every single rate cut that we do have on the market space, depending on the jurisdiction, will have a very positive impact on cryptocurrencies. Rate cuts are an indication, as I said previously, that an economy is not doing too good. If we have a rate cut, that means the economy is in terrible shape. Some view rate cuts as a good scenario because we're rate cutting. That means we're onto a better path. But it's also an indication that we're in a terrible economy, and that is why we're having rate cuts. Which is why when we do have rate cuts, the crypto market reacts in a positive way, because investors are pricing in rate cuts, which means they're hedging against it with alternative assets. The last rate cut we had, crypto went up when we had the rate cuts. So we're going to have a lot of rate cuts, and depending on each country, it will have a different impact on the market space. Some rate cuts might not even move the crypto market. Some rate cuts will. Central banks continue with rate cuts as the stakes are getting higher for the global economy. The biggest factor is still going to be presidential elections, but this rate cut scenario is genuinely like a cherry on top. Central banks across the globe are on high alert, essentially tweaking their interest rates to help the global economy dodge some of its heavy punches. This month, central banks in Canada, New Zealand, and the European Central Bank each decided to slash their rates. Canada and New Zealand are going to be cutting essentially their rates by 50 basis points each, while the European Central Bank went with 25 basis points. These are rate cuts that we're going to be looking forward to. European market space, 25 basis points is what they're looking at. The Canadian market space, 50 basis points. The New Zealand market space, 50 basis points. Japan held firm, keeping its rates unchanged, and the US Fed, along with the banks in Australia, Switzerland, Norway, and the UK, didn't even hold a rate-setting meeting this month. Now, everyone's wondering how long this cutting cycle will last and how deep the cuts will go. Emerging markets dive into rate cuts. The US elections is only adding to the suspense, with the Fed widely expected to drop rates by another 25 basis points on Thursday. The election outcomes could change things fast. Kamala Harris wins, it might mean a continuation of current policies, keeping growth and inflation steady in America. I'm not sure about the word steady, but that's what it says on the report. The rates have not been steady in America. No matter where you live in the Western countries, the rates have not been steady. You know how the report sees steady? So we had a spike in inflation, gas prices, oil prices, food prices, and agriculture prices, with a spike in every single price point you can think of, any market space. And now that spike has decided to balance out and go on one line. They're calling that one line steady. They're saying if Kamala Harris wins, the market will be steady, going just in one line. What about the spike before that one line? Apparently the spike didn't make it to the report, but that steady line did. But if Donald Trump essentially secures a victory, his tariffs and heavy approaches could fuel inflation and potentially limit the Fed's ability to ease rates further. Complete BS. I just want to point out, we are still going towards some sort of a recession. Now, Trump can maybe divert the recession from happening. Kamala definitely can't, but Trump might be able to divert the recession from happening. But we're going towards a very ginormous bubble, where if that ginormous bubble bursts, it will make the 2008 scenario crash look like it was nothing. And it's not, again, just the US that's going towards a ginormous bubble that's going to essentially pop at one moment in time. Every market space right now, the EU, essentially the UK, Canada, China, every market space right now is going towards a ginormous bubble. China decided to pump their market spaces for another 1.5 years so that bubble doesn't burst. France, they're very close to that bubble. Germany, also very close to that bubble. The UK is trying to keep their foot steady. The US can't burst that bubble now because it's election season and it makes Kamala Harris look bad. But after the elections are done, that bubble will essentially burst eventually somewhere down the road. And I said this previously as well, that if Trump wins, most likely they will crash the market on top of his head to make him look bad and make him go from the hero to the villain very quickly. Trump is entering once again into the boxing ring, you could say, with politicians. Politicians are the most corrupt and manipulative people on this planet. By Trump entering the boxing ring, once again, with these politicians, it means that these corrupt and manipulative politicians will do everything in their power to stop him, or if he does become president, everything in their power to make him look bad. The last time Trump became president of the United States, he did an excellent job. Genuinely. The last time Trump became president of the United States, he did an excellent job. 0 wars, inflation down. There was no wars of Russia, which means gas prices and oil prices weren't going through the roof as they are now. Everybody can afford groceries, everybody can afford homes, there was no wars, there was no brink of a World War III scenario happening. This man will fly out to countries like North Korea and shake Kim Jong-un's hand, put him in his place. So he did an excellent job as a president of the United States. He made NATO countries pay their share to the United States. He did an excellent job. But the news made him look terrible, and still do. So, just saying, Trump is entering into a boxing ring with the same people that tried to make him look bad once, and still are trying to make him look bad now. And they might collapse the market on top of his head. Even if Kamala wins, that bubble's still going to burst. But Trump might be able to divert it, but he's entering the boxing ring once again with the most corrupt people on this planet, politicians. But if Donald Trump essentially secures a victory, he's going to be limiting the Fed's ability. Good. Essentially, emerging markets didn't waste time either. Out of the 18 central banks across developing economies that held meetings on October 13th, and discussed essentially their rate setting agendas, 6 banks, including those in China, South Korea, Thailand, and the Philippines and Chile, cut their rates by 25 basis points each, while Colombia went for a 50 basis point rate cut. Russia, standing at a crowd of cutters, actually hiked rates by 200 basis points, citing different domestic pressures, while the essentially remaining 6 banks decided to hold rates steady. These essential moves have given a nice boost to emerging market bonds. However, as Gene Bullivant, the head of BlackRock investment institution, thinks, we think those rate cuts may be soon paused. Let's break it down. January rate cuts essentially across emerging markets have hit a whopping total of 1,710 basis points over 42 adjustments, leaving essentially last year's 945 basis points easing in the dust. On the other side, emerging markets have also seen a total rate of hikes reaching around 1,300 basis points this year as they try inflation under control. Also, just want to put in perspective regarding that bubble matter, Warren Buffett, he's not the only one, but major establishment institutions have sold off the majority of their stocks. 2 indications. when people like Warren Buffett sell off their stocks. Now, Warren Buffett, the last time he did this was 2 years before 2008. 2 years before 2008, a real estate crash, Warren Buffett sold off the majority of his stocks and held it in cash reserves. 2 years after, we had 2008 crash. And he wasn't the only one that did it. Michael Burry did it. So many other people did it. Once again, the beginning of this, essentially the mid-quarter 2 of this year, quarter 3, quarter 2 of this year is when Warren Buffett started selling off quite a lot of stocks and holding in cash reserves. Again, he wasn't the only one. It's almost like they're waiting for that bubble as well. The International Monetary Fund's inflation report brings a mixed bag. The International Monetary Fund came out with fresh reports on inflation this month, and it's clear that there's essentially both good and bad news from the IMF. First, the good news from the International Monetary Fund, it looks like the first fight against inflation is working. Mostly. Inflation rates have that essentially hit a crazy 9.4% year-on-year in quarter 3 2022, are expected to drop to 3.5% by the end of 2025, which is in line with the pre-pandemic, essentially pre-pandemic averages. If this holds, it's great news for central banks. It means that they can ease up on the monetary policies, but even with inflation coming under control, global economic risks are essentially nowhere close to fading. Tensions in the Middle East, commodities markets, instability, and conflicts in low-income and developing countries are already dampening growth prospects. But here's a twist. Despite all of these shocks, the global economy has been surprisingly resilient. The International Monetary Fund projected a growth for 2024 and 2025 holds steady at around 3.2%, while the US economy is expected to grow by 2.8% this year, then slow its potential rate by 2025. Advanced economies in Europe could see a minor growth bump next year, though this is hardly a huge recovery. Emerging and developing economies remain stable with the projected growth at around 4.2% for 2024 and 2025, bolstered by resilient performance in emerging Asia. So what's behind this inflation rollercoaster? The International Monetary Fund says on their new report, a mix of post-pandemic shocks, global demand surges, and commodity price spikes from the Ukraine war all came together to shoot the price up. Now on these situations, they're easing and demand seems to be cooling and inflation is coming back down. Labor market recovery has played a role too, with increasing immigration helping to improve labor supply, keeping inflation in check without forcing a big hit to the economy activity. Load of BS. The International Monetary Fund has basically said, with the level of high immigration in the US, the labor market is doing better because the US has so much immigration. How does that make sense? Because the people that are in the US are going to have difficulty finding jobs in the labor essentially space, in terms of labor jobs, because the immigrants that are coming across the border illegally, just want to point that out. Legal immigrants, perfectly fine. The illegal ones that come across the border, they're taking jobs away in the labor market from American citizens that might want to work inside the labor markets. But according to the International Monetary Fund, because of the high immigration inside the United States, the labor markets are doing better. What about the Americans that can't get jobs in the labor markets? The reason why the immigrants are getting the jobs is because they're willing to pay for, they're willing to get paid less, let's just say. But as the saying goes, didn't get too comfortable. Risks are still hanging around. The International Monetary Fund helps potential trouble from the regional conflicts and misguided trade policies and tight global financial conditions. They warn essentially that if central banks keep rates too high for too long, economic growth could stall and financial systems are already under strain, could face even more challenges and policy pivots. The International Monetary Fund reports and points to the triple essential pivots that could help stabilize the global economy. The first pivot, monetary easing, is already rolling out. Major central banks have begun trimming policy rates, aiming for neutral stance, while cooling labor markets with rate cuts are essentially providing some relief without triggering a sharp rise in unemployment. Those signs of raising jobless rates indicate that more adjustments might be needed to avoid an economic slowdown. Lower interest rates in advanced economies are good news for emerging markets as their currencies tend to strengthen against the dollar, reducing imported inflations. This step up could make it easier for those economies to tackle their own essentially inflation battles. Yet inflation in service remains stubbornly high in some emerging markets, promoting essentially a few to rate hikes once again to keep inflationary pressures in check. And essentially adding to the complexity, global supply chains remain a mess. Climate change, such as scenarios of health crisis and geopolitical tensions, are driving prices up and cutting down outputs, making it harder for central banks to control inflation. Even if inflation expectations are essentially steady now, the future looks very murky. The International Monetary Fund is warning that workers and businesses might start pushing back harder to protect their wages and profits if inflation starts to spike up again. The second pivot of fiscal discipline is all about stabilizing debt and building physical buffers. After years of loose spendings and policies, the International Monetary Fund says it's time to get serious about debt control. While lowering essentially the rates do reduce funding costs, that alone won't fix the problem. Many countries need to improve their primary balances or all their gaps between revenue and spendings without debt services. In the US and China, current fiscal plans are expected to stabilize debt, which is a red flag. But it's not just the big players. Many countries essentially appeared on track to control debt after the pandemic, and the cost of living crisis are showing signs of slippage. The International Monetary Fund is warning that delaying physical consolidations could lead to chaotic adjustments down the line, while tightening budgets too quickly could actually harm the economic activities. The road is narrow here. Credible, disciplined physical adjustments over multiple years are crucial. The more reliable these adjustments, the more central banks can ease their rates without stoking inflation. However, the political movements and aspects will make some changes and has been lacking in many places, creating even more room for economic turbulence. The third pivot, and the toughest one, is the growth reform. Economic growth is a desperate need for a boost if countries want to build physical buffers, tackle demographics and challenges, and improve climate resilience. According to the International Monetary Fund, projected global growth of the next 5 years is around 3.1%, the lowest in decades, driven partly by China's weaker outlook. The gloomy forecast extends to Latin America and the European Union, where growth potential is essentially waning. Countries are responding with a mixed industrial and trade policies, hoping to protect the local industries and workers. But these movements often trigger retaliation and rarely bring long-term economic gains. For real change, the International Monetary Fund says that nations need reforms that encourage innovation, boost productivity, and drive private investments, trade protectionism without cutting it. But the reform isn't exactly popular. Many adjustments face huge social resistance, especially in countries where the economy is already struggling. The International Monetary Fund hints at the governments will need both coverage and strong public support to push these policies forward. Central banks and policymakers are facing one of the toughest periods in recent memory as they navigate the rate cuts, inflation concerns, and sluggish growth. The stakes couldn't be higher. What happens next will test the resolve of central banks, governments, and financial institutions alike. So, International Monetary Fund is saying that every country is pretty much going to go for that rate cut scenario. They named a few countries on their reports. They named the UK, they named Canada, Latin American countries, Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and so on. Every country is pretty much aiming for rate cuts, except the US is being a little bit silent, but we do know they're going to be going towards 25 basis points. The UK is a little bit silent, but we also know they're going to go towards 25 basis points. Trump victory, rate cuts, cherry on top. Genuinely, cherry on top. Let's go through the comment section first before we go through the next news on tonight's live. So as I said, this is a live, which means if you do have any questions, put it down in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Morning, Miles and CMF. Good to see you as well, Ghost Runner. How you doing? Trump is smashing in Georgia. Let's go. Excellent news. BTC is pumping 71,200. Let's go, Shelly. Thanks so much for the update. Absolutely amazing as well. Ghost Runner, Mal. Ghost Runner. Ghostbunner, good to see you. How are you doing? Good morning, Miles and CMF. They also give hell for 4 years and a witch hunt. Even the CIA was in on it regarding Russia. They lied on him for 4 years. They did. Facts. Market is pumping because of Trump leading. Absolutely amazing. Trump is in the lead. Makes a lot of sense. There should be more people genuinely voting for Trump. So it makes a lot of sense. This is absolutely amazing news. Just come to say hello at the Doc's office for my daughter, Ghostbunner. Problem. Good to see how you've been. Most crypto in top 200 has risen by 5% just in the last hour. Absolutely amazing. Let me just go and check this out. Let's see what's happening here. The last time we saw Trump being escorted out of the White House, what guarantees are in place to prevent the same thing happening again if he wins? No guarantees in place, unfortunately. Yeah, there's genuinely no guarantees in place. That's why I said the last time that man won, he actually saved America and the world, to be fairly honest. The last time Trump was president, he saved everyone. And the news was very ungrateful on that matter. So, prices right now, we're looking at quite good actually. Bitcoin sitting at $71,153, up 4%. Ethereum sitting at $2,491, sitting at $2,491, sitting at 3.40%. BNB is up 3.44%. Solana is up 8.94%. XRP is up 3.16%. Doge is up 11.90%. TON is even up 0.70%. ADA is up 3.58%. Shiba Inu is up 8.75%. AVAX is up 8.15%. Link is up 7.51%. DOT is up 4.20%. SUI is up 11.96%. NEAR is up 7.33%. UNI is up 11.20%. APT is up 7.03%. It's excellent. XLM is up 3.72% following XLP's movements. I think the previous dump we had was the last one for this year. You got the emoji for hopefully. Hopefully. Look, Trump victory. I've said this and I'll say it again. A Trump victory and the rate cuts, cherry on top. And Wall Street did price in Trump victory. So it seems like Wall Street might have been correct on this one, which means the dollar is now going to get strengthened as well. Do you think this pump is really just down to Trump? Yes. I'll tell you why. The market moves on many aspects. The market moves up or down on these outcomes. Geopolitical tensions move the market up or down, depending on what the outcome is going to be. Market sentiments, in terms of news, in terms of celebrities, can move crypto projects or even essentially the market space. Someone like Elon Musk tweeting positive things moves the crypto space. Somebody like Trump become the next president of the United States who's pro-crypto, and the United States being very anti-crypto, suing crypto projects. 100 crypto lawsuits are inside the United States. There's not a single country on this planet that has 100 lawsuits, 100 lawsuits with crypto companies. The SEC has 100 lawsuits. So yes, market moves in different movements. The market moves in different aspects. And one of those aspects is policy changes, moves market. Somebody coming into power that is going to be bringing pro-crypto policies and regulations, something that's been lacking inside the United States market space, is a positive. So when the people see that somebody that is going to be pro-crypto policies and regulations and a capital America for cryptocurrencies, he's winning the race, market's going to react in a positive way. So on your question of do you essentially see do you think this pump is really just down to Trump? Hell yes. This particular pump that we're having right now is the election pump, the excitement of the election pump. It's not going to be the pump that takes us to the moon, but it's going to be the excitement pump that's happening right now from the elections. So yes, this particular one is going to be Trump base. Trump 90, Harris 27. She is getting destroyed. There is no doubt Trump is going to win. I've said this for months now. We have got this in the bag. Believe me, it's going to be a different country next 4 years, 100%. In your opinion, if Trump wins and fires Gary Gensler, like he said he will XRP's lawsuits end immediately? Great question. Not immediately, but yes, they will definitely end. So XRP's lawsuits are not going to be ending overnight, but a replacement of the SEC chairman, whoever is replacing him, most likely is going to be Pierce Hester. She's probably going to replace Gary Gensler. She's very pro-crypto. She's already in the SEC as a commissioner. But it's not going to end the case immediately, but technically you can consider that case or any other SEC case settled, is what you can do. Consider them completely done and dusted. Because it will take about a month or so for that case to completely get done and dusted. But the moment Chairman Gary Gensler is replaced or fired, just consider those cases, even though they'll take a month or so or longer, a little bit longer to completely. But the moment that man's fired, just consider them this, because whoever takes that seat as the chairman of the SEC is not going to be continuing those lawsuits forward. The only person inside the SEC who keeps on seizing such crypto assets as securities is Gary Gensler. How we know this? Because 5 of Gary Gensler's co-workers alongside him in front of Congress said that this is not the SEC's agenda. This is the chairman's agenda going after crypto projects. And this was an SEC member, Hester Pierce, commissioner of the SEC, said this is not the SEC's agenda to go after crypto projects for securities. This is the chairman's agenda. So you replace the chairman, cases come to an end. Because the SEC's agenda is not to sue them for securities. But the chairman is. So yes. So yeah, it wouldn't end immediately, but it will definitely end. Just consider it as a case closed. I had almost 30 long positions open and it was dumping, but I stick to my strategy and didn't close them any, and now all on green. Let's go, chill zone. I told everybody everything is going to move after the 5th of November. All the cryptos are going to move. Let's go. Wow, so exciting. Thanks, Mons. Let's go, Joe. Gary Gensler is not going to get fired. He's going to resign after Trump wins tonight. Probably yes. I mean, he's going to save his dignity. The best part about it, he has to save his dignity. But this is incredible. One second, let me see what's going on in the news. Let's go and see it together. US election results. So far, 21 minutes ago. News. There you go. Presidential election results. CNN. Ooh. She is getting cooked. Yeah. So I'm right now on CNN. Yeah, and the results are in. So this is live right now. What's happening? Yep, she's sitting at 27. He's sitting at 90. There's pretty much no chance of her winning. Pretty much no chance of her winning. That is absolutely incredible. For all the American, 105 to 72. Almost halfway there. What other states are left? The CMF members are from the US. What other states are left? The big states, the swing states. What other swing states are left for the answers for in terms of the votings? Here we go. The election is expected to come down to the handful of battleground states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Okay. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Election night in America 2024 presidential election results. Trump's map. It takes 270 electoral votes to win, a long way to go. Yeah, it does take 270. I saw that. What swing states are left, JP? JP, what swing states are left? The states are mentioned here, but it doesn't mention which ones are left. Lots of them. Many people in backstage scared to manipulate the election this time because everyone knows Trump is the clear winner. They are scared. People are going wild. They have to be. As I said previously, if Trump doesn't win, before we got this result of 1927, I said if Trump doesn't win, it's definitely manipulated. I said that there's definitely going to be protesting going on, violent, most likely, Brian. I'm not endorsing it in any sort of a way, but I said most likely there's going to be, violent protesting going on if Trump doesn't win, because how can he not win? So that means it's clear, essentially, a sign of manipulation and corruption. But I also said the other side is not capable of any sort of violent protesting. Kamala Harris's side, essentially, the majority of them, not capable of violent protesting, because Kamala Harris, the people that support Kamala Harris, not everyone, but the majority of the people that support Kamala Harris are the type of people that want to put tampons in men's bathrooms. Those people are not incapable of any sort of violence. One side is very capable of violence, which is not good in any sort of way. Violence is not good and it's never the answer. But one side wants to put tampons in men's bathrooms. They're not incapable of violence, ever. So it's difficult to rig it, is what I'm trying to say. It's going to be very difficult to rig this, because if they rig it and he doesn't win, it's going to get very violent, because people are fed up. Many people in back, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, North Carolina, typing it twice, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan. But this is excellent news. 90-27. Okay, do you know what we do as well? Let's go to the next news. While the results are still coming in, there's 16 minutes left and 57 seconds. So by the time 16 minutes, 57 seconds is up, I can go through the last news as well on tonight's live. So, Swiss City, we leave this in the background. Let's see if the votes are going to be adding in any more. 99-27 now. Yeah, she's getting absolutely destroyed. Switzerland is what we're going to talk about next. While this is running in the background, in 16 minutes, the poll is going to close. Switzerland, the city of Laguna, launches the third digital bond. Switzerland is essentially moving quite rapidly forward towards tokenizations, towards digital bonds, but they're doing it on CBDCs, not on cryptocurrencies. Wholesale CBDCs is what they're doing it mostly on. So the Bank of the World, Switzerland. In Laguna, Switzerland, the issuance of a digital bond worth essentially $139 million through 6 digital exchanges represents a notable advancement in digital finance. This marks the third such issuance by the city, emphasizing a shift towards exclusively using digital platforms for such financial activities. The bond, featuring a 9-year term and a 1% coupon, attracted substantial interest, leading to the issuance above par value. The city of Laguna has consistently utilized SDX for its bond issuance, which are also listed on the primary SIX exchange. This dual listing allows the bond to be held in both digital central security depositories and the CSD at the SDX and the traditional SIS. Such integrations showcases the city's innovative approach to debt management, aiming at the achieving cost-effective financing solutions that bolstering its financial stability over the medium-long term. The city of Laguna was a pioneer in essentially adapting digital bonds and issuance when it launched its first ever franc $100 million bond on SDX back in 2023. This bond was significantly not only for being essentially the digital bond issued by a non-financial entity, but also being the first digital bond included in the Swiss National Bank's SNB, the General Collateral Basket, and a move possibly unprecedented globally regarding central banks' acceptance of digital bonds for repurchase agreements. In issuance in February of essentially current year, Laguna raised another essentially $100 million francs. This time, the settlement utilized SNB's wholesale central bank digital currencies, marking another step forward in integration of digital currencies within traditional banking frameworks. The latest bond follows the innovative path, which is settlements also involving of wholesale CBDCs. This occurs shortly after SNB's decision to extend the wholesale CBDC pilot by 2 years and announced in June. This issuance was managed by the banks, including Basler, the members of the bank, highlighting the collaborative efforts within Switzerland's banking sector to advance digital finance. Switzerland has been moving incredibly fast in terms of digital bond issuance, but they're doing it on wholesale CBDCs. And Switzerland, again, is not the only one that's doing tokenizations when it comes to blockchain technology and so on, but they're doing it with CBDCs. As I said previously, a lot of people assume tokenization, cryptocurrencies. No. Institutions are doing tokenization, CBDCs. It's all our banks, wholesale CBDCs to be, in fact. But yeah, essentially Switzerland has launched another wholesale CBDC bond issuance, over $139 million. So they're moving rapidly quick. Now, YouTube sucks tonight for some reason, and so is Google. What's the number saying now? What's the updates? There's 30 minutes left until the poll closes. Why is CNN not updating it? On my one, it still says 27 to 90. Why does it still say 27 to 90? Trump versus Harris live election map. No. Here we go. Okay, let's see this one. Maybe this one gives a little bit more accurate results. What are we looking at? First results are in, and all eyes on the margins. Republicans have secured their first Senate flip of the night. Republicans are also winning in the Senate. That is excellent news. Rick Scott wins re-election in Florida. Republican? Yes. The Republican Senate was re-elected to second term. He will next run for GOP leader. So not only is, this is excellent news, by the way, not only is Trump leading, for presidency as a Republican, but Senate Republicans are also leading the way. Because we need both. A pro-crypto president, amazing. But also a pro-essentially crypto Congress and Senate members and so on, that's also going to be great as well. So there's no back and forward. If Trump wants to pass crypto regulations and policies, Congress isn't going to go against these policies and try to find some loopholes. So we need both sides to be on the pro-crypto train. For Congress to be pro-crypto and for essentially a president to be pro-crypto. So Trump win, great. The other side, Congress needs to be pro-crypto as well. So there's no back and forth scenarios. I have 95 to 35. Oh, my one doesn't say that. My one says 27 to 99 is what Lena's saying. While 92% of black women and 79% of black men have voted for Harris. That's enormous. That is quite a lot. So buy the rumors, sell the news begins, she wins. John Deaton is doing any more news? Anyone knows? How is John Deaton doing? His name hasn't came up yet. But at the last time I checked, which was a few days ago, John Deaton was losing slightly to Elizabeth Warren, Senator Elizabeth Warren. Key states will decide the election. Yes, they will, definitely. This election can flip. You never know. It can flip. Hope it doesn't. I hope it's Trump victory all the way. because we really need it. And I'm in the UK. I'm not an American, but I need that Trump victory as well, because a Trump victory will help the UK market space as well. It will help the world market space, to be fairly honest. On my side, it still says, yeah, on CNN, it still says 27 to 90. He's lost a little bit. Kerry, elaborate. Who's lost? We're winning the Senate. We're winning the presidency. We're winning it all down. Let's go, JP. Yes, it's true. We are winning the Senate. Elizabeth Warren has won. Elizabeth Warren won. So John Deaton lost. That's not good. That's not good at all. But, you know, think of it like this. Trump wins. Gary Gensler is jobless. There's nobody to back Senator Elizabeth Warren up anymore. Sky News is showing 99 to 27 miles. CNN is showing 27 to 90. That's weird. Why is the American news slower than the British one? Her supporters are those who wants to change the gender because Trump said, I'm not allowing that. It is true, and nobody should do that, to be fairly honest. Look, if you know, let's not get that discussion. Actually, we need the house salad on the presidency. House salad on the presidency. Sky News is showing at 27. Let's go to Sky News. Sky News comes to finance. Elections. Senate, yes, Warren won. Thank you, Shelley. Reviews insights from US voters and how many. Here we go, live. Yep, Sky News is showing 99 to 27. 27 to 99. Yep, Sky News is showing 27 to 99. Elizabeth Warren will take it. She's too wrapped up in Massachusetts. She got her hands on everything. Fair enough. Canadian news, Trump 95, Harris 35. Okay, what's going on here? Why is CNN showing 27, 90? Why is CNN showing 27, 90? British news, Sky, showing 27, 99. Canadian news showing 95, 35. $105 into 2. Yep, Sky still showing 27 to 99. It's 105 to 72. It's 105 to 72 now. It's reaching. How's it 105 to 72? Because they all suck. I have the same as Mike in Australia. You have the same as Mike in Australia. Because they all suck. I mean, yeah, fairly. I mean, look, is there any realistic chances Harris can still win this? There's always a chance. There's always a chance. There's always a chance of some sort of manipulation scenarios. It's all rigged. I agree. Yes, I agree. Up to definitely. You will see a civil war tomorrow. You will see a civil war tomorrow. Hopefully not. Hopefully not a civil war, because that's the last thing America is. If America does a civil war, China is going to be popping champagne bottles. And so is Russia. So a civil war is not what you need inside of America. But, you know, they're just giving the lottery numbers. Just giving the lottery numbers. Okay, what's the numbers now? Because the UK numbers are very different to the Canadian numbers coming out, or the US numbers coming out on the elections. The Independent, let's go see what they're saying. What's their prediction? What's their sitting on numbers? Okay, live elections of this. I put the stats up on Telegram, 72 to 105. 72 to 105. JP, where are you looking from? JP, what channel are you looking at? JP, what channel are you looking at? Oh. You know what's happened? I lost everyone's comments. Someone comment? I hate when that happens. Someone put a comment? Okay, the comments are back. The previous comments I've completely lost because Restream just sent me a message and said reload the comments page, and there was an error message. So I reloaded the comments page and the previous comments completely disappeared. So now we got the new comments coming in. Fox News and X. Fox News. Thank you, JP. Only 11.4% of votes counted. Okay, Ian, thank you for the update. Go Trump. Let's go, Joe. Joe, how you doing? Hello. The electoral votes are what determines the winner, and it takes 270 to win as of right now. It's true, yes. Good. Let's go, my friend. Shelly, how you doing? Good to see you as well. I don't know why there is a 30-second delay on YouTube. Yeah. I put a link on the lounge for Fox News. Put a link on the lounge for Fox News. Okay. Still looking. It might be on this side. As of right now, 95-35. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So, okay, wait. Why is everybody putting different numbers down? So, CNBC says Trump 99, Harris 27. Funky Brother says it's 27 to 99 still. So it's 20. So the other one was correct then. Fox News on X, that's what I'm looking at. As of right now, 95-35. I don't know why there's a 30-second delay on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know why there's a delay on YouTube as well. That delay is very weird on YouTube. Why is everybody getting different results? It is one election, correct? Just joking. I know it's one election. Why is there different results coming in? Okay, let's go. Okay, Fox News, here we go. 27 to 99 is what Joe is seeing. This makes no sense. Everybody's getting different results. It's because everybody's looking at different news channels, but they all should be showing the same results. That's what's odd about this. Fox News is showing 72 to 105. Al Jazeera is showing 95 to 35. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The same. I'm trying to figure out as well, Shelly. How are we getting the CNN is showing 27 to 90. CNBC is showing 99 to 27. Al Jazeera is showing 95 to 35. Fox News is showing 72 to 105. It's one election. Why is everybody getting different results from every single news channel? Why are the news channels not responding at the same time? No, JP, I'm on Fox's news. I'm on Fox's website right now. The link that you put, I'm on Fox's. So I got the same results as JP right now because I'm on Fox News as well. I'm guessing Fox News is more accurate, you could say, because the rest of the news channels are not being accurate whatsoever. $72 to $105. Okay, here we go. So this is live right now.
Every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember is Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and
we've
I
got
remember
a
firing
call to
squads.
make, and we will come back to you guys.
You need to read the story
You
more
gotta
carefully.
continue the argument. Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue that
Thank you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry, we missed it.
Well, they were talking
There was a
lot more sense than
what?
we heard on the campaign trail when it came, and they're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have
CNN now 99 to 27. Fox News is showing the most accurate results coming in. We're at 72, 111. 72, 111.
Here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And
CNN is now 99 to 27.
Years about whether the anti-Trump Republicans
BBC 27 to 99.
would end up being
Trump is leading 111 now.
Tells us that if she wins,
They should all be updating at the same time. I agree 100%. It's very odd. I think it's because of the time difference in the US. And I think the news is trying to be manipulative not to upload it quick enough. I think I'm in Ohio and updated 105 to 31. Every poll is going to show different results. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, surely. 27 to 105 now on Sky News. They posted Fox News live, 72, 111. Yep. CNBC.
That the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong
Georgia 44, Kamala 55, Trump. North Carolina 49-3, Trump 49-7,
Another woman got
Harris.
97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the
Party. 71, Kamala Harris. Percentage-wise, 27% Trump.
Iowa, Ohio. These are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this affect a Republican? Every time there's a Republican
Some news channels are corrupt and doing manipulation. I agree 100%. Trump is going to the White House. Let's go funky brother. They don't have a government website. 72 to 111 on Fox. Yep.
Voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he's converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuck into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal. Yeah. And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men, folks. Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan.
We will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing, and there's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
It is a lot closer than people thought it would be.
Fox seems to be
Trump
updating.
campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing.
I'll be back 1 second.
We're not calling it.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala
Listen
Harris
to
will win it, but I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella. To give a rally.
It's all time to
in
change.
Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris
It will be very close, never mind the polls, but there will be problems and we will not get a decision tonight. It's all about time change. They haven't caught up, but
North Carolina,
have its bullshit.
in Arizona,
Why is the results delayed? I'm backing Trump. Let's go, William. There's something up with Pennsylvania. There's numbers of bullshit. I mean, final results. So Fox seems to be updating before the others. Yeah, Fox seems to be a lot more quicker on the results. Kentucky, Trump 63%, Kamala Harris 35%.
Back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin? This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
My kingdom does not belong to this world.
Advertisements.
Pay to Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Maryland, okay, Senate-wise, Republicans are winning as well, to be fairly honest.
Jesus, we trust you.
Put on Fox News on the lounge saying, the best live ever, let's go. Good night, Miles, and the rest of the CMF family. Fonty Brothers, see you tomorrow, brother, same time as usual. Some polls still open. Yeah, some polls are still open.
This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this
It's still 72 to 111. For majority, the Senate is 43 Republican, Democrat 34. Excellent. Republicans are winning in terms of presidency and Senate.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
For majority Republican, seats filled. The seats filled so far, 49 Republican, 30. Here we go back a bit.
Back and let's get a live look, she said, at Pennsylvania, where Alexandria Hoff is in Newtown tonight. Hi, Alexandria.
Hi, good to be with you. You know, in theory, polls have closed, but that is not the case everywhere. You have Cambria County, for example, a judge there ordered that the poll hours must be extended to 10 p.m. That's due to a machine issue earlier in the day.
The poll hours are extended by 1 hour.
Location that's staying open till 9:30. That's in Laughlin for similar issues. The DNC also
They're staying open till 9:30
to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to
Pennsylvania so far is 70% Kamala Harris, Trump 28%.
So yeah, in theory, polls have closed, but once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you are still able to cast your ballot, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's other metro counties of Georgia. Slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little bit a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And
so far, it is Republican.
You know, with 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here, Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. You know, a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number one. out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties
Very good. They need to swap takes
are
then.
more extended than the others. So you
And
see
how so they can
Philadelphia
pass the
east,
policies they need to
Pittsburgh,
make
and
America
Allegheny
great
County in
again.
the west.
Facts, I agree.
And the darker the blue,
Donald Trump
the
has
more
won
Democratic
47
the vote
president.
is. The
So
darker
Trump,
the
we
red,
have
the more
this. Let's
Republican
go,
the vote
JP.
is.
If
you
you're
see
full
shades of
Trump
blue, that
right
means
now,
the
if you
margin in that
support
county is
Trump
10%
right
or
now,
less.
put down
If
inside
you
the comment
see a
section.
shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's
Who do you think is the
10%
next
or
president of
less.
the United
So those
States?
are counties that we
Put it down inside the
really
comment
want. Let's look
section
at the
right
vote
now. Let's see where
margin
everyone
now for
stands.
Georgia. This is interesting, right? So
Yeah,
we just
put
went over
folks
there
on the
board. We
lounge.
showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find
I'm guessing
out where
everyone's going to be
the
pro-Trump,
outstanding vote for Georgia
which is
at
absolutely
the moment.
amazing.
So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County.
And I think we're going to
You
take
can
the
look at
Senate.
DeKalb.
You are. Republicans are right
On the
now
map,
much more higher
0%
in terms of
in
Senate.
the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up. We'll look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades.
So far, where does everyone stand? Too early yet.
2016, it flipped
I
toward
agree,
the
it's too early.
Democrats, and right now,
But where does everyone stand
50%
so
of the
far?
vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment.
Trump,
One
talk.
county
Free
I
and
haven't
fair,
checked
Trump.
in on, when you look
Kelly,
at the
Trump.
African-American
Parker,
turnout,
Trump.
look at Chatham.
Thompson, put the Trump
Chatham is
emojis.
where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in.
Tennessee,
that's going to be the same way again this year.
32% Harris,
wait to
Trump,
see about
73%
African-American
absolutely
turnout,
smashed
as we
it.
suggested a moment ago, about African-American
Is everything
voters
that's
for the
holy? I
vote.
hope
Let's go
Trump
look at the
wins.
vote
Let's go,
margin
Joe.
for Georgia. The vote
Mega
margin
baby,
for Georgia
let's
right
go. I
now,
have everything crossed.
let's go statewide.
Let's go, Shelly.
So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%, and for statewide,
But still have
44%.
a bad feeling.
A lot of vote out, but Pete,
Camel still has a bad feeling of some sort of manipulation or rig that could possibly happen.
in Georgia and elsewhere.
You never know,
So,
manipulation rigs always there.
That's really interesting.
Senate Republicans are winning,
I think that these
51% to 48%.
come in. Democrats have high hopes about someplace like
Foreign in
Texas,
Colorado.
about something like Ohio.
Ted
When they
Cruz.
look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest?
Ted Cruz is taking a
But we're not
lead.
seeing that in our
Okay.
Fox News voter analysis.
Trump,
And
let's go, Ian.
Come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay?
Ohio is looking at 48% Kamala Harris, 51.3% Trump.
So some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against
Ray,
Sherrod
thank you so much for
Brown.
the $2 donation. Goes straight to the CMF
well.
H1.
Basically,
Absolutely
in
amazing.
Ohio,
Thanks for
you've
the
got
donation.
Cincinnati,
Fight,
Hamilton
fight,
County.
fight.
You got Columbus,
Trump 2024,
Franklin County,
let's
you got
go.
Cleveland
Let's
County,
go, Ray.
Oakland. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé. Okay, but let's go into my hometown.
Trump, let's go
That's
Peg.
Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. Got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish.
Guys, this is Trump's win. Nothing gonna happen. These numbers are incredible. These numbers are definitely incredible, but they're also very sleepily, slightly close, which they shouldn't be. Trump should be well more ahead. Kamala should be nowhere near 72, but she is. That's a bit of an issue. But Trump 111, that's absolutely amazing.
You want to talk to your co-anchor?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're
Where should we expect the
considering
markets to
the
move
political realignment that we're living
if
in,
either wins?
and
Like I
also the
expect market to
population
pump
changes,
if
right?
Trump
Post-COVID,
wins, but
people
what
leaving
happens
the
if
north and
Kamala
the
wins?
Midwest and going south.
If
That's one of the things that as somebody
Kamala
from
wins,
Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California.
if Kamala wins, so Ali's question, Trump wins, market goes up. He's saying, what about if Kamala wins? If Kamala wins, the market will slightly go down. It will, essentially rebalance and slightly go back up. So it will do a dip, 360 back up slowly. Nothing's going to stop cryptocurrencies moving forward. It's just with Trump, they'll be easier for regulations and policies, and the lawsuits will end. Through Kamala Harris, the lawsuits will continue. There will be speed bumps on the way. Regulations will pass very slowly on crypto policies and so on. So the crypto markets will still move under Kamala, but extremely slow. So picture it as like a snail compared to a Ferrari. If Trump wins, the crypto market moves like a Ferrari. If Kamala Harris wins, the crypto market still does move, but it moves like a snail.
And they went to the podcast and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever
BNB,
party you vote for the
Bloomberg,
first time, you're
Trump,
likely to vote for that party the
111,
second time,
Harris 74. Fox News is showing 72 Harris, 111 Trump. It's a little bit behind this one.
And Trump are putting together could have
Early vote counting looks like Trump can win. Most British mostly want Kamala to win. I'm London taxi driver today. I heard the customers, what they think. Even UK MPs want Kamala to win. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that, I'll be honest with you. But no, everyone around me in the UK, in London, wants Trump to win. We need Trump. The Americans need Trump. The British need Trump. Everybody needs Trump.
These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars.
Virginia, 48.8. Kamala Harris, 49.5. Trump.
Fox News voter analysis.
Trump is leading in Virginia.
As the strong leader by more than 10
49.5.
points over Kamala Harris. Strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers
Ohio,
to student loans of doctors.
Kamala Harris, 47.8%. Trump, 51.5%.
And get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not.
Georgia,
I'll never understand
44.2%.
chose someone in
Kamala Harris.
who was to the left of
Trump,
her on the woke agenda.
55%. He's winning in the lead.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports, so do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat.
I wish Trump wins. Let's go, Ali.
This is a big thing.
My portfolio needs Trump. What Paul said, my portfolio needs Trump. Which makes sense. Everybody's portfolio needs Trump, to be honest. These numbers are ridiculous. This is a Trump win.
We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina still.
Ohio, 47.9% now. Kamala Harris. Georgia, 52% Trump.
As we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
North Carolina, 52% Trump. She's in the lead the most. A small dip will be good too. I need to add to my positions. Why not? I mean, dips will always be along the way. The issue is
Texas, where
turbulence.
that
Nobody
vote's
wants
coming from. We're
turbulence
gonna get
inside the
that.
crypto space.
Yeah.
Dips, sure, why not? We get to buy things a little bit more
Minutes
cheaper
away, Brett.
here and there.
That is what we're
Turbulence
dealing
is
with.
the
Let's
last
get
thing
some
we need.
major poll closings that are coming up.
we go.
Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Oh, advert again.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras?
But no, so far, I mean, it genuinely looks like a Trump victory is in the bag.
I joined the Army in 2004.
Even in the Senate, I mean, for House majority is 53 Republican, 28 Democrat.
Our job was to effect change.
So presidency, Republicans are winning. House majority, Republicans are winning. Senate, Republicans are winning. Senate is 34 Democrat, 43 Republicans. This is incredible. Republicans are winning in the House majority. They're winning in the Senate, and they're winning in the presidency.
And detonated a suicide vest.
There's more green in these bubbles that I've seen in a long time. This is incredible.
We were worried. We didn't know how we were going to be able to pay for the house, how we were going to continue to pay our mortgage. That's when the Tunnel Towers Foundation stepped in and said, we have a solution for your problem.
And the crypto market is reacting positively as well. Bitcoin 4.60% up. Ethereum 3.40% up. BNB 3.44% up. Solana 8.94% up. XRP 3.16% up. Doge 11.90% up. Ton 0.70% up. ADA 3.58% up. Shiba 3.58% up. AVAX 8.75% up. Chainlink 18.15% up. Sui 11.96%. I mean, the markets are reacting very positively as well.
The Tunnel Towers Foundation built me a smart home that will give me more independence and a better quality of life. I am asking you to donate $11 a month so that T2T can help others that were injured while protecting our great country. Please visit T2T.org
51 for majority.
or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
Doge is flying. These cryptos are reacting very well. It's not even over. Yeah, they are definitely. Go back. Go back.
We are getting a lot of new numbers in here, and we are about to see a close in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes away. So meanwhile, let's check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is speaking with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing.
You got my
Martha.
sub,
Thank you. This
Miles.
is Voters'
It's
Voices,
very
and
late
I'm
for me.
Harris Faulkner here
Catch
with
you
polling
later
expert
and
Lee
wish you the
Carter.
best for
And
everyone.
we have a
Peace.
fabulous
Ali, thank you
audience
so much
of
for
voters
subscribing on
talking with us
YouTube.
about the top issues in the race for the White House.
See you tomorrow.
Most polls show the economy
They're
is
just
the
flying
voters'
in these.
top
Yeah.
issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact,
I don't know how people could just go on a live stage and just spew lies. Also, Kamala Harris needs to get a new vocabulary. Keep on going on live stages and saying, I'm a middle class family. Maybe update your keywords.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D. Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy, and they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe.
Pennsylvania, Harris 67.5, Trump 31.6.
Republican registered voter, still not sure.
Republicans
all the way up until the time you
most
voted.
times
What did
win
you
the
do?
House. They do need to win the Senate for a Senate that passes the policies and bills. It is true Republicans do need to win the Senate.
Both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump?
I just want to point out one thing. This person that's talking is a person that's unsure who to still vote for. If you're still unsure till now who to vote for, don't vote. Because you must be an absolute moron. For 4 years, you were in complete struggle. Couldn't afford to buy a house, couldn't afford gas in your car sometimes. Even groceries were expensive, and electrics were expensive, and so on. And all the prices were through the roof. And you experienced that for 4 years. And at the end of that, it's voting time to get rid of that whole 4 years and put it behind you. You're like, I'm still not sure who to vote for. People who are undecided must be the most, honestly, the most moral. There are some words I can't say on live, but how can you be undecided?
Thanks so much.
So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, etc. I'm looking at this.
They put 5K more on Donald Trump. Let's go, JP.
I was on with Dana and
Republicans
earlier today, and I made the point going
into there's lots of time for surprise.
Kamala Harris,
everyone's having a cold beer.
Problem. And the numbers problem was
Trump has won Indiana and Kentucky. Let's go in. She needs to go to sleep. Yeah, definitely Kamala. I mean, that person. How long until the next update? I don't know what time it is over there. I think in a few minutes we're going to get an update. In a few minutes we should be getting the next update on the results.
Checked in with a lot of people
where they come up to, you know, in a few minutes.
Have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look,
as you can't say about people, some folks do not make decisions based on money.
Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer.
True.
Like an important question too. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay.
A president is only good for one thing.
Back to early
economy.
2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a
less than 15% of all votes being counted. Less than 15% of all votes being counted. Pennsylvania, 66.1%.
Like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students.
In Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris's percentage has come slightly down.
About 6,000 to go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said
Trump leading 54 to 44 North Carolina swing state. Shelley, thank you for the update.
I don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I'm going to say leave Kamala to win, and more want to see for what they vote again. But we need Trump. The world needs Trump. I agree.
Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys.
I respect the view of others. One reason I am still a member of this group. Otherwise, many of you would have kicked me out. Would never kick you out. Scott, you're an
Interesting
OG
thing I
member. We
mentioned
can never do
earlier
that.
was Florida.
I love,
We've already called
I
in state
live
for the
pretty
former
good,
president,
but there are
inside
more
those
things important
numbers,
to me as
there
I
was massive
see
Puerto
my
Rican
grandchildren
turnout
growing up,
in Osceola County and other places.
which is amazing.
You know, in
But
other
you also,
places,
I'm guessing,
media will
Scott,
tell you
want to
that
see the
MSG
grandchildren
rally
being able to
really
live in
upset
a
the
good
Puerto Rican
economy, I'm guessing, as
vote
well.
outpouring. But
You want to
Trump
see your
won that
grandchildren being able to
overwhelmingly
afford,
with
and
a
when they do
massive
get
Puerto
older,
Rican
essentially,
turnout. I'm not
a
sure it
home
affects things one-to-one,
or
but
a
it is
car
interesting to look
or a
at.
great
It is.
job
So Osceola County, as you point
or a
out,
great
is a Puerto
education
Rican
system,
population. Listen to this: Joe Biden
which
won
comes back to you
Osceola
voting for the
County
correct party.
by 14%.
But yeah, there are more important things, but
currently,
you're
Donald
voting
Trump
for a
is leading by
president.
1. Now, what
The only
other
reason you
national
vote for a
lessons can we
president
take from Florida?
is for economy
Miami-Dade
purposes.
County, a huge Latino population. No
If I'm
presidential
voting for
candidate
religious
has won that
purposes,
since
I would vote for a priest.
1988.
If I'm
Ron
voting
DeSantis,
for
of course,
essentially,
won
you know,
Miami-Dade as a governor.
the category of this
Donald
voting,
Trump in
money.
Miami-Dade
It
County,
should be only
95%
money.
reporting is plus 11.
President
Thank
equals
you.
economy.
Electoral vote count about to
Here we
go
go.
up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here.
Here we go.
America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about.
Kamala
all the time.
54.5, Trump
Wisconsin, where Vice
43.5,
President
Michigan.
Harris
Let's see
and
Wisconsin.
President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race.
Wisconsin,
And again,
Harris is
it's
winning
too early, not too close, but too
so far.
early to call many of these races.
So far.
Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That
Texas
locks
is won
40 more
completely.
electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa.
It's
There's
true.
no call at the top of the hour here.
Trump,
Remember that Iowa
178.
poll has people scrambling there.
Kamala
Everyone
Harris,
registers saying
113.
Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight.
I mean, this is just a blaze through.
The decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead.
How the hell does Kamala win New York?
Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
Kamala was 29, Trump
And
68. She had no chance.
That the former president will win Wyoming with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen: 178.
The map
electoral
looks
votes to
absolutely beautiful.
113. That map of the U.S.
All
is
red,
filling in, and we will
2
continue to
blues,
bring that to you throughout
and a
the
few
night as we
blues on
make
the
more
side,
calls.
but mostly all red.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is too close. It's close to call and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that
Ted Cruz
Minnesota's Democratic
51.3%.
Senator
He's still in the
Amy
lead.
Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term, and in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast.
Republicans 46 seated.
The one flip, which we have mentioned.
Democrats
West
37
Virginia,
seated.
waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel, and we start to
exactly.
get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard.
Yeah.
Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Okay, so a couple things here. Go blue. We talking Michigan. We'll be in Ohio in a moment. Hang on one
Yes, I
second.
wholly agree with you.
Okay,
What you
just wanna
said.
show
I
you
want to
this
say
stuff.
unfortunately
I
in
mean,
society that
really,
we
this
treat
is gonna
them
be a
better
target
and
right now.
list them types of
Fulton
folks
County,
and not treat them
heavily
as they
populated,
don't
and a
exist.
ton of votes there. Okay, it hasn't
Let's
really
go.
moved. So
The way it
estimated number of
looks,
votes fill out
as
about
if Trump could
30%.
do a
Kamala Harris
Ronaldo
hanging in there with 700. She's gonna
AKA
win
clean
the
sweep.
county, okay?
Pretty
Question is
much.
the margin.
I agree.
The question is whether or not
Trump isn't the win.
Trump is chewing in this African American.
And there's no way she can bring this back. There's no possible way that Kamala Harris can bring this back in any sort of way. Trump is clearly the winner.
And it's also African American. 47% African American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning. Okay.
Let's go.
What's that mean? Okay. This is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay. With Trump right now flipping that county, is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory. All right, 61%, 68%,
Best live ever, Miles. Let's go, JP.
81%. But come in here.
Wow, are we having an election party?
Drama, right?
It looks like we are going to be having an election
Expect
party.
us to go blue, indeed it has
I'm
right
Democrat,
now,
and
about
I've said
2/3 of the
online
vote.
often that
No, sorry,
that there are
60%
ought
of
to
the vote.
be
She got 2/3 of the
that
vote right now. But
had to
these
be a stronger
counties
candidate.
here,
The Dems
just
weren't
wonder if there's an
prepared.
effect here, all right? Because 53. This is
That's true.
Transylvania.
The Dems were
I'm checking this
endorsing
out a short
Sleepy
time
Joe for a
ago.
very long time.
This is
Sleepy Joe
Rutherford,
is an equivalent to a
72.
zombie.
A lot
We're
of that vote's
promoting
still
him
out
for a very
there.
long time.
Why am I
And then they
showing you
thought
this?
we could
Because
put Kamala Harris
your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump
and then
to
lie
do
to the
well
people
out
and
there,
say
you know,
she's
72,
African American. In reality, she's Indian.
58,
And people will buy
Haywood,
that.
62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina.
Hey, does anybody know where Chris
Also,
Christian?
I was just poking through here in Ohio.
California has a lot of
We
votes.
saw
That's
this
true.
a moment ago based
California
on the
does a lot of
percentage
votes. So.
spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. And he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend. And do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison
This is just a clean
with
sweep.
Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned
But
it like 5 times.
the map that they put on, the United States map, with the states red or blue, Majority of the map is red.
First time here. You're right about
Majority
that,
of the
right?
map is
Something on the side,
Republican.
little back sheets, right, Fred?
This is a clean
this
sweep.
Is Michigan. The first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this.
Yeah.
Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team or whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far.
So
That's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries. First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. And he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington,
Yeah, I don't understand who's
him.
voting
But
for
it reminds
independent
me of Jill
candidates.
Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state.
It's a
I
waste
know
of a
that
vote
Ross
if you're
Perot
voting for an
cost
independent
Bush
candidate.
a presidential election. I was in the
Honestly,
in the green room.
you might as well
when I
not
did
vote
high
if you're
school,
going to
which is
vote for an
finding the
independent
two
candidate.
smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove.
Let's go. Let's go again.
69
The crypto
Nobody
markets
wants to hear
are also
that,
reacting
but
positive.
there is a
Still,
scenario under
Bitcoin
which-
full 40% up, ETH 2% up, BNB 3% up, Sol 8.99% up, XRP 2.79% up, Doge 10.87% up,
I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very
Sui
dysfunctional
11.33%
house, but I
up.
think they could coalesce around
Markets
that,
are reacting
yes.
positive so far as well.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Chris?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. And by the time he got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump's
30,
135
135.
chance according to the betting odds.
It's 113 to 178.
As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing
I
the
never
betting
had
out
one
there
doubt
and
Trump
affecting
wasn't
these
going to
odds
win.
is
Yes, I'm
increasingly
fully aware of that,
likely
JP. I had doubts,
And how much does
mostly
it
because they
impact
might
that,
corrupted and
it's the
manipulated
first
the
year that you're
voting.
seeing some of these
With
the
no
big
doubts on
betting
the people.
markets in the United States, because there's a
this-
lot of people who are playing them probably
this
in a
is bad.
George,
fundamental
it's
way.
113
Posed
Harris,
by Maxim
178
are from Betfair's
Trump.
Markets Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
The basket.
it's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of the, just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time, apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
No, we're not. I'm just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought because she did well there that she would want to go and do more of them. But
For interviews?
More interviews to sit down and talk
with Brett.
After the one with Brett.
She mooted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Trump has 52% of the popular vote. Wow. That is quite impressive.
That interview.
Genuinely,
if I were her, I'd have gotten
we're in
out
the
and
clear.
done more. but she did some. And it didn't
I mean, we are in the clear. Crypto is in the clear so far.
She said Biden's great.
Markets are going to be positive. The economy is going to be excellent.
However,
Not just the U.S. economy, but the world economy is going to be excellent.
to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe traders think it'd be listening to the two smart guys.
The next polls are closing in 46 minutes.
Right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. The caucus got Wisconsin and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House, how does that play into? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want.
You should have been off the ballot.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president, so you could end up
XRP
with President Trump and Vice President
$176.
Harris.
But they vote after.
You never know, one day.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
Is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women, Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters
If Trump
on the ground
is in a
there.
bad way,
This
the
is
market
almost
reacts positive.
identical.
No.
The
If
margin
Trump
that she's
is in a
leading
bad way,
by.
the market reacts.
Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
Got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He
Ohio
was
has won
by
54.2% to
This is a
45%.
9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state.
Are we having a little
but
whiskey
hasn't
tonight?
been for quite some time.
And
Scottish
obviously
whiskey
it's,
is the best.
54% of the vote in, but as you
Scottish
look
or Irish.
at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican.
I mean,
much
you
like
can never go
Florida.
wrong with Blue
And
Label.
now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia.
Or
I
Mackin.
just got a message from the governor.
I've been communicating with
113 to
Governor Youngkin,
195.
and the last text,
Yep.
at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight.
I mean, this is
Exact
just
quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting.
walk
All
in the
night I've been
park.
looking for an answer to the question
75 to go.
turnout
Pretty much. This is
in
literally
Philly
a
and the
walk in the
suburbs
park.
of Philly.
Trump
We talked
is,
earlier about the university population. That's one
at this
part of the
point, Kamala
population.
Harris should just
But
call it a
the
day
vote lead
and not
was
come back.
700,000 below
Trump
what
is
they
sitting at
were in 2020. So they have
195.
a lot of ground to
She's
make
sitting
up.
at
From the Trump
113.
campaign.
There's
Now,
no hope for
take
her.
it, this is what they're saying. They believe this
She
is
might as
going
well
to be a
quit while
tortoise
she's
hare
ahead.
kind of night
While
for
she's
them in
not inside.
Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true,
There's no
that would mean
possibility in hell
African-American
she's going to be
turnout
making those
did
votes
not
up.
appear to the number and degree that they wanted, and secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious
Scottish
questions.
whiskey
Joe
is the
Biden
best.
at the White House
75
right
to
now,
go.
sitting at
Scott,
home,
whiskey,
thinking, I'm
tequila,
Joe,
you
and
name
I
it,
have
we
this
can
great
almost
relationship
taste it,
with the unions
JP.
all these years.
Facts, we
And
can
if
almost
she
taste it.
does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
He only needs 75 more.
Analyzing the data like we all are.
Not that far
And
off.
that is their
He's
take on it.
genuinely, it's not
I'm sure
even
the
a
Harris campaign,
possibility of him
for the
losing.
better part of the night,
He's
I
won.
was hearing from either reporters
Gary's
or Democrats,
starting to
and I have a
sweat.
few of those friends.
Definitely. Gary
And I was
Gensler is
hearing from
definitely
them,
starting to
oh,
sweat.
huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout
I think
in
Gary
Philly.
Gensler is the
And I
one
said,
right now with a
tell me,
bottle
where's the
of
turnout?
Scotch whiskey.
Could never get an
He's just
answer.
downing the
And
bottle
so
of Scotch
finally,
whiskey,
now
watching
the answer
Fox
began to
News
come in. And that would be the Trump war
with
room.
a resignation letter on his
Mar-a-Lago
table right
crowd,
now. Gary
their
Gensler.
degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
The closer we get to
Okay,
that,
Harold, let me just ask you this.
of who's going to be the winner of the next president of the United States,
with Democrats,
Gary Gensler is definitely going to be
they
signing
haven't
that paper.
had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not have a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning.
Gary Gensler is already writing his resignation. Now, honestly, I can picture it. Gary Gensler sitting behind his desk with his resignation letter, holding a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a pen in the other. He's just drinking, watching the results. The moment he's announced, he just signs the paper.
Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder, are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on
You
one
on whiskey,
machine,
JP?
some of the machines.
Bye-bye, Gary. Facts. Bye-bye, Gary. Definitely.
31,000
Gary
ballots
Gensler
in
ignition.
question. The city says they believe the integrity of those
Anybody
votes,
remember that
was
scene from
never
Family Guy
compromised.
where you
Still,
see Stewie in the corner
107,000
saying everything's going to be
ballots, those now
okay?
need to be retabulated. So
That's
43,000
basically Gary
ballots
Gensler. That
have
same
been,
scene from
counted
Family
here,
Guy with
as of this
Stewie in
point,
the
but they've
corner
got these additional,
saying
volunteers
everything's going to be
to try to
okay,
speed up
holding
the
his teddy
process.
bear.
We
It's
expect to get
basically
final
Gary
numbers
Gensler in the
somewhere
corner
around
right
1
now,
or
just
2 a.m.
everything's going to be
The
okay.
city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Watley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin
Gary
officials are
Gensler
here
is
to try to
writing
get
his
some questions
resignation letter right now.
Right, Martha?
Long
I
night
mean,
in
might as well.
Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike.
He has
So the
only
Fox News
Elizabeth
Decision
left.
Desk can now project that Vice
Oh,
President
here we go.
Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race
How?
to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call.
Which she still has no hope in hell of
In a
winning.
key governor's race, Fox News
But
10
how?
now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat.
I think we're going to find out tonight. This is not going to drag on. Yeah, I don't think it's going to drag on either. I think tonight we're going to get the results in.
Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
Election, right? Advert. So far, it's gone to advert now. Like 30 seconds we can talk before it goes back into the news. Yeah. So far now, Trump, clear win. There is nothing holding this man back. House majority, 58 Democrats, Republicans, 83. They're smashing it. House Republicans, House majority, Republicans 83, Democrats 58. Republicans are smashing in every category. Senate for majority, Republican 46, Democrat 37. Trump sitting at 52.2%, Kamala Harris sitting at 46.6%. Yeah, I mean, this is not a race, this is a demolition. I think, yeah, Trump 194 electoral votes, Kamala 94 votes, Kamala. No, Skamala is sitting at 113, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Trump is sitting at 195. Skamala is sitting at 113%, 113 votes.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I'm on the politician.
How'd you figure that out?
I mean, this is just amazing. Not only are we getting a pro-crypto president, but also pro-economy, which is the most important factor here. But we're also getting a majority in terms of congressmen, senators, and House. I mean, this is just a demolition. You can genuinely tell from the voting that's happening right now. You can genuinely tell people are just fed up. People are fed up with everything. People are fed up essentially with how their kids were treated in education, because we're not going to go into detail, but right now in schools, they're teaching some weird stuff to kids. So you can see that parents are fed up with the government trying to teach their kids some weird stuff and trying to make them go colorful. You can see that, essentially parents are fed up with the high bills and groceries and gas and electrics and vehicle payments and loans and mortgages. The numbers speak very loud that the majority of people are fed up.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Texas Senator Ted Cruz will have a third term. And
Ted Cruz wins.
Democratic Congressman, former NFL player Colin Allred. There was some movement in this race.
Ted Cruz has just won the Senate.
Some discussion that maybe
Amazing.
Ted Cruz might lose his seat, but he has handled.
You know how much money they put into that race? Yeah. Democrats poured a ton of money into that race. Colin Allred was a good candidate.
Absolutely, good debater.
Minus being in Texas, I mean, he was really a really good Democratic candidate. As you look at the balance of power, 47 to 37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race, as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz
World Economic Forum are pulling their hair out. The World Economic Forum are pulling their hair out.
Good evening. I could tell you some
Potato.
behind-the-scenes info right now. We have
Potato.
Fox News playing on
Gary
both
Gensler
screens
is
right now.
one hand whiskey in the other. Jesus Christ, look.
Because we just
We're
threw
not
up the
paying.
race and
We're
we
not
have
playing with
Cruz
Skamala.
again
She's
with
got to
that
go. I
strong
agree.
lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the
I just want XRP to go to $1 so I can rob it and his face.
when you
Just want
think
XRP to go to $1.
of Texas, you think of
Rob
this
it in his
deep
face.
red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this.
Ted Cruz won his seat. Yep, Ted Cruz won. We can say the betting poll was right. Yeah, the betting was right. The betting website. Coin market.
So much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by
Pete?
a second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth at the honky tonk in Nashville. Can you hear us?
Hey guys, yes I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's honky tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortagus, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here. Love watching you guys and what you're doing. This sentiment is a reflective of what's happening in this election. Could be a very good night for Donald Trump.
Because when we see, we can say the betting poll was right. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Credit markets is still very positive.
They're having a pretty good time there.
They are. We're
Bitcoin is up 6.20%.
Junior, Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
Like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know,
Bitcoin is up 6.20%.
this morning.
ETH
All that's mail-in stuff too.
5.16%. Solana 11.31%.
Do something funky
Up.
and fancy,
BNB
guys, so just
up
bear with me.
14.16%.
I'm gonna try and
XRP
find
3.63%.
Pennsylvania
Doge
2020,
14.12% up. TON 1.32% up.
For us to understand, it's important
ADA
for our analysts to know,
4.67% up.
understand, it's important for the
Shiba
audience to understand it all.
7.44% up.
This is 4 years ago,
AVAX 9.81% up.
This is just a
I mean, this is
24-hour
just
span
SUI
from November
16%
3rd
up.
into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day.
Near
And the vote
8.89%.
count that
The
came
whole
in here,
market
right,
is
heavily
just
blue, well over 70%.
doing absolutely
And then
amazing.
around 11 p.m., you get across the line, and that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden. Okay, so with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here in New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties.
HBAR is up
last time
13%.
around, right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27%.
Chainlink is up
The
9.36%.
other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago. Okay, this is up on the lakefront here. All right,
The whole market right now, the crypto market, is just booming straight through.
That may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch it less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You
Even the dollar is up.
Virginia will just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump is just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, number one populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%.
Gold is even slightly up as well.
So Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that. Given the
Every
fact that
market
that vote
space is up.
still out, and I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I can explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points. 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize.
Bitcoin is sitting at $72,702.
That was determined by
$72,725 now. It's going to touch 73,000. Everything essentially everything Wall Street said that crypto reaching essentially $73,000. Bitcoin reaching $73,000 is what Wall Street priced in. Wall Street priced in about a few days ago, which I revealed on this live. Wall Street priced in Bitcoin reaching an all-time high and passing above it, and they priced in essentially Trump winning the elections. Wall Street was revealed on Bloomberg a few nights ago. I revealed on this live. By the way, if you're watching this live for the first time ever and you're wondering who the hell am I, what is this? This is CMF Live. If you're watching this for the first time ever, I talk about the most recent news that's happening around the world every single night on X Live, on YouTube Live. So if you're watching this for the first time ever, this is what this is. I talk about cryptocurrencies, CBDC news, AI, politics, regulations, vital information for you to know about. We're going the world transforming into a digital space, and this is episode 197. So if you're watching this for the first time ever. And right now we're essentially waiting on the results for who's the next president of the United States. So follow if you're watching this for the first time ever. Follow. If you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe. If you're watching us on X, follow. If you already haven't.
Nearly everywhere. It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can.
BTC is on the way to all-time high. Facts, it is. Every single crypto is up, stocks up, gold up, dollar up. I mean, if you ever wanted an indication of who's the best candidate, everything is up because Trump is clearly in the victory. If the tables were turned around, was Kamala leading, crypto would be down right now, stocks would be down right now, dollar would be down right now, gold will be down right now. But because it's Trump leading the way, stocks up, gold up, dollar up, crypto up.
For him is that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along.
Camel toe is up 95%. Camel toe is up 95%.
Yeah, it's dominating. 81.
As compared to 2020.
I mean, this is just a demolition.
Look at that.
This is not a race. This is a demolition.
2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the vote still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now
Here we go.
predict that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there.
Kamala Harris 54.1% in New Hampshire, Trump 44.8%. So Trump lost New Hampshire. It's okay. They can have New Hampshire. Nobody cares.
And we saw that Kelly
We're still in the lead. That's all that matters.
There, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red.
But guess who would not be down? The
situation.
CMF, XOP. Exactly. Let's go, JP.
Next, the Democrat Angela Olsen
Maryland
lost the
Senate,
seat.
Republicans
Former Republican governor
lost.
Larry
Democrats won that
Hogan,
one too.
he never
It's
really was
okay.
able
Nobody
to
cares about that either.
pass her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to
I mean,
become
the
senator.
Republicans have already got enough seats. We're still good by a mile.
We're still on track.
Exactly. We're still on track.
Up for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other
You
races.
can throw the Democrats, crumbs here and there.
About
While we take the biggest seats.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel, Kaylee. What are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map. And again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking.
We're still Harris 117, Trump 195.
But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia.
Trump is sitting at 52.2%, Kamala Harris 46.6%.
Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks
We
that
are
Joe
so
Biden
winning
did.
this.
You look
This
at
is
Copeland
clearly a
County,
win.
Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7. At this hour, you have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative
We need Pennsylvania.
until tonight in Florida.
We lost New Hampshire,
and you
but
see
no, it's
Amendment
okay.
4
Pennsylvania.
went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the
You
country.
pull the feathers and give them the crumbs. You pull the feathers and give them the crumbs. Exactly, freedom forever.
That might be a lesson that's
Remember the quote from
instructive
yesterday?
to the
The
party.
chicken quote?
You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not
Exactly.
worked.
We pull the feathers, they get the crumbs.
Both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close.
North Carolina,
Watching the Senate, because
47.8% Kamala Harris, 51% Trump. She's clearly in the win. Pennsylvania, she's 52.5%. Trump is 46.6% in Pennsylvania. But still too soon to call it. Virginia, 48.4% Kamala Harris. Trump, 49.9%. So he's leading there, at least. Let's go. Michigan, she's leading 53.1%. Trump is leading 45.1%.
I am growing more.
I'm guessing all the Eminem voters are voting in Michigan for Kamala Harris after Eminem went on stage and endorsed Kamala Harris. What an absolute disgrace Eminem is for that.
I think the finest numbers people.
All the Epstein Island essentially list people, or the Diddy Party list people, are all behind Kamala Harris.
I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also
You're having a great evening. Let's go, Mav. We definitely are.
That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay, but if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yeah.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
Georgia, she's 47. Trump is 52.4.
We're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the
New Hampshire is a flip-flop state. They can have it. That's only full electoral votes.
After this.
The next one is in 19 minutes. In 19 minutes, we're going to know who the next essentially state winners are.
You believe you were sent by God?
Advert. So far, we are. There's no chance of her coming back. She might, just by an inch, get Pennsylvania, just by an inch. But the rest, Trump is in the lead so far. Even though it's still soon to, too soon to call it. But he's still in the lead, 52.2% to 46.6% from her side. House majority, we're sitting at 97, while Democrats are sitting at 71. Lots of celebs are sweating now with the list. Facts, absolutely facts. Evening Miles and CMF, we are on for a late one tonight. Let's go, Pierce. We definitely are. And yeah, what Shelley said is absolutely facts. The celebrities that have been endorsing Kamala Harris, all of them should be, essentially, they should reveal the list is what's going to be happening. So Elon Musk did an interview essentially where he said that the celebrities that are endorsing Kamala Harris are all on the Epstein list and situations and the Diddy Party list, and they don't want that information to look up, essentially come out. So yeah, they're definitely sweating right now, the Democrats and the celebrities. That Diddy list and Epstein list should definitely come out. And those celebrities should be put in prison. And some of them should be in prison for life, depending on what their crime was. But facts, absolutely facts, what Shelley said. And we had one weird person inside the comment section called, "Bro, you look like you could make me some mean ramen noodles." I'm guessing, if I had to guess, he's a Democrat. Not very happy that his Kamala is losing.
Online auction since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got the barbecue smoker.
Pennsylvania's 51.9% Kamala Harris, 47.2% Trump.
Right now and see how much you can save.
All right, here we go.
9:43 on the East Coast. Let's take you through some of these key states because nothing that has happened so far is shocking at this point. Most of it, we're watching Virginia and we're waiting for North Carolina. But some of
It was always on that side. Eminem, we just won Georgia.
But let's look at Pennsylvania for a moment here and see how
Let's go,
Pennsylvania
Georgia.
is shaping up at this hour.
Georgia.
And you see you've got a 47 to 52.
It was interesting because 50 Cent and Eminem were, pretty much brothers. 50 Cent supports Trump,
32%. Thank you. So we're waiting for a lot
whereas
more
Eminem
votes to
supports
come in
Kamala
in
Harris.
Pennsylvania, and what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. There's
Michigan,
which we haven't
52% Kamala
talked
Harris,
too much about yet.
45% Trump.
We'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%. A lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan. We'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the Blue Wall. Hi, Grady.
Detroit, Michigan, Kamala Harris is winning slightly, 52.5%, 45% is Trump. So all the Eminem voters coming out to support these Kamala. That guy needs to buy him some. That guy needs to buy himself some tissues. Because 50 Cent never sold his soul. That's right. That's true. 50 Cent never sold his soul. Eminem did a very long time ago.
Like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs.
I think personally,
particularly in the
on the Epstein list and the Diddy Party list, the two people that are going to be on top of the list is most likely going to be Jay-Z and Beyonce. Jay-Z and Beyonce are going to be number 1 and number 2 on the Epstein list and the Diddy list.
Their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard.
Because those two slimy people, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they're both slimy. You know for a fact they're number 1 and number 2 on both these lists. They're always supporting.
We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay,
But 50 Cent is an absolute legend.
There's some Democrats saying North Carolina is
50 Cent is an absolute legend for never selling his soul.
And they still may make T-shirts, but
And that's rare. In Hollywood, that's rare. As a celebrity, that's rare.
Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay.
Minnesota is known to be a blue state and it's looking red already. I think they're about to flip it. Absolutely amazing. Let's go. Ray, thank you so much for a $2 donation, brother. Best crypto and world news live ever. Go Miles, go. Let's go, Ray. Ray, thanks so much for a $2 donation, brother. Going straight to starting up the CMF hedge fund. We've actually raised quite a bit for CMF hedge fund. I think we're $1,000 plus. If I'm not mistaken, we're $1,000 plus on the CMF hedge fund. So YouTube takes about 70% of. Sorry, YouTube takes about 30%. The creator gets 70%, and we're sitting above $1,200 right now, $1,300 if I'm not mistaken, in CMF donations. So far, the CMF has saved from all the donations roughly $1,200, $1,300 we've raised in the CMF, which is absolutely amazing for the CMF hedge fund. So thank you so much to everyone from the CMF that's been donating and for the CMF hedge fund, for the startup of the CMF hedge fund. Because we've raised about roughly, I think, $1,200, $1,300 so far.
Harris has almost 66% So this is where Joe Biden finished.
So honestly, thanks so much to everyone that's been donating.
City 4 years ago, he was
Facts, let's
almost
go,
at
JP.
70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. This is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall.
But I revealed the.
This is where we are right now.
So inside the CMF Telegram group, I'll put the screenshots from the Google payments. So YouTube payments, in other words.
We still think we're probably seeing
So you guys can, so everyone inside the CMF can also see how much money we've raised so far. I'll put it inside the Telegram chat. I'll take screenshots from the YouTube payments from the beginning until now.
6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more.
How much did you say YouTube take? YouTube takes around 30%, if I'm not mistaken. So YouTube gives the creators 70%, and YouTube takes 30%.
Very similar.
So the creator gets 70%, YouTube takes 30%.
Take out the Obama years in 08, 2012. You find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin.
And they take it at the end of each month. So at the end of each month, they will take their 30% and then they will send you the 70%.
Just by a nose, he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight.
So we've raised roughly $1,200, $1,300, if I'm not mistaken, which is absolutely amazing so far for the CMF hedge fund.
And it might well
so genuinely thank you so much to everyone that's been donating. I'm waiting for my crypto to hit. I don't want to give it away yet. Waiting for my crypto to hit. I don't want to give it away yet. No problem, Chief. Look at where we are now. 5th. Wisconsin, Kamala is sitting at 50.9%. Trump is sitting at 47.6%.
Okay. And when he went to Washington, it all flipped. It all became red.
There are people actually voting for Robert Kennedy.
And we'll see whether or not
Robert Kennedy is not even running. He said he does not. He's backing Trump. I don't know even why people are voting for Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy said, "Don't vote for me."
This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long.
When do we get the final results? We're not that far off, to be fairly honest.
Half of the vote in here.
In about 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to get the next results coming in.
I find that interesting.
What about Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
Wouldn't it make sense and more cost-effective to donate crypto than instead? It would. It definitely make a lot more sense for crypto donations directly. Shelley, you are correct. You are always right, Shelley. It does make a lot more sense to do direct essential donations. I need to put the crypto wallets for donation purposes inside the CMF Telegram group for the CMF hedge fund. So if only 2 people have the wallets, the wallet addresses inside the CMF. I need to put the wallet addresses for the donations inside the Telegram group as well, so everyone else has them. But you are correct. Yeah, the courts would allow his Kennedy name to come off the ballot in most states. Yeah, that's true. The courts did let it come off most states, but it makes no sense why Kennedy is even listed. Kennedy is backing Trump. Kennedy said to people, "Don't vote for me," but people are still voting for him.
Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here.
So why wait till the
See what we're
11th?
doing.
It was
70%
an estimate
impressive
that
percentage,
is going to be the
right?
10th or the 11th.
From 4 years ago, what do you do? So a little bit better right there.
It was an estimate.
In Washington
It could be
County.
sooner.
Then we'll move over here. This is the most
That looks a
popular
lot more
of the
sooner.
three. Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60%.
So 10th, 11th was like the latest. Miles, I accidentally clicked the button and lost all responses. Is there a way to get it back?
So either has some space to
You
make
lost all
up, or
responses?
not
No, you're
gonna
still
get
here.
to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin.
No, you still
Maybe my
I can still see your
favorite
comments.
county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha? County. It's Door County, okay? And why do we
That's a
talk
high
about Door
percentage
County?
is
First of
all I'm
we
saying.
don't wanna be
It
there in
is.
the winter, okay?
You know, you are correct, Shelly. It is a high, it's a very high percentage. But yeah, I've definitely got to put the wallet addresses for the CMF hedge fund in the CMF group, Telegram group.
Biden won it. All right, go back to 2024.
Yeah,
Let's go
30% is quite high.
statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because
Okay, very soon we're about to get the next results coming in. I know, but I need to get rid of my fiat. No, but I need to get rid. No, we're still accepting donations. We're still accepting donations for the YouTube, obviously for YouTube. Because the CMF hedge fund accepts donations from YouTube or directly for crypto. Obviously, donations was completely optional.
That is when we will get full close.
But no, we're still doing YouTube donations, and we'll do crypto on the side because there's no fees. And Shelly is correct, there is no fees. Couldn't we give you donations directly to you, so 100% goes to the fund? You can, yes, Joe, you can give donations directly to me. I'm going to share the wallet addresses because this is when the advert. So yeah, what we'll do, Shelly is correct. What we'll do is I'll put the CMF hedge fund wallet address inside the Telegram group so that people can make donations inside the CMF group. Everyone can make donations directly whenever they want. It's completely optional to start up the CMF hedge fund. And that way it's 100% of the donation money is going straight towards the CMF hedge fund, and not 30% is not going to be taken away by YouTube. But the YouTube donations are still going to be there as well, just in case anybody wants to donate with fiat. They can do donations with fiat through YouTube. If they want to do donations with crypto, they can do donations directly through crypto, which 100% of that money goes straight into the hedge fund. YouTube, fiat, crypto donations the other way. So we'll do both. So if somebody wants to get rid of their fiat, let's just say in JP's case, you could do that way. I like that idea. I want to donate. Let's go, Scott. That's brilliant, as we all trust you 100%. I appreciate that a lot, CMF. Appreciate that a lot, Joe, as well. That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, we can do that 100%. And because it's a public address, everybody can see how much we've raised as well. But I'll keep on posting how much we've raised. I agree. We all trust you. Thank you, Scott, as well, for the kind words. Thank you, Joe, for the kind words as well. Just need Trump to win.
Our clients have a complex website and digital marketing. Fashion Mishka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their online presence, reach new customers, and increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more
the adverts,
online sales to management of email marketing,
complete BS.
SEO, and social media. For results-driven digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
How's everybody feeling so far? Right now, inside the comment section, put how you're feeling so far with the results. With the current results, Harris 117, Trump sitting at 195. How's everyone feeling? Because my mattress is uncomfortable. Because my mattress is uncomfortable. Scott, JP, you can always make fiat donations. Don't worry about it, brother. JP, the fiat door is always open for you.
Count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 1.
I'm nervous. Joe, you're nervous? How's everyone feeling? Joe's nervous. So far, how are you feeling? In 2 minutes, the polls are closing. The next polls are closing in 2 minutes.
And whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to.
Do you think this is a clear win? Do you think Kamala has a chance of coming back? Or do you think this is just a clean sweep?
We'll be there in a little bit, right?
Joe's feeling nervous.
Right now, we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the.
Sorry to say, I have to go, guys. Work is calling. Let's go, Trump 2024. Shelly, see you tomorrow, same timing as usual. And have a great day at work, Shelly. Trump, let's go, Mike. I'm happy with the results, but as I said, until it's done, deal. Until it's a done deal. I have a bad feeling, is what Camel says. I'm feeling a lot more confident now, but I dare to dream. Hopefully, good dreams. Fantastic. Let's go, JP. We have a mixture of comments inside the comment section. Only one person's nervous so far. I voted for Kamala, but it looks like a clean sweep. Ronaldo, Reagan runaway. Basically, yeah.
It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
18 minutes.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada. Nevada, we fight for the future.
I think Kamala supporters are waiting to the very last minute this night. Oh, here we go. We're getting close to the results. Next polls close in now.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes, to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
This is just amazing. 205 Trump is sitting at. 205 Trump is sitting at right now. She's only sitting at 117.
President Trump at 205 right now.
205. Oh, I mean, this is just beautiful.
Waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan, and just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot.
Who is currently winning? Trump. Trump is winning by a mile.
Concentrated vote that has not.
Even if Kamala Harris started sprinting, she's not going to reach those numbers. Trump is winning by a mile.
In the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call to this Senate race between.
I'm not nervous one bit. I have been waiting for months. Let's go, JP.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John
107-205, JP.
He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah.
Kamala, I know what you mean.
As we pull up the
These computers can be manipulated at any time.
Where we are at 10:01 in the evening, Republicans now have
48
seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity's still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, this was a cannonball contest.
Jesse Waters is an absolute legend.
Because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3.
Jesse Waters is a very honest journalist, in my opinion.
That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia's going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense
Give
in
us the last
Pennsylvania,
points so we
Michigan,
can
and
just
Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump
pop the champagne bottles.
in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters.
It's
in
3
Michigan,
a.m. by the way in
and
London.
Pennsylvania,
Right now in London it's 3 a.m.
and they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3, 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020.
And now
The
he's just
Loudoun
walking
County
apart.
numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia's going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since
We are 1 minute
1988.
away from
Donald
Alton
Trump
BTC.
is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected.
Bitcoin is
Obviously,
up
anything can happen.
$73,164.
Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states.
It's
It
4
happened
a.m. where
last
I
time
am.
in 2020. And if by midnight it looks like Trump has
Serbia.
a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah. I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country.
Miles, does this decision help CoinMove at all?
I think both
Yes.
issues are really hitting hard tonight.
It makes me it makes it easier for my blockchain startup company to operate in the US, where the US has proper regulations. Yes, it helps.
But it is very close to that.
But I need the UK to be a bit more, on the regulation side for cryptocurrencies also. But it helps.
Tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat.
You want to know?
And the fact that it's seems to be going the way
Bitcoin mission, you want to know?
is, I think,
A lot of
quite
credit to
telling.
Glenn Youngkin and
Bitcoin
obviously
is sitting
Donald
at
Trump for the way that the state has handled it.
73,591.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes
73,000.
things sort of take hold
Bitcoin
over
is sitting
a period
at
of time,
74,000.
right?
It's just
Glenn
going
Youngkin
higher.
won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get.
I mean,
and
the
Youngkin
prices
was sort of
right now are
trying to
going
get them over
through the
that
roof on crypto.
edge. So if
Bitcoin
this
is up
does, and it
8.26%.
can't call it obviously.
ETH is up 7. Is up 7%. Solana is up 13%. BNB is up 5%. XRP is up 5%. Doge is up 24%.
But others have.
I understand.
Adder is up 6%. Con is up 3%. Shiba is up 11%. AVAX is up 12%. Link is up 11%. Sui is up 19%.
Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day. With Glenn
The
Youngkin.
market
Okay,
is
so you guys
just
were talking here.
amazing.
All right, so this is part of our
Bitcoin
our
is now
Fox
sitting at
Insights.
$74,347.
Here we go in Loudoun County. We mentioned this, right? Now,
I'm
this
feeling
is a
good.
16
Let's
point
go.
advantage for Kamala Harris.
I'm guessing
We've
everyone's
almost got all the
portfolios are
vote
looking
estimates
better right now.
in right now. And Trump's doing 3.4 points better now, with 98% of the vote reporting, than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax
I mean,
County.
this is just
All right,
amazing.
so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 100.
Bitcoin is sitting at 74,590 now.
70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
You have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So for the Virginia, is that the biggest county? The Fairfax County?
Oh,
Is there
yeah.
another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they.
I tell you what I'll do here. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part of, than was expected. Okay, so there's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up, more points. Yeah, almost 185,000.
North Carolina, Trump is sitting at 51.8%. She's sitting at 47.1%. She has no chance whatsoever.
You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again. But
Bitcoin is sitting at 104,000 Canadian dollars.
So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore.
Bitcoin is sitting at $74,745. $74,821. It's just going higher. Bitcoin is just going higher and higher.
Folks in the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. And a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania, they're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so it's about half of the vote.
In Australian dollars,
remember that chart I showed you?
Bitcoin is sitting at $114,500. This is just a beautiful day.
It tends to be more democratic.
Pennsylvania.
We're seeing that again in 2024.
Pennsylvania, Trump is sitting at 50.3%.
1.4 margin there. Raw vote just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on. Let's go here. All right, here we go.
There's one place in Pennsylvania she's leading slightly, but who cares about that point?
Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden
in general
was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right, we saw that difference.
The majority of Pennsylvania, I mean, it's just red.
Going to vote differently than Wayne County.
We are in the clear with this.
As well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200.
75,000 Bitcoin history has been made, people.
Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on. 71. Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watch it, right? How many rallies did Trump have?
Can we say the bull run has started? We are watching history being made.
This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together.
This is just
Butler County.
Sign of relief.
On July 13th. Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%.
So far, basically, this means
in a rural county like
in terms of the market space,
4 years ago, before
crypto up,
assassination
crypto cases are going to disappear. Gary Gensler fired. Congress is now pro-crypto. You can say the Senate is pro-crypto. They have more seats for Republicans. Republicans are pro-crypto. America is about to become the capital of the crypto world.
I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we
America went from anti-crypto
in our analysis. We're always focused on the
pro-crypto.
states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina,
is up 30%.
Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, It's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Sonora is up
so I hope
15%.
they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly.
XRP is up
with Ron
6%.
DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully.
AVAX is up 15%.
I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
nobody missed that.
So what is, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote.
We're watching history made. If we look at CNBC alone, if we look at CBDCs alone, it is better with Trump or Kamala. It doesn't matter. Either way it goes, CBDCs are still happening. Because CBDCs will happen anyway. Yeah, it's true. It doesn't matter. CBDCs will happen anyway. So either way, we're good to go.
Before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief and my sources,
they are saying Trump is outperforming much more than they expected. It looks like Wall Street was correct. About 4 nights ago on this live, I revealed that Wall Street priced in a Trump victory and said the market's going to start booming. Seems like Wall Street was correct.
How long it'll take them to count the votes out there? That is frustrating to Laura's point.
And that Bloomberg was also correct.
Said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take.
Fox News is dying because Trump is winning. Why is my portfolio down 100%? Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. This was the state they said he would. If he wins, it's definitely over for Kamala. I mean, this is just. I can already picture the memes that's going to be starting for Kamala. The memes about I'm a middle class person living in a middle class house, middle class job, middle class food. Remember all the people that were saying throughout the year, yeah.
He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight.
One of my portfolios is up 13%, but still down from March. Good days though.
Where they were up by 1.1 million. We went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only
Pennsylvania, where Trump is sitting at 50.6%. She's sitting at 48.5%. She has no hope in hell of making any sort of a comeback.
Difference. They were 40% shortfall.
Wisconsin, she's sitting at 49.3. Trump's sitting at 49.2. There is no chance.
They needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was
exactly,
bragging
Miles.
this morning
Let's go,
about how
Stormy.
well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before.
Absolutely
They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county.
So, Britt, well, let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what-if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now at 83%.
This is just amazing.
It started at 58%. And it's climbed all through the evening.
Gary Gensler right now is shitting himself.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess.
Stock market futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break,
I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight because they couldn't. There was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess some of them weren't tallying, and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP vote cast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP vote cast.
Popular vote, Trump is sitting at
For
52.5%.
the mainstream media,
She's sitting at 46.3%.
as a racist for all these years, and if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything.
Will we have a major retrace, or do you think this could be the beginning of a proper bull run? This could be a catalyst for a run, without a doubt.
In Iowa, Trump, it looks like he's going to win
This
Iowa by 8 to 10
and rate
percentage
cuts
points.
I mean, that would just be the best. This Trump victory and rate cuts,
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick.
the market is going to.
Let's go to Pennsylvania.
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening
Amazing.
in Wisconsin.
Absolutely amazing.
So go ahead, Brett, with your
Gary
question.
Gensler jobless. Amazing.
County, you got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Crypto is doing great. Gold is up slightly. Dollar is strengthened right now.
This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an
Stock market is doing good for it. Everything is doing good. Every single market space right now is doing good.
for that.
Biggest
I'm
indication
gonna do something here, and they're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to
of
remember these numbers.
everybody
all right?
chose the right president. If you wanted to know, you chose the right president.
She's about
Well, he hasn't even won yet. Trump hasn't won yet, but he is going to win. And gold is already doing better. Dollar is already doing better. Crypto market is doing excellent. Stock market is doing better.
All right, so you got your Fox Insights.
Gary Gensler is going to get fired.
We talked about Milwaukee.
This is a catalyst for a run, for a bull run. It's a catalyst for a bull run. And then on top of that, if we get rate cuts, oh my,
In Brown County, which is
that
Green
would
Bay,
just be.
Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago.
Bro just looked at my portfolio. Let's go. It's a great day for sure, brother. Let's go. Let's go see him. Let's go, Ray. This is absolutely amazing, honestly.
When you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy,
Wisconsin.
8,000 votes.
Trump is sitting at
in Wisconsin.
49.5%. She's sitting at 49%.
And 2020 in Wisconsin. We'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't. But it's just something to point out right now.
Do you think if Trump wins, he's going to mention crypto in his first speech? Not in his first speech, most likely not. In Trump's first speech, it's going to be about uniting people together once again. The world is too distant, you know, everybody's so distant from each other. Everybody's miserable. So I'm guessing Trump's first speech is about uniting people once again together, bringing normality back to norm, you know, bringing the norms back, bringing the family norms back, bringing back normal education. What's this colorful education they're teaching people? So I think in his first speech, it's just going to be about uniting people back together, uniting the country back together,
Really sitting here,
and just bringing that
I think
norm
we
back.
got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true.
His ongoing speeches are going to be essentially economy related, blockchain related, because it is what he stated. And Trump is a man that when he says something, he'll do it.
But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that
You know, I really want to see Kamala in prison as well. Joe Biden in prison.
The only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonable
Every
tough
single
way
person that
is
went
sitting
after
right
Trump,
here at this table, and that was you, Brett.
Trump
And
should go
the
after
thing
them
she
now.
never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical
Because those
Islamic
people should not
terrorism.
get to walk
Why
away
she wasn't asked about
from what they did to
supporting a
him.
bail fund,
It was not right. What they did to him was not
riots in
right.
summer of 24
I personally think Trump should go after every single person that did him wrong during his campaign, trying to bring him down, trying to put him in prison. Trump should go after every single one of those bastards.
What will this say, Brett, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody's talking about the poll, right? You know,
Yeah,
the Morning
another
Register.
mention,
You know, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little the back sheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa. But this
Trump is 52.9%.
This is
let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes.
Miles, I disagree with you. This country has and still goes after minorities. And I hear no one saying the same in their situation. And that shouldn't happen either.
From January 7th, 2021.
I agree with you. That shouldn't happen either.
Until now.
Maybe if a journalist asks him if he has to tank the crypto voters for the win, maybe it is possible. If that happens, it's maybe better. Do you think Putin and the leaders of the world are up watching what we are watching? 100%. China, especially right now, China is watching this. Every country in the world, every leader, president, prime minister, CEO, executive board member, every single one of these people are watching this right now live. America is the most important country in the world. As the Bank of International Settlement puts it, if the American markets sneeze, the world market catches a cold. Facts. Every single board member, executive, CEO, from every country, president or prime minister or any politician right now, anywhere from the world, they're watching this right now.
Well, and also, I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
Do you have a total? I have Trump 185, Harris 91. Yeah, it's updated, Mike. The total is Trump 205, Kamala 117. Trump is leading 205.
Economy to foreign policy and peace. That resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
Facts. If they could, they would put Trump in prison tonight. This is how corrupt these people are. If they could, they would put Trump in prison tonight. But they can't.
He would have a diverse, winning coalition.
And that's why Trump should go after every single person that stabbed him in the back during his election times.
But that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular
every judge that was corrupt in the Trump cases, every single one of those judges that were corrupt during the Trump cases, investigate them. Investigate every single corrupt politician that was against them, corrupt judges, lawyers, go after every single one of them.
I call you the primes.
Let's clean up the country.
7, 8, and 9.
And then clean up the world.
Thank you guys. Great coverage.
Have fun. Fantastic. So much, guys.
That was great. That was great. The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all. It's Fox News Democracy 24. marches on.
Virginia Senate, Democrat won. Missouri Senate, Republican won.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
For, economically, upper middle class and education-wise, I am at the top of the. I worry about the little person, less fortunate. I'll be honest with you, Scott. You don't need to worry about the little person, because the right candidate is winning. Trump is the only candidate that cares about the little person. Believe it or not, he's the only person that cares about the little person.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
Would Putin and China be pro-Trump or Skamala? China would be pro-Skamala. Putin would be pro-Trump. The Ukraine and Russian war will completely end. Russia will get certain bits of land in Ukraine, and then the war will be done. Putin is in favor of Trump. China is in favor of Skamala. He committed crimes. I know the majority are Trump supporters, but he committed these crimes against you or your family. Many of you would be saying he needs to be jailed. I'm not going to ask for honesty because I am not. I get this topic. Get on this topic, yeah. Well, here's the thing: the crimes weren't. It was actually shown. There was no substantial sort of evidence for those crimes, and they weren't major crimes, to be very honest. But you know, there weren't any sort of substantial scenarios on those crimes basis. There's no merit to any of those cases whatsoever. Absolutely amazing. Let's go, Ray. I do not believe Trump cares about anyone except himself. I haven't seen anything otherwise. You'd be surprised. Trust me, you'll be surprised. If Trump only cared about himself, how come during his presidency he didn't start any new wars? When Trump was asked the question, here's one good example. Trump was on a news channel. Go back. Trump was on a news channel where the interviewer asked him, who do you want to win, Russia or Ukraine? And he said, neither. He said, I care about the people. I want this war to end. And the interviewer kept on pressing. Who do you want to win? You don't want Ukraine to win? You don't want Ukraine to win? He said, neither. I want the war to stop. I want the people to stop dying. The same question asked at Kamala. We support Ukraine 100%. We will feed them billions of dollars and any weaponaries they need to continue this war.
What is their connection to the vice president? Which groups were invited? We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers.
Not only does he care about the little person in the United States, but he also cares about the little guy in war conflict countries. That's just one example. The man has donated so much money. The man hires a lot of people. A lot of ethnic minority people he hires as well. At a high percentage. But the news will never tell you that. Do you think some people will accidentally be falling out of windows today? Do you think some people will accidentally be falling out of windows today? I personally think that a lot of celebrities are going to be disappearing, like David Copperfield or like David Blaine. I genuinely feel like a lot of celebrities are going to be disappearing, like David Blaine, into thin air. And a man by the name of Gary Gensler is going to also be disappearing. or maybe there's a possibility a lot of people can slip through windows. You never know.
In just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this?
His behavior created a lot of situations that divide the U.S. It's not Trump's behavior that is creating situations that divide the U.S. It's the news that is dividing the U.S. Not Trump or Trump's behavior. It's the news that's dividing, essentially, that's dividing the people. The news is the number one source of pretty much putting everybody in categories. To be fairly honest. He's scared of Putin. Putin has info on him and he's blackmailing him. Putin is KGB and more smarter than Trump. It's the other way around. Trump is actually, Putin is actually scared of Trump. It's the other way around. Putin didn't start any wars under Trump. Here's the thing, Scott, you're listening too much to the news and the media and everything, and it's polluting you. Because to be fairly honest, if Putin is scared, if Trump is scared of Putin, for 4 years, Putin didn't start a war. Putin could have taken Ukraine if Trump was scared of Putin. But he isn't. It's the other way around. Every leader in this world is scared of Trump. Every leader, every president, every prime minister in this planet is scared of Trump. It's the other way around. Trump is not scared of Putin. If Trump was scared of Putin, Putin could have taken Ukraine. But he didn't. In fact, Putin didn't do anything during those 4 years. He was silent.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
well, that's really, where have you been? He's stolen money, has donated to him. The court documents prove it. No merit still. Whose new reporting is best? None of them. Yeah, none of the news channels are great, I'll be honest with you. News is the worst place. Unfortunately, it's the only place we could get the results in. That's the worst place. Miles, you listen to the news too much. I have lived many of these situations. I'm not stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. Scott, I'm not calling you stupid at all, in any sort of a way. I'm saying sometimes people can get misguided. So big difference. Sometimes people get misguided. But I will never call you stupid. Never. No, they are scared of Trump. They are scared of his tyrannical behavior. The type of behavior that leaders should not exhibit. I think they should. I think Trump's behavior is great. You know why? On the basis of they're scared of him. Because no country will do anything wrong. Because if you let these countries go wild, they will go wild. Russia will start more wars. China will take over Taiwan. So a lot of situations will happen. So you need to have a strong leader who controls everybody, who puts everybody in their place. If you don't have a strong leader inside the United States, China will take Taiwan. Russia will take Ukraine. The Middle East will pretty much be gone. So you need to have a strong leader that puts everybody in their place and says, no. So you need to have a strong leader.
right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to vote? Right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia.
Trust me, these countries will go absolutely batshit crazy. China will take Taiwan overnight. Russia will take essentially Ukraine overnight. But you need somebody to say no. And they know that that no means no. If you take an inch, they will take a mile from you.
That's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing.
So that's why his behavior is excellent for a president. You need strong, you need authority.
Blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning one or more of those states.
Saying it that way, I agree with you on that aspect. Let's go, Scott.
Than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction. The more these votes.
Trump's scared of negative. Sorry. We need a strong leader, definitely otherwise, around. World leaders fear Trump. Right now, Iran is scared. Iran is... And if anybody's wondering, watching this for the first time, I'm Persian myself, I'm Iranian, Persian. But the Iranian government right now is scared, ultimately scared to the max. Before crypto came into the presidential equations, I was on the fence until I heard Trump say in an interview that he just wanted people to stop dying. Then I knew his true nature. Honestly, that's the same interview that I saw as well.
It's a good point, because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers. Yeah.
We have a call, man. The Fox News decision desk can now project that
Oh, here we go.
Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing
Trump
well
won
in
Iowa.
rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shot
Trump is sitting at 211.
No, let's do it.
Oh, Nana, the Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it seven times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention. It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll and seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a...
Kamala Harris is still sitting at 117, but Trump is sitting at 211. If the Middle East is gone, what do I care? I live in the United States. Many of the problems we have is we are doing the dirty work of other countries. I have lost commandos in conflict. I really do not care about other countries. That is very bad to say, Scott. Scott, you're a Christian, if I'm not mistaken.
Because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about
If I'm not mistaken, Scott, you're a Christian or a Catholic. And based on your religion, you believe in Jesus, which I'm not, I don't have a religion, but I believe in God, and I respect everybody's religion. And as far as I know, that's not something Jesus would say. He doesn't care about other people. So I don't think that's a good thing to say, Scott. If you are a religious person, if you do follow Christ, do you think Christ will go around and say that? That's not good to say. And then if we look at it from economic person, if we look at it from economy purposes, the Middle East is the one providing the oil, the gas, the resources. Gas, Middle East. Oil, Middle East. Gold, Africa and Middle East. Silver, lithium battery, anything you can think of, any sort of resources is the Middle East.
Over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look
And Scott,
as it did a few hours ago.
you said Trump doesn't care about the little person.
Dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth. Yeah. Say it again, Brett.
Scott, you said Trump doesn't care about the little person. And I explained scenarios, and it seems like what you said was very wrong. Very, very wrong. Because I know you're a religious person, you believe in Christ, and Christ would never say that. So that's very odd for you to say that.
So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area.
Kamala is weak. The world's most popular country needs a strong leader. Donald Trump. Facts.
Let's just change from a moment ago. All right. At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159.
While serving in the military, many countries wanted the U.S. out. After we did what we needed us to do, I wonder why go in at all. It's the resources. The Middle East has all the resources. The Middle East has gas, oil, gold, anything you think of, any sort of resources, it's the Middle East. I hope we flip the house. Let's go storm. Everyone, i.e. countries, need to take care of themselves. We do not police for everyone. Unfortunately, the US does police everyone. The US is the dominant currency in the world. And therefore, if you want to be the dominant currency in the world, that means your responsibility is the world. if China's yuan or if China's yuan was the dominant currency in the world, then that means China has to police everybody, because you don't want to lose your dominant position on your currency. So if you choose to be the dominant currency around the world, then it's your job to police the world, to keep your position. That's why you do it. To keep your position, to make your economy stronger.
There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call, but now you're getting a lot more from
It sounds like Scott is mad about Trump victory. Where is the Jesus analogy as you refer to Trump's behavior? It makes you seem biased when you only use analogy to support your thoughts. Fair point, but what you said still was wrong. I agree, Scott, I agree. I might have used his analogy for my own point, and I might sound biased, but however, the analogy was still correct. Christ will never say that. So I accept. I accept, using the analogy might have sounded biased, but the analogy was still correct. And I'm hoping you can, accept that. So I accept my side, but you gotta accept your side as well.
Counties in the state were significantly down.
I disagree with you. Yes, I am Christian. It does not make me stupid or vulnerable. And I never said that. And I will never say that to you or to anyone. I'm just saying Christ wouldn't do that.
So if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is...
Christians don't sound like that. As I was raised Catholic, I can't stress out enough. It's all love for profit. USA does play the police of the world. All business, no emotions. Come on, CMF. It is. It's all business related. The only reason they do it is all business related. Nope, I do not think the military needs to be taking care of other countries. We not take care of the US first. And I agree with that. I 100% agree. I agree that the US should take care of the US first. Always. Every country should take care of their own country first. But the reason why the US has the economy it has is because of other countries as well. Because of their dollar. But yeah, I mean, it's all business related. Yeah, definitely no emotions. Morning, Miles and CMF. What's the latest? Solomon, good to see how you're doing. We're sitting at 211 Trump, Harris 117. And the crypto markets are still reacting in a positive way.
I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get...
Everybody is a Christian or Catholic tonight, but never hear anyone admit without justification that Trump's behavior is wrong. I'll be the first one to say it. His behavior is not perfect. Nobody's is, to be fairly honest. Mine isn't either. Nobody's is. So I'll be the first one to say it. His behavior is not perfect. As a leader, he's the best for economy purposes and stopping wars. He's the best. His personality is something that I personally don't care about. But I accept he doesn't have the best. I could apply that to anyone. The only aspects I care about when it comes to a president, can he essentially fix the economy? No more wars. Let's bring some innovation. Let's make some money. For me, that's personally what I care about. I couldn't care less if a president was, rude or any sort of aspects. All I care about is, can he fix the economy? Can he stop the wars? Happy days. That's all I want from a president. because that's the job criteria. The job criteria of a president is fix the economy, don't create any wars, don't create any enemies. That's the only job criteria for a president. Fix the economy, don't create any enemies. It's like, you know, from a chef, what do I expect from a chef? They make me a nice meal. I couldn't care less if the chef was rude. Gordon Ramsay is the rudest chef on this planet, but he's still the best chef. Or one of the best chefs. It's just what I expect from job categories. If I'm, you know, if I want food, I don't care about the chef's personality. I just care about, can this chef make a good meal? If I want a president, I don't care about the president's personality. All I care about is, can he fix the economy and not create any wars or enemies? If I go to a mechanic, I don't care about the mechanic's personality. All I want him to do is fix my car. You see where I'm going with this? He could be the rudest mechanic on this planet, but he could fix my car. Happy days.
Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here.
Never mix emotions with business.
On the night, and Trump has just taken a tenth of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa.
Miles, you called me wrong tonight. Then you said Trump's behavior is not perfect. I say lots and use your words. I did not expect that.
Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. At all. Nobody's perfect. At all.
So she's up about half.
Personality-wise, nobody's perfect.
All right, but Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has.
You didn't expect me to say that?
Small votes, 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named.
Miles, I understand your analogy about the mechanic. That can be applied in any situation, and I agree. Let's go, Scott. This is why the CMF is the best. Yes, you judged me wrong. You said Trump is not perfect. Yes, you judged me wrong. You said Trump is not perfect. Yeah, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. His personality, in terms of personality, nobody's perfect. But, you know, I don't care about his personality. I don't care about anybody's personality. But we're on the same page now. We've always been on the same page.
Okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we
Scott, I'm sorry if I did judge you.
52% of the vote going to
You said Trump is not perfect. Yes, you judged me wrong. Me as wrong. Yes, Scott, I apologize about that.
This group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led
Sorry about that, brother.
25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. I want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump.
Louisiana, the votes are in 82% so far.
Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break
the vote, yeah.
by gender when it comes to the Hispanic
Maine,
vote.
16% the votes are in.
Telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women. Underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
I can see where is Scott coming from. He probably saw stuff that we can't imagine. He probably saw stuff we can't imagine. Yep. I see where Scott's coming from as well. That's why I apologize. I agree.
That she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points. With Hispanic voters, Britt, it's a very
The next set of, I mean,
which means
Senator Elizabeth Warren won by 60%. John Deaton got 39%. Yeah, shit. I mean, John Deaton had no hope in hell.
a very narrow path. That if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform, broadly speaking, and I think they're big
Michigan so far 50% Trump, 50.9% Trump.
be the biggest thing we've ever seen. Amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American, and you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see
Michigan 19% of votes in.
breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team.
I mean, if we get just 2 more, then it's a clear win. There's no hope in hell she's coming back.
These people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people push them into
Out of everything, you know, the economy being fixed, no more wars, all of them excellent, by the way. But I'm really, really looking forward to Gary Gensler getting fired. Now, obviously looking forward to economy being fixed, markets reacting in a positive way, dollar gets strengthened. But what I'm really looking forward to, out of everything,
and there's a traditional, not to
is Gary Gensler being fired.
But the traditional
That is when I'm popping that champagne bottle. The day Gary Gensler is fired is when I'm popping that champagne bottle. Because I know the economy is going to be fixed. I'm looking forward to that. Absolutely. The economy is going to be fixed. Everything's going to be fixed. I'm looking forward to that. But the day Gary Gensler is fired is when I'm mostly going to be popping champagne bottles.
The numbers didn't show up tonight.
Which is not going to be that. It's going to be very soon, actually, by the looks of it. Gary Gensler being fired.
As a party, rethink and reformulate, reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So we have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight,
I just say to Scott, looks at the positive part. If he wins, you will be better off, and you can help people who need it. Miles, the CMF, thanks for the great live. Let's go CMF. We are on a huge roll now. See you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow, same time as usual. Free feather. See you tomorrow, but same time as usual.
Maybe if it turned, she could win 6 or 7. But
Many of you do not realize that my perspective is not a politician or a businessman. It is as a lifetime soldier. Also seeing things that many of you haven't, not will ever see. So it is not about my Christian beliefs. It is about making a call to a family to tell them their loved ones will not return and are not being able to share the reason why. That is quite deeply. I do not drink and never have, but if Gensler is fired, I might take a shot. Let's go, Scott. And yeah, Scott, I completely understand where you're coming from as well. That's why I apologize to you. But yeah, that is quite deeply. Yes, enough about that. Get ready for big dump because this is just based upon sentiments. At the same time, Trump is still not the official president. Hold on and enjoy the massive discounts that is soon to be on the horizon. Okay. While we're on advertising, so while this is on advert mode, right now, inside the comment section, everyone that's watching right now, from YouTube or from X, put in the comment section how you're feeling now. We're sitting at Kamala Harris, 119. Trump, 212. Right now, in the comment section, put how you're feeling. Good about the results so far? Nervous? Or you think there could be a reversal? Thanks for sending this message. I'm already retired first sergeant. I enjoy the dialogue. True dialogue is a desire for real change. Facts. I agree. Let's go, Scott. I feel good. Let's go, Scott. It's good to hear that. Let's go, brother. Right now, in the comment section, everyone put, you still feeling nervous? I think it was Joe that was feeling slightly nervous. Was it Joe? I'm not sure. Scott, we all love you, brother, and we respect your views. We're all different and have different views. We love your input and everything you do for the CMF. Please don't take anything to heart. Facts, never. Yeah, of course. That's the best part about the CMF. No hard feelings about anything. We're all on the same page, even if we're not. Good night, Mouse. Thank you for the great live. Trump 2024. We got what we wanted. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
News Decision Desk can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd district in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming
We
up
got
to
what we
me and
wanted.
saying they're not sure if they're going to get a
I feel like the crypto market all the way up. Let's go, Mike. I am more nervous. You're more nervous now. I have no nails left. Nails left. Reviewing via YouTube, very happy with the results. Let us the same momentum to be contributing factor that we would lead this victory. Like a horse race where your horse is on the last turn. Good analogy. Everyone, that is why I love this group. That is why I stay a member. I do not need people to agree with me all the time. I need people that will bring me a different perspective. Let's go, Scott.
Very much. We'll keep a close eye.
Thompson says Trump with the emojis.
Continue to give you some more.
Scott says, this is a great group. I share this link often and daily. I believe in this group. Let's go, Scott.
We don't have a call for any new states at this point.
Genuinely is the best group.
Montana,
CMF is definitely the best group.
The race in Montana as well, and we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
Scott says, I am nervous in a positive way about becoming rich. Let's go, Scott. The next polls are closing now.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193.
Kamala Harris, 193. Donald Trump, 216.
Kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania,
this is getting close. I feel like I felt last month. I am blessed and I feel fantastic.
In Bucks County, they go into
there's a Trump has it. We're gonna move on, move the crypto space forward. Let's make some money. JP, don't leave yet, because the results now. JP, the result now is Kamala Harris 193, Trump 216. OMG, who's nervous now? Just out of curiosity, who's nervous now inside the comment section?
California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff,
Kamala Harris 193. She jumped. She was sitting at 117. She jumped by a lot.
Senate race, and Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell.
Trump is sitting at 216.
Term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate. 49.
I'm checking my wallets now. I will wake up a little richer. Yes. Let's go, Scott.
For the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called, Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really.
That is a crazy jump.
The Senate.
And Michigan.
She's sitting at 108.
Panel, Brig Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary Jessica
You're not going
Tarloff and
anywhere.
Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling at this particular moment. It is in
Nervous about
Democrats'
being
nature
upper class
to
instead
be
of middle
anxious,
class.
and we are certainly at
Let's go, Scott.
anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party and how we talk about, message to, and integrate.
A bit nervous. USA voting system was always confusing. Hillary was leading, but lost at the end. On the last election was Trump with Trump.
People that I've been
It's
speaking
true.
to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked.
The next
off, and as we
ones,
continue to get
Trump
more
needs to get them.
and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very
Guys, do you realize I might
with
wake up
in-person
and be
voting
heading
today.
to Dubai
And
for a
the
week
suburbs of Atlanta
of R&O?
outperforming where
Let's go,
Biden
Scott.
was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route. Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through.
North Carolina
after
seems
Mitt
to be
Romney
Trump.
lost. And they did this huge analysis
Oh,
of
I'm not.
what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters,
I'm not leaving.
why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt
The
Romney's
race is getting
loss.
close.
And it
This
appears
race is
that the
getting
person who has
close.
changed that calculus
getting too heated.
dramatically is Donald Trump.
Wisconsin, Trump is still leading 50 to 48%. Kamala's at 48%. Trump is at 50%. Virginia, Kamala's at 50%. Trump is at 48.3%.
That they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought
Pennsylvania,
in order to reach these
Kamala is sitting at 47.9%. Trump is sitting at 51.1%.
how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is
North Carolina,
the party going forward can
48% Kamala Harris, 50.9% Trump.
ends up happening
I mean, this is just...
tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these
That was such a crazy jump.
take away from it. Certainly we can take away. This is the
That
most
jump
incredible
sounds
political
wrong.
comeback that
Yeah,
we've seen since
definitely.
1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen.
Michigan, Trump's leading, 51%.
And how they build on that, how they
Georgia,
choose to
Trump's
prioritize
leading,
policies
51%.
could make a big difference.
Georgia's about to end, 90% voting.
Or whether it's something that
Georgia, we're going to get the Georgia results very soon, and Trump is leading that.
Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but
Looks like Trump is going to take PA. If he does, that means Kamala needs to sweep all the remaining swing states, and that's not looking good because it looks like he's going to take Georgia too. That's true. Trump is sitting at 51% in Georgia.
deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone.
Arizona, Trump is sitting above Kamala Harris with 49.7%.
Because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January.
We're good.
I care about policy.
Even though she did a massive jump out of nowhere, we're still looking good.
Twisted against the American way of life, like basically
Come on.
taxing.
Virginia, she's leading 50%.
That's not America.
or
But only 75%
that's not
have been
America.
counted.
28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's
Pennsylvania,
we can't do
51%.
that. That would
Good.
hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs who want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to
Mr. Wonderful is speaking right now.
They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to.
Mr. Wonderful saying it's better if Kamala loses, and it'll be the best day for the Democrats if Kamala loses, because Kamala is not ready to become a president.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision
Oh, here we go.
now project
Oh, okay.
that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in
Ohio
Ohio,
State
has
Republican
won
won.
an unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod
I'm not
Brown,
nervous one
who
bit.
has
Let's go,
been,
JP.
an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
New House Senate.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda
With Elon
that is
Musk.
an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again.
Excellent.
And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear.
Let's start digging.
And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway
Trump
there.
and Jesus
All kinds of
2024.
polls, including what
Let's
we
go
talked
even.
about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown
Joe says,
won in
JP, you're a
2006,
cool customer.
2012,
I have less hair now than what I did an hour
He
ago.
was safe at the beginning.
What about
This
me? I have
race
no
was
hair.
well run by Bernie
That's how stressful
Moreno,
this is.
and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility.
I mean,
that
if we
John
just get
Tester
one
holds
more.
on in Montana, although he was
One
behind
more.
going in. Deb Fisher in Nebraska. We're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants
seemed like a good
feel
person to
about
win.
immigration, because he
The
is very much
Republican candidate for Senate.
His brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett. So Garrett
His speech
Kenny,
was
our
good.
reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of
If he
pieces
stays
for us
by
on
his
a couple of
speech,
small
which is
towns,
dig,
one
dig,
in
dig
Ohio
for oil and
and
stuff like
one
that, for
in
coal,
Indiana that were
perfect.
completely just doubled overnight.
The US
almost
should
by
be,
immigrants.
using its own
And
energy
we talked to
and not be
families who have
reliant
kids who are
on
like, they
other
can't even go to
foreign
school anymore.
countries
They
for energy
dropped out
purposes.
because nobody could be taught anymore.
Your gas
Nobody could find a
prices
place
are about to
live. I'll
come
be very
down
interested
inside the United
to see what
States.
Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fisher. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because it was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. Yeah. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought, that the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't, Brett, the answer is a resounding unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices there.
We're one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit.
Republicans are pretty much winning this.
But I mean, that's
The Senate
with
is
the
just.
expectations.
But listen, if you
Republicans
look at Ohio,
are.
it's a similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan, and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
We're going to advert.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe.
Senate, Republicans are winning. House majority, Republicans are winning. We're pretty much in the clear. So Senate and House majority were winning as a Republican. We've won this. The most important seat as well, the president's seat.
Stop.
If you are, you said everyone will be watching these results. I bet Biden is sleeping. Yes, okay, I'll take it back. I said everyone is going to be watching this right now. Presidents, CEOs, prime ministers around the world. And yes, you are correct. Sleepy Joe is probably sleeping right now. Biden couldn't care less. Biden knows he's out, you know, since day one. He's in. But I bet any money that Biden is now laughing his... If Sleepy Joe is awake, I bet any money that Sleepy Joe is laughing his head off because Kamala is going to lose. If Kamala loses, I bet Sleepy Joe is laughing his head off because Sleepy Joe got pushed out of his position. Even though he operates like a zombie, you know, Joe Biden can't walk, talk, run, stand, sit, speak, write. He can't pretty much do anything that a human can do to function. But if he is awake, I bet even he is going to be popping a champagne bottle for Kamala losing. Because they threw him out.
And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always.
I mean, in terms of policies and regulations for the crypto market space, we got the most seats. Republicans are pro-crypto, and Republicans have the most seats. They have the majority seats right now, so we're pretty much in the clear. House majority, 164 Republicans. Democrats, 108. We're back.
Welcome back to our coverage of a big election night, and things are shifting by the moment. We are too early to call right now. The decision desk says in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia, where the lead with 90% in, as Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina, also 89% in, 136,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, you know, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When a Republican observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem. The city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
They've been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett,
yeah.
Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our
The votes in for Texas so far is 75%. Trump is in that lead.
Well, Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Caitlin McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition
Chuck
36,
Schumer is out of a job.
Kamala Harris
Yeah, Chuck
was
Schumer is
asked
out of a
about
job. It's true.
36. She would not weigh in
Joe,
on this.
you're a
She
cool
wouldn't say
customer.
whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan, and even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36, because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for District Attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice.
It's the dumbest thing I did.
It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour.
You don't go
Governor
soft
of
on crime.
California is against it. He thinks
Crime will
she's going to
increase.
raise the number of people going to California prisons.
You're supposed to get rid of crime.
Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this. A former prosecutor, she said, "I'm the top cop." She, her bona fides are that she's law and order. She
won behind Prop 47.
Right, and so she wasn't. She frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm F436. I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Giotto, Caleb McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much.
I want toughness on crime. I agree. Facts. I mean, what Scott has said is facts. He wants toughness on crime. I agree, 100%. I think everybody agrees as well. Yes, you certainly are correct.
Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID.
Come on.
You think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years.
Wisconsin,
Maybe that's having an impact.
50.9% Donald Trump.
I just want to point out two things in
Skamala, 47.6%.
in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump. Okay, so here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020.
So far, the votes are in 85% Wisconsin.
Okay, so this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, etc. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points, and that translates to,
So Miles, how are you feeling? Good. So far, good.
Back to 4 years ago.
So far, it's been good. Let's see. We need one more just to come in for Trump's side.
So this is Biden.
That is why Canada is a mess. It's almost illegal to protest yourself. It's almost illegal to protest yourself in Canada. Ray says, no, Democrats always go soft on crime. When it's time to vote, they will tell you what they want to hear always.
Hang on 1 second, guys.
Biden is always sleeping. The worst thing the Democrats did was not prepare for today. I posted on one of my other social media pages over 6 years ago that the Democrat Party was not preparing for leadership. The Democratic Party will ask for donations, but not listen to my voice. Fair point.
Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from.
I will be independent the next elections.
She's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes,
Pennsylvania votes 70% in so far.
300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back. Oftentimes in Pennsylvania, if you're a Democrat,
cool shirt.
Like that. So let's take this
Thank you,
off
brother.
the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in, and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. And a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding.
North Carolina is 78% in votes so far counted.
Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was.
We're getting close. We're getting close and close to that result.
She's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there.
If folks were on Facebook page, they'd think I was Republican. I call it like I see it. Many of the opinions in this group mirror mine, just often from a different perspective. Let's go, Scott.
Let's see what the 134,000.
But this is why the CMF is an excellent, I mean, it's a great family, to be honest. Trump wins North Carolina.
Trump is favored just under.
Yeah, he's in the lead for Trump. Trump is definitely in the lead for North Carolina. Georgia, 91% of votes are in. And Trump is leading Georgia.
Got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well. a little bit of vote out there. You know, Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, in DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll
You
see
know what
you in the
that
morning.
reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago.
Sleepy Joe's campaign.
She said, you know, John Podesta came out.
Sleepy Joe's campaign. It's saying,
Kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out.
let's just pack up our things and go to sleep, is what Sleepy Joe's campaign saying.
We may. Stay with us. We're
The name
watching it all
perfectly fits
as
him,
our
Sleepy
special
Joe.
coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
So who called it? Somebody called it and said Sleepy Joe is going to be sleeping right now.
Some stranger's house. You revisit your own childhood home.
So we're going to advert now. Who called it? Somebody said Sleepy Joe. I think it was Joe. Joe, you called it, didn't you? You said Sleepy Joe is going to be sleeping. Well, it looks like he is, because Sleepy Joe's campaign basically said, we're going to go to sleep now, and we're going to pack up our things and go to sleep now. And wake up tomorrow is what Sleepy Joe's campaign said. Why are the votes getting so close? It should be a landslide. It's going to be. I mean, look, we need what, 2 more? Which, as Scott said, North Carolina is pretty much Trump. There's a few other ones as well, so let's see what they want.
Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with live blogs, interactive features, and voter analysis. Foxnews.com, your ultimate second screen.
Can you believe this?
But also, in terms of Republicans, I mean, they are smashing it right now in the Senate. In the House majority, Republicans are smashing it. In the Senate, they're absolutely smashing it as well. Kamala is tired. She's going to bed. Probably, yeah.
This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Tesnor, a key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels.
Trump is in the lead, 51.4%. Kamala Harris, 47.2%.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text BOTH to 215-215. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you lose fat. And
The crypto markets are still reacting very positively.
to 215-215.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.com.
If this, goes the other way,
This PlayStation 5 sold for only
market's going to crash
This iPad
like
Pro
this.
sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid.
Well, not crash, but the prices you're seeing now aren't going to be on the screen anymore.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Kayleigh McEnany, Richard Fowler, and Katie Pavlich, and our 3 steady Eddies to my right, who are not letting with chain them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us.
Chained, actually, to the deck.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough for you.
Allowed breaks occasionally, but so Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by Jen O'Malley Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted so we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign, so they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
He wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best is when he said, "I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis."
I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is, why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign,
North Carolina, 89% in the votes so far.
Based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they
90% North Carolina, the votes are in 90%. 10% ago.
The night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition, and how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone, your opponent, is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far
Georgia,
behind,
91% votes are in.
At the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high. But their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting. And they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voter you
Pennsylvania, 80% of votes are in.
For him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they were getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight,
Virginia, 81% is counted.
His administration more finally than everybody thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about
we're getting very close to the
former
results.
President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan. He still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But the sentence, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, etc., they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah, and
they completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested
North Carolina, done. Trump, 232.
Many times.
Kamala Harris, 198.
Governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now,
Good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, or see you tomorrow, but at the same time as usual.
The state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
When will we find out the results? We're not that far off.
That is nothing.
We're genuinely not that far off. The slowest state in terms of counting is Michigan.
But we have been here outside,
so
and we've been noticing that a lot of lights
we should have it in
within the White House
tonight, in other words. Well, for me, it's nighttime, but we should have it.
So it seems like
the results today, let's just say.
Because
because all the votes counted are sitting at 80%, 90%. So we're not that far off from actual results.
Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last.
The only one that's a bit slow in counting is Michigan, because they had some difficulties with their machines.
Silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case
So Mason,
to win in all 7 battleground states.
Maybe
and something over the last 36 hours they've been
hour or
pushing
less.
a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We are not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign
38 more.
But they took
So Trump is most likely to win. Pretty much, Trump is most likely to win so far, 100%. Kamala Harris is sitting at 211. Trump 232. It's tight. It's a tight race. But
4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
Officially, probably, but
Let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but He did better than he did in the prior elections, but this has just been called
She
for
won Virginia.
Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to
Officially probably by morning
One
Eastern
source of
Standard
Harris
Time.
and friends and
Probably.
family
You're right,
party says,
Scott.
quote, her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she
Outstanding.
needs
Let's
to
go,
do in
Ray.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and
Trump is
Wisconsin.
going to win. Stop
Here's the
saying
polls I
he
saw
might.
hours ago are all
Look, I hope.
They
I'm
need to suddenly
hoping
outperform
Trump
those.
wins.
I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult.
It's getting
Her numbers-
close. That's the issue.
His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign,
Because
I
this
think
is
we're losing
tight.
this. I think we're losing this.
Tight race.
Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
Trump 232.
Consistent with those numbers,
Harris 211.
the race, that
They're getting
Senate race
close.
in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. It looks like McCormick, with 81% of the vote in, is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough.
Pennsylvania, 81% of the votes are in, so Trump is leading that as well.
Compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth. To lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that.
Every state
more wealth today we did 3 years ago,
is 80%, 90% on the voting count.
and they couldn't figure out how to run on that.
Georgia's now 91% on voting.
We talk about reconstituting our party.
Michigan, 40%.
And if you guys are
It's the
successful,
slowest one in counting. But every other state is 91, 80, and so on.
for every American.
And Arizona's at 50 as well, 50%. They're a bit slow as well. Michigan and Arizona, they're too slow on the vote counts. The rest, they're 80 to 90%. So we're gonna have results on who's who in a bit.
There's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition
The
that
only
actually
thing I'm
works.
saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins, and if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be. It's time to heal and move forward, and I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he built this coalition. It looks like tonight, but it's going to take more than that. I'm one as a Democrat willing to work with him if he wants to do that, but it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Republican gain Senate control.
That the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne.
We
Now,
need.
this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican
Absolutely
pulled this
amazing.
out, and that means because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the
This
leadership in
is
the Senate.
incredible.
But right now, a 51-seat majority
51
for the
seat
Senate,
majority.
42 seats for Democrats, and this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again. He needs this majority in the Senate.
does.
We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah.
We need it as well for the
some
market space.
Evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority. And now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kaylee, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehan.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which is looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters. And
it is inevitable that Trump wins. Now is the margin. Now it is the margin.
There's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Putin's army has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing Christian leaders, destroying churches, and burning Bibles.
So far, I mean, look, the House majority, Republicans are winning. Senate, Republicans are winning. Presidency, Republicans are winning. if you are basically a Republican, this is the best news you could probably receive. This is just amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose
having the majority seat as well for Republicans, policies are going to get passed much more easier. Policies for regulations on crypto assets, regulations for pretty much anything that's positive for the United States is going to be much more easier to pass for Trump, because majority is Republicans.
Oh wow, the name of your true love is Nick.
Bring rom-com worthy meet cutes, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick! Yes!
In the nick of time.
Got a little snow in your hair.
Santa, tell me. Check your local listings. Part of Countdown to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Let's go walking in the city tonight. I'm feeling heavy and I can't explain how I feel for you. You got me.
No one's nervous anymore. Trump in the clear.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big yards, or compare lot sizes all at once. Search in full color to find space to grow. Home search will never be the same again.
Mississippi, 94% of the votes are in. Trump is leading that by a mile. We're back.
Welcome back.
So there are a number of states that we are not able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona, where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what we can.
Georgia, Trump is in the lead. He's pretty much in the lead everywhere.
And
so far, he's in the lead everywhere.
And just see the margins. I'm just going to do something. Okay, I'm not getting ahead of anything here, but all this entire thing. Okay, you know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and
the next poll is going to close.
I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back.
Here we go.
It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha state has voted
She won Hawaii.
in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted. Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. Still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay, if it stays that way, it's his.
Will you get three?
He's back in the
Will you
Oval
get three
Office.
basically for
If
Trump to win?
Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it popped up a 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again. All right, it was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys. A lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points. Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call. So that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here. Something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate. And we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill is describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now. I mean, it could happen. She could do it, but based on our call.
It's not even if you're a Democrat. Ray says if it's not even if you're a Democrat, Republican. At this time, it's if you're pro-freedom, we get a bad rep for being called a Trump supporter or Republican. It's literally for freedom. I agree. I agree. 100% what Ray said inside the conversation. Mason says if Trump wins, how long to Gary Gensler getting essentially fired? Trump said he will fire Gary Gensler within 24 to 48 hours. Gary Gensler will leave. The moment it gets announced, Trump, President of the United States, Gary Gensler is resigning by himself.
Really fired up, really exciting mood here.
To save his embarrassment and dignity.
Right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They say that.
They do.
They say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich.
I still have a bad feeling, is what Carol says. What is the score now? 232 to 216.
Reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close.
Yes, I'm still nervous. We have so much relying on today. I'm talking life-changing or nothing changing. That's what Joe said. There's a lot relying on today, and who's the essential president? A lot. Arizona, 50% of the votes are in. Damn, these people are slow at counting. Georgia, 93% of the votes are counting.
Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that?
Michigan,
and they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said,
46%. Arizona, Michigan are very slow.
A lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign
Pennsylvania,
and what we are seeing
84% is counted.
The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate.
Wisconsin,
She would need to outperform, really turn things around.
76% is counted.
Is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on
Kamala Harris crowd is thinning out. People are leaving and going home from the Kamala Harris campaign. The people that are supporting Kamala Harris, some are leaving and going home. It's thinning out.
She's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside. Yes.
People aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the big camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but there's this big gap in the grass.
People are leaving the campaign for Kamala Harris.
Just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were two stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here. In a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Elizabeth Warren won. Yes, Senator Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, she did win. John Deaton lost that one.
Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark T. Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway.
Yes, I'm still nervous. You should see the video of them leaving. My hair is thinning out, Joe said.
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination,
Joe's slightly nervous.
Talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent, politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be
Kamala's crew have all left. The place is empty.
Against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave...
Georgia, 93% of the votes are in. Finally, we're getting some results coming in. We're getting close to the results.
Right, and that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right, and he
Arizona,
into that
50% of the votes are still in. They're still a bit slow in counting.
He felt was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law, what kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection.
if you'd asked me on January the 7th or after the fourth of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, Sean may be right, maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National
Wisconsin, 77% of the votes are counted.
But it won't be double digits. My own firm is seeing somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes.
Pennsylvania,
and really just a 53 seats.
85% is counted.
56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they just had enough. And this is a time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there
the next results we're going to get is Georgia.
Victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's
the scorecard hasn't changed in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Fairly well. But the next result we're going to get is Georgia. So far, Trump is doing well.
You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down to
some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95-96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump was politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed. Maryland passed. Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls that said
Georgia 93%
wasn't their top
votes
issue,
counted.
it was always economy,
we're getting close. Georgia's results we're going to get.
Crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, etc. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way,
Right.
and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms, all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this, we ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest, and one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know,
Okay, Trump is leading so far in Kansas.
Wasn't all there, and she completely booted
85% of the vote, sorry.
What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
Kentucky, Trump is leading. 98% of the votes are in.
Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over.
Louisiana.
And Joe Biden is
99% is
Kamala
in.
Harris
Trump
the
is leading.
candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, "What's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed?" And she punted the question, saying she just wanted it to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here.
The crypto markets are still positive as well, which is
The
good.
race has been declared, but I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I've not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate. And we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't.
And
there's
we're
the
headed in
caveat, but Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
You have over 300 viewing you live.
Got a nice little pretty map.
It's absolutely amazing. If you watch this for the first time ever, my name is Miles.
I can come back to it.
This is the CMF Live. Welcome.
And here's the remaining.
If you're not following me, follow. If you watch us on
What I
YouTube,
see is
subscribe.
A lot of the vote in Atlanta metro area is in.
You can tune into this live every day.
Fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county.
I talk about cryptocurrency news, CBDC news, AI news, political news, regulations, policies, every single day. You can tune into this live.
Set up for the vote margin there, but.
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
It's okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more.
Best live ever. Let's go count. Facts. Best live ever.
Checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they could overcome. On Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rules out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that.
I can just imagine certain Hollywood actors and singers and politicians running around packing their suitcase right now. I agree.
That hasn't really moved.
Everybody on the Epstein Island list and everybody on the Diddy party list is definitely right now packing their belongings and leaving the US because they know they're going to be arrested.
They may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around at this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania are still outstanding.
Nope, I'm right here. I have too much money planned on this to go to sleep. Let's go JP. Best live, always tune in from the trenches of Houston, Texas. All facts. Let's go, Ray. North Dakota.
Fox News Tonight is pulling an all-nighter on election night. Stay up late with us as the results come in, beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. on the West Coast.
Everyone's forgotten who runs.
Okay, we went to advert again.
Time to remind them.
So far, if you just tuned in, Trump 232, Harris 216, Senate majority for Republicans 51, for Democrats 43. 2 seats have been flipped so far. Republicans are winning pretty much in every sector. And again, if you're watching this for the first time ever, my name is Miles. I go by the persona of Crypto Miles. This is the CMF Live, stands for Crypto Miles Family. I do this live every single day on YouTube Live, if you're watching this from YouTube, or on X Live, because I'm streaming to both every single day. I talk about the most recent news that's happening around the world in terms of cryptocurrencies, CBDCs, AI, politics, regulations. So vital information for you to know about regarding how the world is transforming into a digital space. And yeah, you can tune to this live every single day. So if you're not following me, follow. If you're not subscribed to me, subscribe. If you're not following me on X, follow me on X. Tune in every single day. We also have our own Telegram group as well, which is completely free if anybody wants to join. We also have join, if you're watching us on X, join the X communities page as well. It's completely free. Everything I do is all free source. We're closing in Pennsylvania. If we've got it over, it's over. If we got that, it's over. Yeah, we are closing Pennsylvania.
The veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs, and it starts working in just 4 hours.
And right now, it's 5:25 a.m. in London. I started this live around 11:30 p.m. UK time, and now it's 5 a.m. Basically 5:30 a.m. This is very important of who's going to become the next president of the United States.
We really need to keep Zycam in the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia.
Go back.
That we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks, and we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early, and 52%. And
218 votes needed for House majority. What's House?
Senate.
House majority will always vote in favor. If most Republican will vote in favor of Trump. Any policy changes and regulations.
Right. You know what? I've been
So it's
getting
massive
that
positive to
question
have
from
that.
a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously Trump I mean, obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously, Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind. They heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. There's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. And by the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so.
Tennessee, 90% of the votes, sorry.
See where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts, and when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5.
Quick update, I have 2 minutes. So far, Trump is in the lead. The votes that are coming in so far, 90%, 80% counted, Trump's in the lead. And the US House Senate is pretty much Republican. Majority vote. In general, all 3 sectors, presidency, House Senate, and majority votes is all Republican. So we're in the lead.
Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff.
Do you think you'll see a drop in the market after the hype is done, Miles? Possibility, yeah. After the hype is done, we'll see a slight drop in the market. And then we should balance out and start climbing again.
As we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters.
Perfect,
we'll see
thank
how that turns
you.
out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan white Catholics.
Michigan is
Really interesting.
extremely
He is
slow
at
at counting.
61% of the vote,
53%.
White Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020.
The future is going to be amazing.
24
Yes.
point margin. That's a big
The next
difference.
4 years
That is a big difference.
is going to be absolutely amazing.
To the
I
Elizabeth
agree.
dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as the, I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. If it goes for Trump, we'll settle the contest. It'll be
Wyoming,
impossible for her.
pretty much in Trump's favor, 60% counted.
As you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly Hispanic voters among them, and he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through Charity, getting
Is it just one state left? No. Pennsylvania is left.
Campaign, right, where
so
raising money,
Michigan,
to the polls, that
Wyoming,
kind of stuff matters.
Pennsylvania, Arizona.
The second thing is, if this night doesn't
Nevada,
end up
if I'm not
going
mistaken.
in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have
Wisconsin.
underperformed Biden in 2020, and every single demographic is
Wisconsin, but here's the thing: they're all 82%, 90% voting done counting, so they're very close to 100% results. Except Michigan and Arizona, they're around about 50% counted on votes.
When you think about the fact that there were some people,
the rest, they're 80 to
Iowa,
90% still done.
We've seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to
Georgia is 93% in voting done.
To understand really what happened here, and it
so
doesn't
we're getting close
seem
to some
like
results
one
here.
Decision
that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be. That turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine that
Trump is on his way to speak.
We've looked at a number and seen 90%.
They're probably going to show it here as well.
Of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say,
Thank you for letting me know, Gospel.
One thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction, and she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given the
party of the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1, and yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like,
I think it's hard to make.
There is no way anybody can say Biden could have been better. Biden has 2 brain cells left. And I'm being generous when I say Biden has 2 brain cells left.
Look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that.
Let's go Trump. Let's go Messi.
Normally, you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues.
How are we feeling now?
You were talking about the suburban areas in some places.
Because so far, even though we haven't got the this 87%, 90% of votings, so far Trump's in the lead. He's in the lead in Kansas. He's in the lead in Kentucky.
The issue around
Kentucky's 98% counted.
Issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls.
He's in the lead for Louisiana, 99%. Louisiana's 99% counted.
Playing little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever we've gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning.
Good morning, Miles. Is that the live? Yes, Bullocks LP, good to see you. Good morning.
As a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats
Facts. Let's go, Ray.
Media that echoes that called him.
As I said, I think it's a landslide. Kentucky is always Republican. I live in the state. You live in you live in Kentucky.
Black vote and the Hispanic
That's why you know.
Going exponentially more than it did before. Really
right now, everyone inside the comment section, put where you're from.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of
if you want to share.
Of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues
Let's go, Scott.
From Democrats and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he's made about Donald Trump.
Where's everyone watching from right now?
We're going to stay here. And we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead.
How come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Because there's a lot to be said over here.
All right. So Pennsylvania we're still looking at, but we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah.
Which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here, okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia. 15.5, okay? Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia, that's where it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21, okay? So hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that. You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. Now, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now. Okay, got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3%.
Scott, Kentucky, US, United States. Let's go, Scott. Manuel, Texas. Let's go. Jeff, Trump. Let's go, Trump. Ray, Northwest Houston, Texas. Let's go, Ray. Let's go, Jeff. Ghost Runner, Sydney.
How, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right, there's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story.
Will XRB, Maidstone, UK. Let's go for UK. Me, London.
All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie's one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, etc. Right. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys. Okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walz's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch Party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Kamala Harris went to sleep.
Tomorrow, she will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU
The
family,
most important night of her career and Trump's career.
So thank you.
She went to sleep.
May God bless you. May God keep you.
There was people waiting for Kamala Harris to come and do a speech. Kamala Harris went to sleep.
Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016.
Kamala Harris couldn't even be bothered. Couldn't even be bothered to come to her own campaign on election night. She went to sleep.
Votes, and you won't hear from her tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
That should tell you everything about Kamala Harris. She couldn't even be bothered to do a speech for her own crowd. People were lining up, waiting for her to speak. She went to sleep on election day.
In Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other.
Do you know how disrespectful that is?
We are now
it's incredibly disrespectful to all of the crowd, the people that are supporting her, standing there. The people that were supporting her were standing there for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. The people standing for hours, waiting for her to come and speak. The people that voted for her. And she sends somebody to come on stage and say, Kamala Harris is going to come tomorrow morning. She went to sleep.
Kent County. He has closed 3 campaigns.
Trump, on the other hand, was with his essentially crowd. He was with his crowd at his Marlboro State. And now he's going to do a speech as well.
This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable.
She does not care about anybody.
It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. The Gerald
That is
Ford
incredibly
Museum is there.
disrespectful.
And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2000.
Jerry, Texas.
Concluding his
Is from
campaign
Texas.
in Kent County.
Let's go, Jerry,
He did it
Texas.
again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight.
I'm still
Right?
nervous. It ain't over till the fat lady sings and the cigars come out. It's true. It's not over until the fat lady sings and the cigars come out. Independence Day, great film. JP says Harris has just left to go home. Messi says she's crazy. Scott says, I heard that report too. I did not like that too well. Miles, I totally agree with you. Remember, I wrote earlier they will ask for donations, but not hear my voice.
Just about 60% of the vote in.
Remember, I wrote earlier they will ask for donations, but not hear my voice. Yeah, I do. Scott, you said that. You said Democrats will ask for your vote. Sorry, you said Democrats will ask for your donations, but they will never hear your voice. You said that. Facts.
West of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump.
Scott, you were right.
In 2020, winning by 21.
Kamala Harris took everyone's donations, and she couldn't even be bothered after taking everybody's donation to do a speech on election day. It's not a random day. It's the biggest day in American history, and she went to sleep.
You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin.
You can't make this up.
Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall.
You genuinely can't make this up.
Intact yet again.
She went.
For
Just
another
can't believe it.
year where it votes in unison with the winning.
Actually, I can't believe it.
Who takes the White House?
Wow.
1988. That is held.
I think we're getting ready for a
I
call.
think we are too. Are we?
Fox News
Here we go.
can now project that the state of Georgia will
Georgia,
vote for
Trump.
President
Trump,
Donald
248 now.
Really hard fought
Harris,
battle.
216.
You think about Georgia loses it last
We're in the
time,
lead.
to President Biden.
Trump,
by
248.
votes. For some reason, that
We're
number's
very close to
changed.
270 now.
And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so
Come on, let's go, Trump.
numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very.
What do you expect from a person of fake? Yeah, I saw Skamala trying to do a fake phone call.
So now we are at
Skamala has left the building. Kamala's behavior tonight makes me right. It does. Facts.
We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News.
What do you feel will be the outcome, Miles? It looks like Trump by a landslide. Scott and JP are correct.
Got you out here. We're going to say what
No way she's gone.
Georgia, and then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
Trump 248, Kamala 182, 270 to win. It's coming very soon. She's lost areas that Biden had won. Facts.
Well, I think
22 to go.
this is an election.
If Trump gets 270, is that a guaranteed win? Pretty much.
There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen.
Pretty much.
I didn't think Trump could win.
We're going to win. Trump's going to win. Republicans have got the House majority. Republicans have the Senate. Republicans are going to win the presidency.
We had a lot of conversations
Amazing.
about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of
Absolutely amazing.
move separately. There's a possibility tonight that I didn't think this would happen.
The economy is going to be fixed. In other words, the economy is going to be fixed. Wars are going to stop. Prices are going to go back down. Inflation is going to get controlled. Stock market is going to get better. Gold is going to go up in value. Dollar is going to get strength. Crypto market is going to do better as well. Regulations and policies are on the way for crypto markets. Gary Gensler is fired. I mean, what more positives do you want?
Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
You know, all these toss-up states have been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that. I mean, a lot of these states are still close. But
Yep, 216 to 248.
We have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach
We are so
a certain
close.
level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia,
Joe, get the cigars ready. Joe said it's not over until the fat lady sings, which is a quote from Independence Day, the movie. So Joe, get the cigars ready, because it seems like the fat lady is about to sing, and we need to get those cigars ready.
The more data you get,
Trump is winning this.
She has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing, and so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they continue to count. Arizona
If
and
Trump,
Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that.
she and her behavior is an embarrassment to the Democratic Party, which was in trouble anyway, which is facts. I agree. 216, 248, let's go. Bro, no other place I'd rather be at this moment in history. Shout out to all the CMF members tuned in tonight. All love. This is history, folks. Let's seriously fucking go. Let's go, Ray. Let's go, Trump. Being flirtatious. Do we repeat January 6th? No. 22 sways. I got my vape ready. Let's go talk. I'll get my coffee ready. Let's party. Let's go further.
That's still out there and it's possible to do.
I'm doing tequila shots after this.
Diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it.
Let's go, Trump.
Young African American men.
If Trump wins, Schwab's New World Order is going to be destroyed, said his advisor. No, they'll still move forward with a CBDC scenario type of world. Because they have to. I mean, the Bank of International Settlements, the International Monetary Fund, the World Economic Forum, they still have too much power. So CBDC world is still happening. But there'll be speed bumps probably. But it's still happening.
Michelle Obama said, don't let your
That's one plan that can never be changed. CBDCs is always going to be happening. But at least we're going to have a good economy. Prices will be better. Inflation will be controlled. Wars will be stopped, which will also help with the inflation scenario.
Analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote.
Gary Gensler will be fired.
It allows us to
I mean, that deserves a tequila shot. Gary Gensler being fired, oh, that deserves definitely a tequila shot.
Overperformed a bit. Florida was one.
Crypto regulations and policies, America becoming the capital of the crypto world. That is just, it makes me want to move to the US, and I'm from London. The UK is so far behind when it comes to crypto.
Anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about.
I wish we could have somebody like Trump in the UK.
How much that played into the
Honestly,
votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people.
It's a great time to be alive. Yep, Americans should be very lucky to have Trump.
The issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% with Trump's performance amongst Latinos.
But at least we will have our cryptos. Exactly.
Data before the election and said,
bro, got my drink and smoke ready too. You already know. Let's go, Ray.
I'd say that's an awfully tough night for Democrats to win an election in.
Some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was
it's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99 left out. How much?
Yeah.
99% in or 90? What did you say?
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch.
Alabama, 96% votes are in. Trump, landslide, 65%. Arizona, 51% in so far. Trump is going to leave.
Why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk
Just
Hogan?
give
And
us
why did
one
I
more
see
state.
Dana White? And I went to the campaign. I said, "What's going
One
on?"
or two more states.
It was men. It was white
Clean
men.
sweep.
And they said, "We notice in the upper Midwest, in the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in the conversation with y'all.
I hope I get paid out tonight for my will. Let's go, JP. Too big to rig. Let's go, Ghost Boner.
We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close to...
all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet, and there are still...
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
does help a lot.
Coming by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Aisha,
Thank you very much. We'll head back there if the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there.
I hope
so,
I get paid right now.
close eye on that. 1 a.m.
Oh, I'm such in a great mood. I will not be... Oh, here we go.
In Alaska, the Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see.
We were about to give the Alaska results, but they stopped.
We are
Weird.
waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from
JP says, oh, I'm such in a great mood. I will not be taking a heart attack. All I'll be doing is cutting my money. Let's go, JP. Counting my money. Let's go. I thought 3 bottles of whiskey was going to be enough, sweetie. Now it's true. Trump is a real winner. I'm expecting my account will grow from tonight. Let's go, Solomon. Trump HQ is packed. It is. Absolutely.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more trading will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex,
Thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? What was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right. And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. So we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys. This is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris.
We're still winning this.
Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. And Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. They got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the
Mississippi,
nerds out
Trump.
there that have been deep in the weeds,
98% of votes in.
You've been watching Nevada, and Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas. 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better. You know, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, it's close, right? 0.2 points. You know, what happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. Now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Carl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they can do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. You did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means
Michigan, 61% votes have been counted. Finally, Michigan starting to pick up some pace on the vote count. 61% so far counted. Trump is leading that. Arizona, Trump is leading. 51% of votes are counted.
So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues,
Nevada,
grow it the next time.
Trump is in the lead once again. 75% have been counted.
I think it could be. We obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower
Michigan,
and narrower. Isn't it not
61% counted. Trump is in the lead. Pretty much everywhere, Trump is in the lead.
With what we're seeing
Let's go, Trump.
Seems like wouldn't be
Pennsylvania, Trump in the lead. 90% vote counted.
Well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood is
Wisconsin, he's in the lead.
Trump will be the president. And I think
86% counted.
Talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped that earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all
Trump HQ is packed full.
But to my mind, it seems to me incredible.
Whereas all the people that were saying their profile, their portfolio was down 100%. You were the one saying it was down 100%. Poor old Gary Gensler. I nearly feel sorry for him. Wait, what? No. Let's go, Joe. Me too. Let's go, JP. Hopefully now we should have some good games, especially once Gary turns in his resignation letter. But it would be funnier to watch Trump fire him. Oh yeah, definitely. I would really like to see Trump fire Gary Gensler rather than Gary Gensler leaving himself.
Right, so I listened to you as my
Would definitely like to think it's too big to rig this time. The final countdown for sure, definitely. It's way too big to rig. The rigging from that side, you never know, but it is way too big to rig.
That's a lot about it. The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about.
So Trump, Arizona, he's leading. Wisconsin, Trump is leading.
That's where we did. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman. Or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment
Oklahoma, Trump is leading. 99% of the votes are in.
The bro strategy worked, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men.
Oregon.
The bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentage.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said. If Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl, I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the bros,
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say, Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
A boxing match is about to be starting between these two people.
To you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males,
the debate is getting too heated for these two people.
I'm bad. I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what? I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that. Not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
We offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women, we still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but
I'm surprised we haven't seen any.
Interpret what Juan is saying.
Which channel you watching, Miles? Fox.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Okay, we went to an advert break. Facts that Junior Wills is so lame, he always does that, but that's why Fox has him. The reason why, essentially, Trump stands for everybody, which is what you want as a president. I hate the idea that as a president or prime minister of a country, when they come out and say, oh, I'm going to be looking after, so I'm Persian, I'm Iranian. So if a president and a prime minister came out and said, I'm going to be looking after the Persian community, vote for me, I'm not voting for him. Even though I'm Persian, I'm not going to vote for him. Because I know he's full of BS. If anybody ever comes out and says, as a president or a prime minister, vote for me, I will look after the Persian community, I'm not voting for him. I'm not voting for him or for her, whoever comes out and says that, because I know they're full of BS. As a president or prime minister, you should come out and say, I'm going to be working for everybody. That is the person you vote for, not the person who puts everybody in categories. That's what Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris kept on putting people in categories, saying, I will be voting, vote for me if you're in the black community, I will be taking care of you, and vote for me if you're in this group or that group. Why do you categorize people? The black community needs as much help as the Hispanic community or as any other community out there. You should, as a president or prime minister, it's common sense, come out, because everybody needs help. Every group needs help. Every ethnic group needs help. Don't put them in categories and say, if you vote for me, I will be looking after you and so on. Everybody. You come out and say, I'm going to be working for everybody. I want to make everybody's lives better. That is who you vote for. So honestly, I would never vote for anybody who would come out and say, I'll be working hard for the Persian community. Vote for me. Hell no. Because I know you're full of BS. You just want my vote. But if you come out and say, I will work for everybody, I will look after everybody, I will help the economy for everybody, I will help the markets for everybody, I will lower the prices for everybody, that is who you vote for. Not the person who puts you in categories. I've always hated that, when politicians do that. I vote for me, I will look after your ethnic group. Please don't. How about you start looking after everybody? We're back.
From the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America
Trump's about to be
Great
doing a speech.
Someone with a really large one.
Pennsylvania has just called it. Trump,
We have
let's go.
Pennsylvania. Is this
Trump,
a goal, ladies and gentlemen?
267.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Trump,
Former President Donald J. Trump will win
267.
the state of Pennsylvania,
267
and
Trump is sitting at right now.
he is on his way
Kamala
to
Harris is
becoming
sitting
the
at
47th
216.
president of the United States. With
267.
this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is
3 points.
historic. Everything
3
was about
points is
Pennsylvania.
all it's needed.
Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267.
We've
Not
pretty
officially
much
over the
won this.
270,
It's
but
in the
path
bag. Let's
that
go,
it takes
Trump.
to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to.
That's an interesting quote he just used. Phoenix from the ashes. Anybody remember? Phoenix, if you're inside the crypto community, you would know this. The quote, Phoenix rising from the ashes, is what he just used. The Fox News anchor just used the quote, "Phoenix rising from the ashes." Crypto community, you know what that is.
After he lost in 2020, this is a huge historic moment.
It's an interesting quote, interesting time.
Of America, as the
very interesting quote and a very interesting time you mentioned it. Phoenix rising from the ashes.
Away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters.
If you're inside the crypto community, you know what that means. Phoenix rising from the ashes is what the Fox anchor news just said.
They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump again at 267. Not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan.
The black community does not acknowledge her in that respect. Aren't you proud? Aren't you proud of our smiles? We prayed and God answered. Let's go, Stormy. Very proud. Fight, fight, fight is what JP said. VP Harris identifies with other communities that do not want to acknowledge minorities. Fight, 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 win, win, win. Let's go, Stormy. Mouse, take a shot.
He could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye,
Mouse, take a shot. I'm on live. I can't take a shot on live, but after I get off live, I'm doing tequila shots.
Hated though he was by the Democrats.
All right, CMF, let's go, y'all. Let's go, Stormy. Yep. You remember that? Phoenix from the ashes.
So energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even...
Vote Donald Trump.
That he has been able
Let's
to
go.
This. It is nothing short of astonishing.
Hell fucking yeah, bro. Let's go, Dustin.
Also, I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign
Never heard of
manager.
it. What does that mean? Phoenix from the
Quiet,
ashes.
not like the
XRP.
Chris Losavita, who works on it.
The Fox
All of
News
those people who
anchor.
worked so hard and stuck
The
by
moment the
Trump,
result
no
came,
matter
Trump
what was
has
said
pretty
about
much
them,
won
they were
this.
called every name in
The
book,
Fox News
including
anchor said,
Hitler,
"This is the
Nazi,
story
and they
of
came
the
through."
Phoenix
The other thing that's on my
raising
mind
from
is,
the ashes."
you know, last night at her closing
XRP.
rally,
From the,
Oprah Winfrey.
there's a magazine, the Economy magazine,
If Donald Trump is
which was a
elected,
phoenix
basically
rising from the
everything
ashes.
just right
It's always known
America
as
off,
that.
like America
That's an
was gonna
interesting
fall apart.
timing for him to mention
That's
that.
obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a
Very
big
random for him
line
to
at
mention that.
JFK of Hollywood celebrities like
Phoenix from
leaving
the
country,
ashes.
as they said they were going to. This is the greatest
Never.
country,
That's what it
and
means.
there
They
will
just
be
called
so
Pennsylvania.
many
It's over.
opportunities for lots of deal making.
Yep, Pennsylvania has been
will be
called.
the move, but he also has
267.
a huge to-do list. Biden and
Trump
Harris
has
have
won.
left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it.
Pretty
I
much.
can fix it.
3 points away.
She
We've
talks
won.
about having a
We
to-do
have
list.
won this.
He's got a
Trump
big to-do
is
list, but
won.
he
Trump is the
thrives on
president
it. And you saw
of the
that through
United
whole
States.
campaign. He is,
That means
enthusiastic about
economy
doing
better
the
now.
job,
Yeah.
Inflation
being
going to get
President
leveled out.
Herald, and
No more wars. Gary Gensler is fired.
remarkable. I think
Hallelujah
if
for
you
that
read
one.
this as a movie script, people
Regulations
say
and policies
it
for
never
crypto
happened.
assets.
Never happened in
The
the
United States is going to be the capital of crypto, essentially crypto assets, which is incredible.
I've ever seen.
That whole colorful 4 years of pain and suffering we went through in that 4 years of them trying to force this colorful BS down our throats, that's ended.
He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about
The school education system is going to be fixed again. They're not going to be putting tampons in boys' bathrooms, in men's bathrooms.
wholesome way. Didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way. But he
The
connected
world,
with
in other
voters.
words, is about to go back to normal. The world is going back to normal.
I think he's almost at 270. We'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier that maybe
Shame
it's an
makes me
opportunity for the party to revamp.
Let's go, Dustin. Fox called Pennsylvania. Yep. BTC 75. Yep. Bitcoin is sitting at $75,185. We are breaking records right now. Which
It's hard to understand how
the crypto market is going absolutely ballistic.
because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable.
the revolution rolls on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which, of course, Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the
It's the
Republican
best day
Party.
ever.
The Republican Party is no longer a
genuinely, because of how messed up the world was for 4 years. This is like, for me personally as well, I'm guessing for everyone out there, this is like my birthday, New Year's, Easter, Halloween, anything you can think of, any celebration that you can think of rolled into one. Trump winning, best day ever.
With that, and you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old
after Trump,
that they were.
It should be J.D. Vance. After Trump, the next president should be J.D. Makes a lot of sense.
The fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm.
I feel like a lot of celebrities, as it was mentioned inside the comment section, a lot of celebrities are now going to be leaving the United States because they know for a fact that they're going to be arrested because of the Epstein list, because of the Diddy list. A lot of celebrities are going to be leaving the United States right now.
All the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be...
I think my phone got too excited. I think my iPhone got too excited and dropped.
And to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up.
I don't know how. The ring light just let go of the iPhone.
Series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they
even my phone is excited that Trump's winning.
And recreate a system that does not recognize that he won. And the
there's more airplanes leaving LAX than the house on the last year. Facts.
Making a normalization deal with Israel.
All the celebrities should leave anyways.
Tomorrow night. Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years.
Bye-bye, Gary Gensler.
Crazy.
Facts. Bye-bye, Gary Gensler.
And whether you love Trump or you hate him,
every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling
One person
there, Dana.
bet $21 million that Donald Trump will win.
A lot of people, a lot of stories were written that said that he was
Now that Trump has basically won, the person that put a bet on Polymarket for $21 million for Trump to win is going to be winning $47 million now. That man bet a lot. $21 million he bet.
We follow and we've had on the show many times.
But now he's going to be winning $47 million because he bet Trump would win.
That region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs.
Fed up of those satanic rituals of celebrities on stage? Facts.
And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you, she wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone. If you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position
This is
and
an
not being
amazing
willing
day.
to be criticized.
Absolutely amazing day.
If you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she
affliction
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
Even Kamala knew she was going to lose. She didn't even bother coming up on stage.
Well, we now know couldn't win.
I think there's a reason why Kamala decided to go to sleep, because she knows she was going to lose.
We produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on, but we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
Because but he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you kind of
Incredible.
wonder how many people are allowed to hear.
They're getting the stage ready for Trump right now. They're getting ready for Trump's speech.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett.
Gary Gensler is packing his stuff right now in his bag. Gary Gensler is about to be exiting the SEC as we speak.
Going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know, maybe
there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward, Britt. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. Biden was elected. We had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends, and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there. And Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head, and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh, yeah,
He's going to be the next FDR.
He's going to out Obama. Remember that?
Can't stop smiling.
In my view, that was
too happy.
He would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate. First thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. Right. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about
South Carolina, 98% of the votes are in, and it's in favor of Trump by a massive landslide. I mean,
tremendous backlash in a lot of corners.
Let's go.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but we're not done.
I just want to see that magic 270.
Same. Even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News,
I want to see two things ticked off my list. Oh, here we go.
Minnesota.
Oh,
and our running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's
they can have Minnesota. Nobody cares.
Up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
Advert. We're getting close. We're getting close. I mean, he's pretty much won. So we'll add the break right now. Trump is pretty much the next president of the United States. Amazingly. Absolutely amazingly. Well, I'm getting notifications. Trump has officially won. He's won. He's pretty much won. I mean, 3 points. Anything you give him that 5 points, he's won. Yeah, two things I want to take off my list. One, Trump winning the presidency. You can pretty much say tick. Second, Gary Gensler getting fired. That is what I'm really looking forward to. Gary Gensler, SEC chairman, getting fired. I don't want to see Gary Gensler resigning by himself. I want to see Gary Gensler get fired.
The crime of title theft. What is that? What that means is that a criminal, they're able
It's going to be absolutely amazing.
steal the title to your home, typically by transfer.
Like The Apprentice. You know how on The Apprentice, essentially, Donald Trump would say, you're fired? That's what I want to see. I want to see Donald Trump going, you're fired. Or if anybody ever seen Entourage. If you've ever seen a TV show, Entourage, there's an episode where Ari Gold, who plays the agent, he acquires this new firm and he goes in with essentially a paint gun. It just starts shooting everyone and saying you're fired with a paint gun. If you haven't seen Entourage, good TV show.
Give us a call or go to HomeTitleLock.com and start your triple lock title protection today. Sunday on Fox. Catch a special Veterans Day.
Fired publicly live on TV. Oh, that would be absolutely amazing. If Gary Gensler gets fired publicly on live TV, oh, that would just be cherry on top.
Hey, grab more delectables. You know, that lickable cat treat.
Delickable delectables.
Yes, just hurry.
Must be delicious.
Delectables, lickable treat.
Honestly, it feels absolutely amazing. First of all, it feels great to be sharing this with everyone watching right now.
It is a very big night, and they are about to explode at Peg
We're back.
quarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States.
Next president of the United States.
45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there. Obviously,
If you're not following me right now and you're watching this, follow. If you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe to me. If you're watching this on X, follow. If you're not following me already. Today is a great day. We're making history once again. The world is about to go back to normal. Finally.
The crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, Trump, Trump.
I'm not even American. Now it's a USA.
47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well.
If we can only get someone like Trump in London, I mean in the UK, that would be absolutely amazing.
With the help of former President Trump,
We need somebody like Trump in the British politics, in the British politics.
Party at around 12:30 tonight, and told them to go home and go to sleep. Where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you.
Kamala Harris, you are fired. Facts.
Tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. We're stuck dead in the
Just
water.
an amazing day.
He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now.
The market is shooting up right now. On some crypto assets, it's shooting up.
Jackie Rosen. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45.
Today, in fact, is a great day. This is history in the making. I'm optimistic about the future for all of us here tuned in tonight. Simply outstanding. Facts. Let's go, Ray. How many seats does Trump have now? Majority.
Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
So the crypto markets should soar, correct? Yes, and they already. I mean, Bitcoin is doing all types of figures right now. Crypto markets right now. Bitcoin is doing 74,000 and up. Ethereum 2,600 up. I mean, Solana is 16% up. BNB 4% up. Doge 25% up. XRP 6.22% up. ADA 10% up. Tron 4% up. Shiba 10% up. AVAX 14% up. Link 13% up. Sui 19% up. DOT 7% up. Uniswap 36% up. I mean, it's just shooting. Fetch 21% up. CAS 14% up. Tau 19% up. ICP 12% up. Render 14% up. STX 14% up.
Actually, for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to.
This is just incredible. Injective 19% up. Crow. I mean, the prices are just going higher. This is excellent. Crypto market is going to be solved. Crypto regulations, policies, which means more green on that side. Gary Gensler getting fired, more green for cryptocurrencies. This is all bullish.
Gianni, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think...
I can't wait to see how many votes he actually got. It has to be over 100 million. Has to be.
Those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done.
Facts. Kamala Harris has been doing some embarrassing things to get votes.
Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever.
Doing accents. I mean,
to
come
say,
on.
oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean,
I guess Kamala Harris is about to go back to her middle-class family and her middle-class life, because she's not going to be making it as a presidential candidate.
voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California.
Mass
You know what
deportation
young
time.
people are
Mass
geared into.
deportation
Are you
time.
surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris went back to her middle-class house. Kamala Harris also went back to her middle-class family and her middle-class bed.
Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment.
That's it.
What
Won
I see going
277.
on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, you know,
We won 277.
I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Trump
I'm not
is,
gonna get out.
that's it,
I got
it's done.
15 seconds
President.
for you, Steve. I just think
The
when I
president
see this
of the
unfold,
United States of America is Trump. Trump wins.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming up.
Trump wins. He's coming up.
Trace, thank you.
Here we go.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president
Trump
of the United
won.
States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president
She might have to
in
go
US
back to her
history
knees.
to win non-consecutive
We did it.
terms.
Trump
The
won.
first
This is
Grover
history in the
Cleveland
makings.
in the late 1800s.
If you're watching this on YouTube
Senator
and you're not
J.E.
subscribed,
Vance
subscribe
will
to me.
become
If
the
you're watching this on
50th
X and you're not
vice
following me,
president
follow
of
me
the
on
United
X.
States. Voters
Retweet
expressed
this live.
deep frustration
Share it to
with the
everyone.
Biden administration and
Trump
former
has
President
won.
Trump and the future
Let's
President
go, Trump.
overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months
Gary Gensler is fired.
absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
Kamala Harris is going back to her
47th
middle-class
President
family and her
Trump
middle-class
now
life.
defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out.
If you've been tuned in since the beginning of this live or joining in the middle of this live and you're watching so far, follow me if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're watching this on X, follow me if you've been tuning in for a while on this live. If you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe to me if you already haven't.
First term as president by the fact that he didn't really know Washington and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in and he promises us that
This is a great day. Absolutely incredible day.
The kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of
Too excited.
The last
I'm definitely doing tequila shots after this live.
You can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the
We won. We finally won.
all that this campaign has been through, and now there is the prospect of creating.
Trying to log into Coinbase and it is temporarily unavailable.
Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this.
Sometimes Coinbase goes down the servers.
Two assassination attempts.
Probably too many people on Coinbase, that's why.
Come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment.
Ray, thank you so much for the $2 donation, brother. Going straight towards the CMF hedge fund. Fight. Best live ever. Let's go CMF. Let's go Ray.
Voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way.
Looks like Trump's going to take ME2. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Stormy. Ray, outstanding. Definitely facts. Absolutely outstanding. That's probably been the longest live we've ever had. It is. This is definitely the longest live we've ever had. This live started at 11:30 p.m. UK time, and now it's 6:50 a.m. We've been live until from 11:30 p.m. UK time. We've been live. The live started at 11:30 p.m. UK time, and now it's basically 7 a.m.
And he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races.
We stuck to it, and it was definitely worth it. And I'm still waiting for Trump's speech. This is going to be
I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
Let's go, Trump.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he could use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going
Let's
to be a
say
lot
Trump
of time
won. Yeah, Trump's won.
digest
Mason,
all of
Trump's
this.
won.
We're focused now on what the president, incoming
We're waiting for his
president, is
speech
going
now.
to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be
Kennedy's there as well.
I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that, and I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend
They
Mark
tried
Alfred,
so many things to
who's
pull
been
down
very
Trump,
astute this
and they
cycle,
failed.
He thinks there's going to
Let's go Trump.
blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said was not
You're
running
rubbing your
for
hands
re-election on the day
together.
after that midterm in 2022.
We all know what that
And
means.
either
Money.
endorsed her or
Exactly.
said, let there be a
Lots and
primary,
lots of money is
and
what it
Dr.
means.
Jill Biden, there will be
A Trump
thoughts about
presidency
her,
means
and I
everybody's
wonder
going to
how
make
chilly
money.
that White House is going to be for the
If
next
you're in the crypto
90
market, you're going to make money
days
because
they
of
try to
Trump
figure
as
it out.
a president of the United States. Stock
As
market,
Vice President
money.
of the United States,
Crypto,
Kamala
money.
Harris will
Gary Gensler
certify
getting
the
fired,
election
money.
results on January 6th.
Economy,
A lot of
money.
irony in that moment. Harold,
It's a beautiful
your
day.
thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are
Crypto
Democrats
regulations and policies,
who were
money.
fervently for Joe Biden.
That's
People
what it all
felt
equals
poorly
to.
during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that
XRP at
excitement
55
was,
cents.
an
Let's
aversion
go.
and almost a dislike and a disdain.
Bitcoin
for Donald Trump.
74,500 right now.
But I hope it's a moment
ETH
that we should all hope
2,500.
for, because if we don't,
BNB.
not in a
They're all
selfish,
up. Everything is
partisan
up.
way,
Solano
Democrats
is
won't
up.
progress. And
Doge's
I don't
up.
think you can
XRP is
fly
up. ADA's
and
up.
soar
TON
as a
is
great
up.
country
Shiba's
unless
up.
you're both
AVAX is up.
working together.
Link is up.
And,
Sui's up.
President Trump tonight.
Uni is
I'm gonna
doing
interest
crazy
in
right
that
now.
tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words. I'm reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remember
Uniswap
that
is
story.
doing absolutely nice figures.
I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate,
Amazing.
will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many
Facts.
ways
I like money.
help him do all
Let's
the
go,
things
Ray.
that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who?
Finally, honestly, what I have to say is finally something good happened in this world. Because this world was headed somewhere very dark. And finally, something good happened in this world.
Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself.
Such
and
a great
something
day.
just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon.
I haven't
2 minutes
slept.
after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote
Because
about
of this,
in
I
her
haven't
book.
slept.
So, Harold, I
I don't
hear
mind
you.
it.
I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had
Trump
this
stock,
guy in a courtroom.
Trump
He's not an
stock
indoor
is up
cat. I get it.
$15.
They had him. They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not,
Amazing.
now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us. The will of the people.
I agree. I'm just saying, be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward.
but
I agree, and I know you. That was my only point.
I got a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He's gonna. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's gonna have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he. I don't know him as well as you, but I think the people around him can be gracious as well.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
$15.9 billion they spent on this election.
40 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we
16
are.
billion.
You can write to for every American. What did you
About
say?
$50, if not $40.
I'll be taking profits from that in the next couple of days. Let's go, JP.
Television, cable. This was in some ways a podcast experience of a campaign, and those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
I was struck by the final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where
they were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic
Genuinely,
image and the fight,
when you make America great, you're technically making the entire world great. Because the American markets affect the entire world. So when America is great, so is the rest of the world. Bank of International Settlements. When the American markets sneeze, the world market catches a cold. So if America is doing great, so is the rest of the world.
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hazi, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight, and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. And so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
I should thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results.
Kamala Harris is going to speak tomorrow. I couldn't care less if Kamala Harris spoke tomorrow or didn't speak ever.
I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night. And let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center. Like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes. And then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So
Facts. Nobody needs to hear from her ever again. Honestly, nobody needs to hear from Kamala Harris ever again.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, we're told to go to bed.
I got this text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris is a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up. I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kaylee worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So
Harris going to
Harris
speak
has
tomorrow.
now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the
Let's
failure
go,
of the
Trump.
vice president
Let's
to
go.
get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kaylee, it's a multi-racial
What the Republican
party
Party looks like right now is incredible.
The future.
What the Democratic Party looks like right now is demolished.
And podcast, it is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy
After
defining
Trump,
term with
it
the
just
success
makes
that Kellyanne's
perfect
describing, and
sense
JD Vance that picks it up.
for
There's going to
JD
be
Vance
conversation about
to
ground
be
game.
next.
I mean,
It
Kamala
genuinely
Harris
makes
over the weekend,
perfect
they were saying
sense.
they were knocking 1,000 doors a
After
minute.
Trump,
I have no reason to doubt
JD
that.
Vance
It was an
takes up the
extraordinary ground
torch.
game, but do ground games
Perfect
matter
candidate,
as much as
perfect
podcasts,
choice.
as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage
He's a
truck,
family
or,
man.
you know,
He has a
President
military
Trump at
background.
McDonald's, these
I mean,
viral
he
moments
started his
that
own
really captured
business.
the attention of
He's
the
the
nation.
perfect candidate
And
right
what
after
does the
Trump.
Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition, and I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on.
Kamala Harris was fake head to toe.
Measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because
Autopsies, painful, especially when you're alive.
Loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe
Facts.
Biden.
Why is Nancy Pelosi still there? Why is Senator Elizabeth Warren still there?
Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from the old party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about
I'm going to wait for the windfall profits. I'm going to learn how to live wealthy. Let's go, Scott.
But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So
who's happy right now Trump has won? Put inside the comment section. If you are happy right now, put inside the comment section that you're glad Trump has won.
I was going way back.
What's the excitement level right now?
Told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage.
Some people were nervous when we were watching this earlier on. I don't think. I think everyone's getting their cigars ready. Everyone's getting their champagne ready, their whiskey ready, their tequilas ready.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
Waiting for Trump's
right
speech.
now? Yeah. I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here. And I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration.
Scott says hashtag CMF, the Wealthy Folks Club.
Since
Facts.
Carnage speech.
JP says I'm
so sad. Of the types of
of course.
that he can give. If you think even
Scott says financially free. Yes. Financially, yes. Socially, no. Ray says I'm happy. Let's go, Ray.
Yeah. And then after a while, I was like, wow, he's
Scott,
so
financially,
like
yes.
so long,
Socially,
and
no.
then kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work,
incredible day.
Drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours to then
Trump
stay at a
won,
rally
baby.
for hours. And
Let's
part
go,
of the
Chris.
things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people.
Joe, I'm
so
not
that you
nervous
could go
anymore.
to a
Just
place where you're not
listening to the
afraid to
lady
wear
singing.
your red
Let's
MAGA hat,
go.
and you could say, I'm not. Oh,
The fat
I'm
ladies.
not the crazy
You
one.
know, the saying Joe
I'm
said,
not the only
essentially,
one who thinks the way that
also
I do.
from
I can
Independence
actually
Day.
have friends, and
It's
that
not
doesn't
over
mean
until
that
the
there
fat lady
shouldn't be
sings,
outreach
or
to
the fat
other
lady
side.
singing,
And
and the
love
cigars
my
are out.
neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight.
You want?
I don't
Let's
think
go,
this
Chris
is
Robinson.
necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish.
I'm crying. Big
and
relief.
part of it is
Happy
because
days
it did
coming.
run up the totals in
Facts.
places I was looking at, even the suburban counties in
That's what Bullock
Pennsylvania.
said.
He's going
I'm
to win them by
crying.
significant
Happy
double digits,
days
but he won them
coming.
that
Relief.
much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is just a useless candidate.
This candidate with the big job.
She's lazy.
When she couldn't make the case, what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, she's lazy, she's useless, she's a liar, she's a manipulator, she's corrupt.
Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, and the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way
I know
Donald
one
Trump is in
person
this country.
from the Democratic Party who is over the moon right now.
I think it's time that we
As I said previously, I bet any money that Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, is right now popping champagne bottles because Kamala Harris lost. Because I don't personally think Joe Biden was ever happy the way they tossed him out. So I personally think that Joe Biden right now is popping champagne bottles that Kamala Harris lost. Because the way they threw out Joe Biden, I don't think he appreciated that too much. Even if he has 2 brain cells left.
Right. I mean, I can just
personally
imagine thinking about The View.
He's definitely popping champagne bottles as well, like Kamala Harris lost.
They were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him? Michelle Obama and Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised
Feel
these
great,
people?
can't help but feel anxious and waiting for crypto to boom. How long now? Paul, give it a little bit of time. But Paul, all you need to know is we're in the clear. We are in the clear with crypto. We're going to get crypto regulations. We're going to get crypto policies. Gary Gensler's going to get fired.
A half dozen times, but when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was
no more random crypto lawsuits.
In isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe.
The economy is going to get better. I mean, so many things are just going to get 10 times or a billion times better now.
And for as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been, and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find.
There's only one man that can get us out of this mess, and he finally got his chance, Mr. T. Facts.
And so I expect you'll hear a unifying
Let's go,
tone,
Trump.
And I expect
to be fair,
see a very
gonna kind of miss the way you talk about Kamala Biden. Still burns though.
What comes to mind is an
Let's
Oval
go,
Office
Ray.
meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country, and I watched
so great.
President Trump fight vociferously.
When I started this live, it was nighttime in London. It was nighttime when I started this live.
I think that Donald
Now it's
Trump,
morning.
with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately
You can
leads
see
a
the
very
daylight.
successed country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president.
People will stop dying now. Facts.
If he's serious
Absolutely
about
facts.
that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there's any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went up.
Be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Radcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
7 a.m. right now in London.
A lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of
Let's go
states,
then.
you leave a hole.
Will you guide us through? As always, I've always guided you through.
It's pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea.
Vivek is there as well. Vivek Ramsey. He's on the camera.
They're waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works. That this is
people on X are talking about moving back to America now. Lord.
The process works.
Heck, I'm British basically. I'm a British citizen. I'm thinking about coming to America.
President Trump won with this time. I think
Because the
that,
UK has a terrible
President Bush,
political situation going on right now.
George Bush, W. Bush.
I mean, our Prime Minister, I mean, everything right now.
Numbers suggest that. But as much
And
as
in
we
terms of
talk
crypto
about the unconventional
policies and
aspect of this,
regulations, the
conventional
UK is
also,
so far behind.
people believed him. He
We have a
resonated with
useless
voters, he
politician.
resonated
We have
with
useless
communities,
politicians, a
rural
useless Prime Minister in the UK.
urban communities,
So, I
suburban
mean,
communities
America
across
is like the best country right now to pretty much
I
be in.
congratulate
Because
him
Trump
tonight.
won.
I didn't want him to win.
America right now is the
Congratulated
best
him
country to
individually,
live in.
and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my
So if
friend,
people are
my
thinking
dear
about
friend
going
Kelly,
back to America, like I'm not even from America. I'm thinking about moving there.
party and my friends, and for that matter,
To be honest, I think Biden is having a drink that Trump won. The way that they treated them.
and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts.
Miles, you are so strong, brother. You're still standing without sleep. Amazing.
Issue that
I'm used to no
abortion,
sleep.
because it was talked about so much, and it was
Because I
presented
work
as
a
if,
lot of late hours
you're a
on
woman
my
and
own
you are
blockchain
not
project.
going to support her,
So
then you
I'm going to start a company
hate
with
all women. They said that
everything and so on.
husbands,
But yeah.
were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show
Hell yeah,
that
Miles. Pull up to America, especially Texas. Always welcome.
It doesn't
Let's go.
always. It doesn't
I have to start working in 2 hours.
Narrowcasting us based on our gender.
Yeah, 9 a.m. I've got meetings to go to at 9 a.m.
Talking to us from the waist down,
And I haven't
and I
slept.
think
That's okay, I'm
Donald
used to
Trump
it.
was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman
Amazing.
in full.
Absolutely.
It's as if she doesn't know anything about the
Amazing.
economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote. And it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote.
If you still haven't followed, follow. If you're watching this on YouTube and you're not subscribed to me, subscribe to me on YouTube. If you're watching this on X and you're not following me, follow me on X.
Over $500 billion.
This is the CMF Live, and this is episode 197.
$16 billion Brett is talking about. 37 million.
If you're wondering what this live is about, I talk about the most recent news every single night.
So we've spent a lot of time talking
I talk about the most recent news that's happening around the world in terms of crypto, CBDCs, AI, politics, regulations.
hold on to the House.
Vital information for you to know about regarding how the world is transforming.
And they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote.
And this is episode 197. You tune in every single night. So if you're watching this, if you're watching this for an hour or two or longer, follow if you already haven't. Subscribe if you already haven't. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on X, follow, subscribe if you already haven't.
Yeah, I was there in 2016.
Your crypto agenda for today went out the window, lol. Crypto agenda for today went out the window,
that
lol.
mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated.
Elon Musk is going to start cleaning up politicians. That's going to be good as well. Elon Musk cleaning essentially the politicians out.
I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I will remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton?
All of those celebrities right now are calling Kamala Harris Jay-Z, Beyonce, Cardi, Eminem. All of these celebrities are endorsing Kamala Harris. They're calling Kamala Harris right now. Going, what happened? I thought you were going to win. Now we have to leave the country.
In these federal cases, they should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage.
It is rumored that Kamala has called President Trump to concede.
This is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot.
Kamala is about to go. Kamala Harris is about to go back to her previous job, which she resides on her knees.
But Sam Brown was left essentially. He was not going to win.
I think a lot is going to happen by the end of the year, especially the first month of next year. Oh yeah, a lot of things are going to be happening now. This year hasn't still ended. A lot of things are going to happen this year. A lot of things are going to happen next year. I mean, in general, we are just looking at some amazing years ahead of us.
This cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker. There might be a little margin there.
X won't get banned now. Facts.
Let's see where Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi?
Politicians in the U.S. under Biden administration were trying to ban X. That's not going to happen anymore. Let's go, Trump.
There's Mike Walls and his wife there, all expected to be a big part, perhaps, in a second administration. The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He's been wearing his for a while, yeah.
He's been wearing for a while. Now it is true. Harold Ford?
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have.
Investors are going through the roof right now.
Speech tonight, the tone tonight, just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching. And like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win. And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
I think Trump's coming out.
Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th.
Trump's out. Let's go.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, with Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States. His absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Bez. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates that. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie. Come here. Come here, Susie. Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice thing. We call it the ice thing. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, also with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign his campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center.
Well, there we have it.
He's going to make America great
Trump
for all
is
Americans.
President
God
of the
spared his
United
life
States of
for a
America.
reason.
Absolutely amazing.
Assassination attempts. He said promises made.
The 4 years that's going to be heading our way is going to look incredible. The markets are going to get fixed. The crypto markets are going to get fixed. We're going to get crypto regulations and policies. Gary Gensler is going to get fired, so no more crypto lawsuits. The stock market is going to restore itself over time, obviously.
Have you met him? Have you heard about him?
The lawsuits in the crypto space will be dropped over time, not overnight, but they'll be dropped over time. But we know that they're pretty much done for. So, crypto is going to get fixed. We're going to get crypto regulations and policies. Gary Gensler is going to get fired. Stock market's going to get better. Inflation is going to get controlled. Wars are going to stop. What more do you want? Everyone's going to be able to afford things again, most importantly. And as Stormy put it inside the comment section, now let's make some money. Facts.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that has.
They got the House State Senate. Yeah, they got everything. And the majority votes for the Senate, Republicans. House majority was Republicans. Everything was Republicans.
We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne.
This was the CMF Live. This was episode 197 of the CMF Live. It stands for Crypto Mouse Family. I was your host, Miles. I go by the persona of Crypto Mouse. Every single night you can tune into this live, 11:25 p.m. UK time onwards. When I talk about the most recent news that's happening around the world in terms of cryptocurrencies, CBDCs, AI, politics, regulations. We have our own Telegram group, which anybody can more than welcome to join. It's completely free. This live is free. You can tune in every night on YouTube or X. We have our X communities page, CMF. Join it if you already haven't. If you're watching us on YouTube, you've been watching all this time, subscribe if you already haven't. Like this live, share, comment on YouTube. If you watch us on X, follow me if you already haven't. You've been watching this, follow me if you already haven't. Retweet, share, comment. We've reached the endings of tonight's live. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for everyone that tuned into this live. We finally got the result we wanted. A Trump presidency. 4 years of the world being essentially restored back to normal, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. We've reached the endings of tonight's live. So if you haven't followed, follow. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you haven't comment, retweet, share. We've reached, and thank you so much to everyone from the CMF that tuned in from the beginning of this live until now. Best live show ever, best family ever, best president ever. Literally one of the best lives ever, Brother Miles. Take care all. See you later, Ray. See you later, brother. Tomorrow, sometimes usual. Great speech. Let's go, Ray. See you tomorrow, brother. Sometimes usual. Hell yeah, Dana. Voice texting. Miles, you are a human robot. Still on live? Yep. Let's go, Elon. Let's go, Ray. Thank you so much for hosting this and for staying up with us, Miles. You're the best. Let's go, Stormy. Stormy, see you tomorrow, sometimes usual. I'm making money as we speak. Let's go, JP. Have a great night and day, everyone. Let's go, Stormy. Stormy, see you tomorrow, sometimes usual. Congratulations, everyone. Bull XRP, see you tomorrow, sometimes usual. Thank you so much, Miles, for everything. Let's go, Bull XRP. JP, facts. Let's go. I will see everybody tomorrow, same timing as usual. Everybody have a great day or a good night, depending on where you are around the world. See everybody tomorrow, same time as usual. 11:25 p.m. UK time. If you haven't followed, follow. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe, retweet, comment, share. See everybody tomorrow, same time as usual. Thank you, Miles, for your time and a great live. You're the best. Let's go, JP. See everybody tomorrow, same time as usual.